Just 80% of the samples of the location is missing the previous address. Like what would
Test.
missing that difference?
You good?
Anything doing?
Hey, I'm amazed. Some people did watch this.
I got a lot of emails, like sort of 4 or 5 emails.
That's
people
great.
Saying,
People added me on LinkedIn saying, "Oh, do you have to take down this and that?" When I put attended,
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, we should tweet that out. There's a very active community of people on LinkedIn and Twitter and stuff. I honestly wasn't using it at all until I wasn't actually using LinkedIn or Twitter at all until Rose Tan, who's a former student of mine, who's at LinkedIn, who's a superstar. She had lunch with her in December. She's like, you should put some of this stuff out on LinkedIn. I said, really? She's like, yeah, totally. It's really good. So I did that and then started using Twitter. And I had accounts, but they're completely inactive. So I had like one follower.
like a big fan, Stephen Hanson's just tweeting like a madman.
Yeah, I'm
Joined
not,
about 3 weeks ago.
yeah, I saw. I don't know. There's different stuff. I've just been putting 2-3 things out a week of just grass. I'm just like going to be the data person. No sports teams, no cats, no kids. You know.
So one thing is this person, Ellen,
Yeah, he's here.
so
But what time's he talking about?
he's talking at 10, so I just said your presentation is at 10.
Oh yeah, that's great. He just needs, as long as everyone only gives them their stuff to you, if you're the only one that.
So this is the person who said, "Oh, can you download my slides in the morning?" But I downloaded them yesterday. I can try to do it.
No, just go watch it. Because I think the problem is it's complicated enough broadcasting this without trying
As
to.
long as they were gradually editing last night. I feel any concern.
And I checked the slide, it was fine. Never slide.
Yeah, no, it's like, because I was in the summer, I was looking at what the MBR would do. But yeah, LinkedIn and Twitter, I think is good for getting, like our stuff out, it's perfect. Although we don't all need to do it. I mean, I'll just put stuff out, but interesting facts, there's like 2 or 3. I put something out today. I mean, let's see what.
Yeah,
It's
I
always a bit
emailed
hit and
the
miss.
organizers actually, I don't know what that goes to Merck or whoever.
Yeah, I forwarded that.
Nice, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to substitute the paper version of the slides.
So Mark, I think, are the slides up? Yeah.
I mean, I just made the link objects and that's how we have.
You just made it public and then covered.
So I can speak to the
So I
talent.
gave it for the applicant and I made it public for any company.
Great. She sent an email, we saw really early this morning.
Yeah, I
Great, thanks very much.
Situation. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's just free disposal of information. Yeah, no, there's some people that tweet like 3-4 times a day and been doing it for 20 years and you do build up followers who are
John, so Van Reenen recently wrote this thing about the UK.
I saw it. I got
world's shortest suicide note, and he said that that's what he called the mini budget. And he said he knew that he'd made it when he heard other people not referring to him using that terminology. Like,
Yeah, I saw that actually. I read that piece. It's very good. We should probably get it.
Yeah.
worried about me.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're right. It's not me. Okay.
Yeah, I told.
I'll do timing and you do everything else. Thanks.
I told him that he should be able to.
As I'm afraid you turn into like a glorified mic holder. I think it's.
So I chaired a session
2 or 3 weeks ago, for a macro conference, and I was more like the terrorist at the time, because I just annoyed me when people go over. And so I was like, you have 8 minutes left.
But that's my job is, my job is
Yeah,
to match that.
You should,
Yeah.
no, 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 it shouldn't be covered. Even that, your jacket shouldn't cover, maybe jacket pocket, like that word,
No, it's fake.
it's fake.
Then I put it here in the open.
Or you leave your jacket. And then don't, if we get, if you could like, not cover it.
Maybe here. Look. What about it?
Yeah, that works, if we can fit it.
See?
Perfect, perfect. Okay, and then.
Okay, everybody, so let's begin this morning's session. So we have Giorgio presenting us about disrupting science. Thanks.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity of presenting this joint project with Carl Frey, also at the Oxford Martin School, titled Disrupting Science. So the paper is motivated by 2 facts. The first one is the presence of a very large literature that suggests that face-to-face interactions are important for the generation of ideas. And this ranges from experimental evidence that focuses on behavioral or cognitive issues, as well as the whole literature on cities and agglomeration effects. And yet, despite this, we observe that the share of geographically distributed teams in scientific research has been increasing dramatically over the last decades. This is shown in this figure, that the share of teams collaborating remotely. And you can see that in the 60s was about 5%, and it increased almost 10 times up to 2020, almost reaching 50%. So in this paper, we ask, is lack of face-to-face interaction implied by the increase of remote collaboration detrimental to great scientific ideas? Now, the paper is related to several streams of literature. I will not go into the details in the interest of time. I would just like to point out how a growing literature finds pretty much everywhere decreasing productivity growth. And in particular, this I borrow the figure from Nix and Koto's paper, Are Ideas Getting Harder to Find? In particular, I would like you to focus on the blue line, that is what they call research productivity, that is TFP growth in the US, that has been also declining. And it doesn't matter where they look, they find this trend in pretty much everywhere. And this kind of evidence is there even for other countries, not only the US. So I'm not arguing that the increase in remote collaboration is the only driver of this, but as you will see, our results suggest that in fact, it could be one of those drivers. Now, let's jump into the paper. Our main data source is Microsoft Academic Graph. That is a very big database, including pretty much all published peer-reviewed articles. And MAG includes information such as the author names, the affiliations, the research fields, and importantly, they provide linked citations across articles. Now, what we do is assigning a unique identifier to research teams that we define as group of more than one author publishing at least one paper over the years. And we will be working with a balanced panel with over 11 million research teams publishing papers in 11 scientific fields. These are macro fields like such as mathematics, physics, engineering, biology, and so on, between 1961 and 2020. So our main indicator of research productivity is what we call disruptiveness. Okay, so I need to tell you how we measure that. We borrow the methodology of Wu, Wang, and Evans. This is a methodology that has been developed to assign values to patents that they, for the first time, they apply to scientific articles. And just to give you an idea of how that is done, they build a direct network where the nodes are the papers and the citations across the papers are links. And they define this index. You can see pretty simple that varies between -1 and 1, the disruptiveness index. It is based on 3 quantities. So suppose you want to measure the disruptiveness of a focal paper, say disruptive science. Then you compute the number of citations received by the focal paper, not citing the references included in the paper. So if Disrupting Science cites paper A, B, and C, we would include in NA a citation received by Disrupting Science that does not cite either A, B, or C. Then the second quantity similar is the number of citations received by the focal paper that also cite the references in the paper. And finally, we have NC, that is number of citations to at least one reference in the focal paper, but not to the focal paper itself. Now you can see that when NA is larger than NB, the index is close to 1. And we take this kind of articles to be some kind of, to solve long-standing issues, to propose radically new ideas. In some sense, they eclipse the attention from the body of literature on which they are based, okay? But when NB is larger than NA, the index is close to -1, and these are most likely to be, kind of either review articles or articles that are just expanding a little bit the body of knowledge, but they are not really eclipsing the attention. So we are going to work with a dummy variable marking the 90th percentile of the distribution of this index. And we are taking this one as disruptive papers. Then we need to do another thing. We need to define what is a distributor or collocated teams. We do so based on the affiliations of the authors of an article. And we deem a collocated team a team where all authors belong to the same institution. And we deem a distributed team if at least one of the co-authors belongs to a different institution. Okay. Now, obviously, there is a problem when you have authors with more than one affiliation. And this happens in 12% of teams in our sample are going to have at least one author with more than one affiliation. For the baseline result, we just drop them, okay? But the results are very similar if instead we use the first listed institution, okay? Now, our econometric approach is pretty simple. You see, we work with dummy variables because it's easier to interpret. And the dependent variable is a dummy variable that takes value 1 if the team produces an article, the team I working in a research field F at time t in year t is disruptive. And this is going to be if the index is above the 90th% of the distribution. Why 90%? Well, we noticed that, for instance, Nobel Prize winning articles tend to score very close to 1, of course, and they tend to be above the 90th percentile. Then we experiment with other thresholds, and with the raw index itself, the results are similar. So we relate this is a linear probability model, no? At the end of the day. And so we relate the probability of disruptiveness to whether the team is distributed or not, okay? Now, we can include team fixed effect that absorb time invariant characteristics at the level. So this is this allows us to look within team. So we estimated the within team change in probability of disruptiveness when a team splits. We have in mind this ideal situation where we have a bunch of comparable teams that start off co-located. And then at some point over the years, teams, they have authors moving around. So from co-located, they become distributed. This is what we have in mind there. And so this is kind of a diff in diff estimator at the end of the day. Then we also control for research field year fixed effects, and this is useful because it allows us to compare the probability of disruptiveness across fields and years that might change. Okay, so we have two distinct issues here. First of all is measurement errors. So are we sure that we are capturing a remote collaboration with our approach based on affiliations? There are a number of problems there that now I don't have time to go into the details of it, but hopefully in the paper, we address them in the best possible manner. But then even if we assume that we correctly measure whether the team collaborate remotely or not, can we give a causal interpretation to beta 1? Well, this is not randomly assigned to teams. So although we control for team level characteristics, for instance, superstar teams, things like that, still it might be that we have omitted variables that are correlated with the dependent and independent variable that might drive the coefficient. Okay, and for instance, a research grant. Suppose that a team receives a research grant and that affects both, the geographic location of the authors and the probability of disruptiveness. So we try to address econometric issues in the paper, but it should be clear that we cannot necessarily give a causal interpretation to our coefficient. Nonetheless, it documents robust statistical correlations in the data. Okay. So I'll jump into the results. This is our main table. So in column 1, we do not include team fixed effect. So we just compare the probability of disruption between distributed and co-located teams. So what we find is that distributed teams are 1.5 percentage point less likely to produce disruptive research in our data. And that's a big number, actually, because if you look at the constant that measures the average probability of disruptiveness in the data, you get that being geographically distributed reduces this probability by more than 10%. Now, in column 2, and this is actually our baseline specification, we include the team fixed effect. So we look within teams, what happens when a team becomes distributed, and the results are pretty similar. Okay, so clearly the sample size is reduced a lot, because most teams just publish once, okay, together. So we are restricted to teams that have multiple, that publish over the years consistently. Okay, so this is our main result. Now, here we ask, is this effect transitory or is it persistent? So here we show graphically the results of an event study regression, two things. So there do not seem to be any pre-trend. That is always nice. But most importantly, you see that, you have on impact this negative effect that it seems quite persistent. That actually at the third and fourth lag, it's even larger. So there seems really to be a persistent negative impact of geographic distribution on disruptiveness. And I should tell you, it's a bit exotic, this disruptiveness index. We do the same with citations and with the number of papers per team, we find the same thing. So it really seems that research productivity is negatively affected by remote collaborations. Now, in the paper, we provide some suggestive evidence that the main driver of this is really lack of face-to-face interaction. Okay, it's not really about cultural differences or differences in time zones. It really seems that you need to be in the same building to preserve your research productivity. As far as you are in another building, that reduces the probability that you are interacting face-to-face, you have this negative impact. But that being the case, then we ask, shouldn't we see this effect to be mitigated, muted over the years? At the end of the day, we had Zoom. So if it's really the problem that we don't see our faces, so we cannot really communicate well, then with Zoom, this problem should be mitigated. And in fact, is what we find. So interestingly, you see that the average effect we pick up in the previous slides is mostly back in time, okay? And this effect fades off over the years. And what we find really surprising is that in the very last 5 years of our sample, it is even reversed. Okay, so it seems to be a net positive gain of collaborating remotely. That is pretty weird. And notice that, you know, these years are characterized by the widespread use of Zoom, the very latest communication technology. It seems that Skype wasn't enough, or the quality of the broadband infrastructure wasn't good enough. Okay, fine. So that's just indirect evidence. We don't know if it's technology or not. We provide some suggestive evidence that the technology really matters here, is what is driving. So for instance, you see that here we interact our distributed dummy with the average number of broadband subscriptions per capita at the team level, okay? And it seems that the effect is muted when the split involves countries with good internet infrastructure. Now, there are two standing issues here. First of all, if collaborating remotely it's detrimental to research productivity, why on earth we see that remote collaboration increases over the years? How do you explain that? And also, how do you explain the reversal in the last few years of the sample? I mean, I understand that that's muted because, but it cannot be better to communicate remotely than in the same room. So why that is reversed? So here, what we try to do to answer these questions is reshaping our data in a different way, so that we observe the average disruptiveness at the author level. Okay, and we document in the paper some trends that point towards the presence of a trade-off between the private benefits of going around, of changing institution, and the research productivity of the ongoing collaborations. So for instance, we find, and this is descriptive evidence, okay? So we find that at the individual level, changing is always good. So there is a positive correlation between the decision to go somewhere else, to change institution, and the probability of producing disruptive research. Okay, so that motivates in the first place why we observe people going around, moving, okay? But then at the same time, we find that when the author splits, while the private, the average average research productivity increases, that is at the expenses of the ongoing collaborations that now became remote when the author left the originally collocated team. And then we have also another piece of evidence. So that is kind of useful to explain the post-2015 reversal. So it seems like that, you know, since knowledge is dispersed across university, across different research groups, if you want to think it that way. So in principle, even a remote collaboration might benefit. Let me make an example. Suppose I'm in Oxford with my team. We are, you know, breaking our head on a problem. We don't manage to solve it at some point. And this is a co-located team. We are all in Oxford. Then I leave and I go to Stanford, okay? So what happens is that in Stanford, I meet new people, I get access to a pool of fresh idea, and that not only is benefiting me, but it might even help me, helping me solve this long-standing problem I had with my previously co-located team. Okay? So what we find that is pretty interesting, we find that this spillover from me in Stanford to my remote team in Oxford just takes place after 2015 again. So it's like if new technologies allow really the effective spillover of this dispersed knowledge. It's kind of the opposite of agglomeration effect, okay? So I think these two things are interesting venues for future research that we are just starting to explore. Okay, so I conclude. In this paper, we find a significant negative impact of remote collaboration on disrupted discovery or research productivity. And it seems that this lack of face-to-face interaction that matters. So it's not really cultural differences in coordination due to the time zone. It seems really that is kind of a cognitive aspect at the base of it. Interestingly, we find that this negative impact is muted over time, it even reverts in the latest years. And we provide some evidence that this might be due to the widespread use of the cutting edge communication technologies. And even more, we see that technology can really help people or research in general to harness the benefits of knowledge or the dispersion of knowledge, and so entail knowledge spillovers. And that concludes my talk.
Thanks. Super interesting talk. I think there's one crucial aspect of what's happening that's missing from your empirical framework. So let me start with which is the factual observation. Team size has been rising in the production of patents, in the production of scientific publications. That's well documented. It's been going on for decades, and it's large. That, in my view, has been partly facilitated by the rise of remote communication technologies. Okay, that's missing from your framework. Your little example about moving to Stanford sort of gets at it, but what it misses is that the capacity to coordinate highly disparate specialized inputs, which is really important in some forms of scientific innovations, is missing from your framework. So I think you want to have it, at a minimum, you want controls for team size and their interaction with the geographic dispersal of the team members. I think those are interesting in and of themselves, but you want to look at those. And I think part of what's happened is as these remote communication technologies get better and teams get more geographically dispersed, the quality of the average bilateral communication within the team may deteriorate at the same time as the reach and the scope of the coordination of these specialized inputs get better. That effect will certainly mute and could dominate the negative effect you focused on. So a theoretical model that captures this is Becker and Murphy's 92 paper, in which the coordination of specialized inputs drives the innovation process. So there's a growth version of their model in that paper. And in that model, if something happens to reduce the cost of coordinating specialized inputs, you get an increase in the growth rate. That effect's missing from your framework. I think it ought to be in there. Corollary to that is you can look across scientific fields at those which historically have required drawing on inputs from many different specialties in order to produce the next patent or the next disruptive scientific breakthrough. Those are the scientific fields where the effects that I'm talking about, these reach scope effects, should be especially prominent. So I really encourage you to go down that route. I've got other comments, but I want to let others speak. And if we have time, I will come back.
Oh. So should I answer first this? Yes.
I'm a bit unclear about what your actually quote unquote treatment variable captures, because being in different countries is a different story. Being in neighboring countries is a different story. Being in the same country in neighboring cities is a different story. So do you weight by distance to basically capture what, I mean, this is an important aspect of your story. And I think the second kind of comment question, to me, it's last 15, 20 years, probably more relevant for your paper than going back to, I think, 1960s. Because then the next question is, you can't really comment on to what extent the new technologies and internet is basically making an effect, which you show later on. But I think it's, I mean, given that you don't have a very clear identification strategy, maybe you can focus on later years to say something more meaningful.
Hi, a very interesting talk. I have a related question. I'm also curious how the trend over time that you showed, which probably most of us will remember the trend more than the average result. So it's kind of what drives your message here. But you know, the changes in technology and also the decline in travel costs will also affect how people select into moving to other institutions or not. Like because you know, having a disruptive research, it's not always that surprising. I mean, some of these people may know that what they're working on can be disruptive. So probably back in the days, some people knew that they are in a disruptive team and that they will be penalized if they move out. Now they can move to a different institution because it's just much easier to stay in touch. And the other related questions, like what Chevat said, like are people in different institutions in Boston cooperating remotely or in person?
Okay, so let me try to combine. So first of all, you know, about the team size and all these other team characteristics, then we have a team fix effect that takes care of it. So that should be fine about the team size, but it is true, there is a large literature now connecting, you know, even disruptiveness itself. In that paper I mentioned, they look at team size and how is detrimental to disruptiveness. Okay.
Team size effect is partly a consequence of the remote, the shift to remote move, which is you're kind of putting in the fixed effects and sweeping that part of it
Under the carpet.
Yes.
No, but actually, you know, I don't have it here, but what we find is that if you decompose the increase in remote collaboration between collaboration that were born co-located and then they become distributed and others, and then you see that you have an increasing trend and the total trend is increasing, but the collaboration that start off remote, they are very big at the end of the sample, and that is precisely what you say. So technology is enabling in this part of the sample of the data set there, but not before. It doesn't seem so. Okay, and related to trends in general, travel costs and field-specific things, we have, you know, these ear effects, field ear effects that are partially accounting for that. So of course, that will be a country specific maybe, or region even specific, but we are not doing that in this identification. We cannot do that. On measurement, we have a lot of tests. In particular, we look at distance, and the reason why I said, here it is. The reason why I say that it's like face-to-face interaction that seems to matter is that look what happened. This is the average distance among team members. You know, if you put it there, it's negatively significant, as you expect. But then when you put the dummy there, you know, it sucks up all the predictive power. So it's enough that we are in two different buildings. It's not really distance what matters. No, and we take this as, and then we do many other exercises like defining a distribution another way and correcting for naming mistakes.
But how that will look like if you do it in the last 10 years, 2000 to 2010 to 2010?
Well, we didn't.
Because
well, you will find
partially capturing the technology that didn't actually exist. So
if you
I would be more convinced if you can show me the same results if it's starting with 2000 or 2010.
Well, you will find probably a zero coefficient or you know, slightly positive. If you cut it here, for instance.
This contradicts your main message of the paper. Here you are showing us something different. Main message of the paper is something different.
Why?
Because here there's a positive effect and the main message is a negative effect. No?
Yeah, but because on average, you know, you have many years of remote teams having a negative effect. It just turns out positive at the end of the sample. So if I would run a baseline here, I would probably find something around here, right? A coefficient there. So the more I go towards the end of the sample, the more the coefficient increases and become positive.
No, I think your paper, but I think last 20 years is more relevant for what you do.
Actually, this is the punchline of the paper.
This is what people liked about it, but it's also some for this audience for sure.
Tens is completely different. Like in 2000, yeah. But the thing is that the in the I'm not sure if you can capture, let's say in 1980s, there was not possible to cooperate with any scientific institutions in China. Now there will be tons of institutions. So the talent pool available for remote collaboration is just vastly different in the 2010s than in the 1980s. Not surely going to capture that with year fixed effects.
Sure, but so you're arguing that it's not about technology.
There's tons of things around.
Sure, sure. And that's why this one is not the main result of the paper, because it's just indirect, and we can, you know, we can argue about that, but we have no way to check cleanly whether it is technology or not yet, at least. If you have ideas, welcome.
Yeah, let me suggest an alternate frame of why this result has changed over time. So you said that Skype just wasn't good enough, but another possibility is that we shift to more synchronous technologies away from asynchronous technologies, right? We're basically using a lot of email, and now we're using Slack and Teams and all sorts of other technologies that allow for a different type of collaboration. I don't know exactly how you would distinguish these two, but one suggestion that also gets at this comment is, I don't know if you can divide your results by young researchers and old researchers, right? And that would get at the idea.
It's in principle possible, but we should scrape the web to find out the average age of a team. And that's only after, you know, in very recent years we can do it, because for teams in the 80s,
Yeah, but even in the recent sample, if you could show that result was really coming from teams where the average age was
Yes,
low, then that
a
would
good
support a
point.
technological coordination.
Thanks. Thank you. Did it work?
Yep.
Amazing. Thanks.
Now we have Natalia talking about the power of proximity.
This is joint work with Emma Harrington, who's right there, and Mandy Palace. Views expressed are our own, not those of our employer or the firm we study. So about a sixth of workers' skills comes from coworkers' advice and feedback, which is increasingly given digitally. And so we ask, in this age of digital communication, is online interaction a substitute for face-to-face interaction, or is there something essential about the office for facilitating the learning between coworkers? And we're going to do this by studying software engineers at a Fortune 500 firm. And in many ways, this is a best case scenario for virtual interaction. For one, there is purely digital output. Also, it's industry standard among software engineers that they will meet regularly in real time, regardless of whether they're in person or remote. It's also industry standard that they have a online system, Git, for giving each other feedback, and this long predates COVID. So all of these make this, in some ways, the best case scenario. So how are we going to study this? At this Fortune 500 firm, we're going to focus on the main campus, which has two buildings about 10 minutes apart. And based on desk availability, when somebody is hired, some teams end up in the same building and some are across two different buildings. And so the ones that are in the same building, you actually see that they are, sitting near each other, can meet in person. We find that even across these two buildings, in the words of one of the engineers at our firm, my team held all of our meetings online since we had a remote team member. So even the 10 minutes seems to be that some of their meetings are happening over Zoom. When COVID hits, and so everybody goes remote, the people who had been in one building team, they go from being fully in person to being fully remote, as opposed to being sort of partially remote to fully remote. And so we're going to compare these teams in a difference in difference framework. Ex ante, the effects of proximity on this online training is a little bit unclear, right? You could imagine that perhaps the training that would have happened just by turning to your buddy and asking something does not necessarily, or fully happens on Git, on this online platform. And so online training might actually increase when you don't have proximity. If that's the case, right, that proximity and online tools are substitutes, then proximity is probably not going to have a massive impact on this on-the-job training. On the other hand, you could imagine that online training might actually decrease without proximity, right? If you can see more readily which engineers actually need more mentorship, or it's easier to elicit feedback in person, then you might imagine that there'll be compliments. And if there are compliments, then we'll see that sort of the outsized effect, because it's not only impacting this face-to-face communication, but also the online communication. So we're going to study 1,055 software engineers who produce about 30,000 pieces of code during the time period, which is from August 2019 until December 2020. We're going to use data on from their personnel records, which includes the location of the engineer, the team they're on, and then the quit decisions. And the bulk of this is going to happen from code reviews. These are the online comments that happen on each other's code. So for those of us that have not yet embraced Git in our own coding, this is how it works. So they have the master code base, which for them handles their website as well as their backend databases. And when you're going to edit this, you sort of make a branch and then you write your code. And before you deploy the code, you submit this and you ask for this mandatory feedback. So you're going to ask another engineer, can you review this for me? And the other engineer might flag something that could be clearer, that is doesn't work in an edge case, that you could improve readability. So just for example, we have somebody saying in the first that sort of in my experience, short circuit if statements are much more readable than long if blocks. And then they give examples of how they would have written that code differently. Or in another, they say, hey, it's best practice to write your tests where you explicitly specify the parameters. This makes it more readable. And then you also want those parameters to be as similar to a real situation because it'll make your code more accurate. Or it could be something even as simple as make the name clearer to indicate that it's actually performing an action. So they might iterate several times before they're all satisfied, and then it finally gets merged back into the code base. So that we're all extremely clear, there are several different ways that you can communicate. One is sort of in real time. This is mandatory throughout, all software engineers. They tend to work on sort of an agile system where you have daily meetings in real time, as well as several blocks of meetings across. And that is not visible to us. Also, you have these code reviews. These are mandatory and visible to us. And of course, you have email and Slack and whatnot. They're not mandatory, but they should be referenced in the code reviews. So what happens? Here along the x-axis, I'm showing time, and along the y-axis, I'm showing comments per program, which is our main proxy for the training that folks receive. And the folks who are in one building teams receive about 20% more comments on their programs than people who are in multi-building teams. Now, if we think that this is just selection, right, that maybe the commenters who are on one building teams are more generous with their time, they're better mentors, or the people who are the code writers who are on one building teams are less competent, then this will persist even after we go remote. If we think that there's some causal impact of being close to one another, then this gap will shrink. And we do find, in fact, that this gap does shrink, suggesting that there is some effect of sitting next to all of your teammates. This is closing about 70% of the gap. So that's a shrinking of 1.2 comments per program. This is robust to including a bunch of different controls, including for team size, the tenure of the engineer, the program scope, right? How many lines is it? How many deletions? How many files does it touch? As well as additional controls such as age by gender, all the way up to engineer fixed effects. It's also robust to including alternative measures of training, like lengths of comments, whether the comments have instructional content or example code. And we see no comparable changes around other dates. So when we're thinking about this drop off in communication, we're wondering where this comes from. Is it coming from the program writer or the commenter? So beforehand, the folks who were sitting next to their teammates were actually having more initial comments from the commenter, but then the program writers were actually responding more with more questions. And then here I'm showing you on the y-axis the decrease from one building teams to multi-building teams afterward. And so you can see that these are all decreasing pretty substantially. So it seems that we're not only having less communication, but there's less depth there as well, less back and forth. We then also want to look at, is this coming from teammates or non-teammates? So I'm going to hit you with a complementary design here, where we're leveraging the fact that on this main campus, they have 2 buildings. One of those is much bigger. It contains about 65% of your engineers. And then you have an auxiliary building. And so we're going to include both whether you're in the main building, right? You're sitting around a lot of non-teammates, as well as whether you're in a 1 building team, you're sitting next to your teammates. And we're going to look at how this impacts the training that you receive from teammates and non-teammates. So it's going to be one regression that we're going to look at with 2 different outcomes. So here, and here you can see that in the main building, the folks do receive more of training at baseline. So here, we're showing you on this side, we have the feedback that you receive from teammates, and then here it's from non-teammates. And so here, what we're saying is that even conditional on being in the main building, when you look at the effect of sitting near all your teammates, there is a decrease in the feedback that you get from teammates, but nothing from non-teammates, right? This is sort of a nice gut check, right? It should be the fact that if you're sitting next to your teammates, it impacts the feedback from teammates, but not from non-teammates. Conversely, when we look at the impact from being in the main building where you're around a lot of non-teammates, there's no impact on the feedback you receive from teammates, but there is a decrease in the feedback from non-teammates. Okay, so just sort of to take stock, we're suggesting that sort of online technology is a complement to face-to-face interaction, that proximity to teammates increases the online training from teammates, and proximity to non-teammates increases the online training from non-teammates. This suggests that proximity has an outsized impact on the training that these engineers are receiving. So now we're going to ask, how is this happening? And in particular, we're going to ask a question very much related to the last paper of what happens when simply one person is elsewhere. So to make this very concrete, Emma and I are sitting next to each other. Mandy is in a different location. How does this change the feedback that Emma gives me? And so here we're going to be doing our sort of core specification, but we're going to limit the outcome to feedback between proximate engineers. And we see something of very similar shape that is now beginning to look quite familiar to you, I'm sure. It seems that the decrease here of going remote is about 0.47 comments. So that means that simply the externalities from having one distant teammate accounts for about 30% of the main drop-off that we see. We're also going to do this using a pre-COVID design. So here we're going to be, I know I'm hitting you with my 3rd design in 12 minutes, but so we're comparing 2 different teams that are both receiving a new teammate. And because of desk availability, some of those will remain in the same configuration, and some of those will become multi-building teams. And so here we're now looking on the x-axis of weeks around the new hire. The blue dotted line shows the teams that have no change in whether they're distributed or not. And then in orange, those are the buildings where we see they go from one building to a multi-building team. And you see this dramatic drop off in the training that they're giving each other, even though they are proximate and their relationship predates this new individual coming onto their team. This is robust to including controls. So here we're showing evidence that sort of the externality from having one distant teammate in both of these designs is pretty significant. We're also then going to get to the question of, what happens when we go beyond simply this campus? Because so far we've only been thinking about 2 buildings that are 10 minutes apart, but they also have teams that are across multiple campuses. So you have some people who are in the main campus, some people who are elsewhere. So here I'm showing you the time trend of what happens when you compare the folks who are in one building to multi-building teams. And I'm going to overlay the multi-campus teams. And they actually look extremely similar, the point estimate as well as the time trend, right? And this suggests that the frictions of just having 10 minutes apart are fairly similar, that being mere blocks away is somewhat similar to being miles away. Okay, so now we're going to look at who is impacted. We're first going to look at this by gender. So you might have seen, I flashed it on the screen but didn't talk about it, that 81% of our engineers are male. This is actually pretty similar for engineers writ large. Nationally, it's about 75% of software engineers are male. So here we can see that female engineers who are on one building teams are getting about 20% more comments per program than are their male counterparts. In contrast, female engineers who are in multi-building teams are getting about 16% less feedback than their male counterparts. So you can see that proximity seems to matter both for female and for male engineers, but it matters more for female engineers. We also think that this is a pretty interesting check because the fact that female engineers who are on multi-building teams are getting less feedback suggests that it's not simply about competence, right? Perhaps that this is about proximity allows women to break into the boys' club. We see similar patterns also in the main and auxiliary buildings. And we think this also clearly matters to the engineers themselves. And for this, we look at sort of the most revealed preference you can get, which is quit decisions. So here I'm showing you again on the x-axis time, and then on the y-axis, the percent of engineers who are quitting per month. And we find that the female engineers who lost proximity are the ones who are quitting disproportionately. We see no such effect among male engineers. And then we also see, they give sometimes a rationale for why they're leaving, and it appears as though this is because they're leaving for better jobs. We then think about the intergenerational aspect of this, that most of the comments are coming from more tenured engineers and going toward more junior engineers. And so here we break it out by the tenure. Are you above or below the median tenure of the engineers at this firm? And we can see that, first of all, at level shifts, right? We have before the pandemic, the junior engineers were getting many more comments than senior engineers, but that was exaggerated. It was all the more so for the engineers who were on one building teams relative to the junior engineers on multi-building teams. And you can see that these all, first of all, they go down quite a bit, but then they also go down sort of differentially for the junior engineers. Likewise, when we think about quits based on seniority, we can see that sort of here on the x-axis, I'm showing the tenure of the engineer, and on the y-axis, I'm showing the difference in difference coefficient on the quit decision. So if the people who have only been there a month recognize that leaving immediately is actually quite a bad signal, they can't do that. But people who have been there 6 months and really lost that proximity, those are the folks who are particularly leaving. So far, this seems to suggest that sort of proximity is particularly impactful for women in this male-dominated occupation, workers who are new to the firm and potentially have the most to learn, and then also workers who are younger. So this is not something I showed, but it also holds based on age. And then interestingly, these effects are actually independently significant. So if we throw age, tenure, and gender all into a regression, they all are coming out significant, right? I'm not just relabeling the same individuals and telling you a new fact. So finally, we're going to think about what happens with senior workers. And this is a little bit motivated by the fact that beforehand, we saw that folks who are on multi-building teams were actually producing more programs. So now your y-axis is looking at the programs submitted per month. And then you can see that this also drops off afterward, right? This is consistent with perhaps, you have a finite time budget and some of your time goes to mentoring people and some goes to producing your own content. And when you see that this effect is actually driven by your most senior workers. So some of this is coming from junior workers, but mostly this is from the senior workers. For here, it also doesn't matter exactly what metric we're using for quantity of output. Here we've chosen programs, but you can use other ones. And this is actually quite consistent with the idea that perhaps you might see a productivity bump, but there might be costs down the line. So wrapping up, we have tried to show that sort of even in a digital world, proximity to coworkers actually is still incredibly important, right? That online communication is not a substitute to being in person, especially when it comes to this training one another. We find that proximity decreases both the quantity and the depth of the training that people receive. And this is true both for teammates and for non-teammates. And that even one remote teammate has negatively impacts the proximate teammates. We also show that this matters particularly for women and for your new hires, and that this translates into their quit decisions. And we also find that early productivity bumps might have longer term costs. So I will pause there and take questions. Go ahead.
Hi, this is great. I had two quick questions. The first was around whether you have any hierarchy in the teams. Is it the case that the managers are giving more feedback or the more senior workers in the teams giving feedback to more junior workers? Because that would suggest that the mechanism is that in-person interactions facilitate sort of investment in a junior person's success. So that's one question. The second question was around the findings around women. It would be interesting to look at the quality of the feedback, because I wonder whether it's just some form of mansplaining where they are getting more comments, but is it actually useful feedback? The comments clearly seem to matter to the women because it affects their quit rates, but it'd be interesting to see whether it is actually indeed qualitatively the same kind of feedback that a man would get.
Yeah, so let me take the second one first, and then I'll. So we tried off-the-shelf NLP. It's, as you might not be shocked to know, not so great when thinking about sort of comments on code. We are in the process of trying to answer that question, because that is when you talk to engineers, their first question of sort of like, are you getting more nitpicky and annoying comments, or is there actually something very useful here? So we would also like to know. I think the first one is yes, you do have some sort of structure, right? You have a manager, and then you have more senior people and more junior people. And when you look at, let's see, can I change it on here? Okay, just kidding. So the distribution based on tenure of who is giving comments and who's receiving comments is exactly as you suggest. It's the senior people who are giving most of these comments, particularly like 4 years to tenure, you see a big bump. And the more junior people who are receiving it. So yes, it is very much an investment in your junior people. You don't see that the manager is giving sort of all of the comments at all. It is within team as well. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. This is really incredible. Can you talk a little bit about how a pre-existing in-person relationship might impact the quality of, or I mean, not so much the quality, but I guess the quantity of comments. So if you go to multi-building, but there was some in-person initially, I think you're kind of already getting at that because you're looking like after the separation. And so if I'm interpreting it right, it would be that even if you have a pre-existing relationship and you've given comments in person before, that's not enough to tide over the potential separation. Is that a proper interpretation or not?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay.
Right, that a lot of the one building teams, those people are in the same physical space before, and then they
and then
do
that's
go
that
down.
persistent decline afterwards. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Yeah, thank you.
Exactly.
Go ahead, first.
It's really great. This like matches everything I've heard from firms. I was going to actually ask a question feeding on from Christos. There's a lot of things company says early in the pandemic. There's all this like built up social capital. You go home, we're friends with, we see each other, but within a year that collapses. But I think your impact is also what's interesting, kind of notable, is it's immediate.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
on Christos' thing, I guess it'd be really interesting. I don't know how to do it on like tenure of time before, but basically on average, everyone just immediately loses out.
Right, and we can see that also when you on our pre-COVID design, right? That simply having somebody in your other building decreases what's going on among the people who are proximate. So we do see something both immediate in our COVID design, but also in the pre-COVID design. It seems pretty immediate. One thing that we think is sort of interesting and might get at that is sort of looking at the back and forth before, like were we a really strong pair giving each other a lot of feedback beforehand, and so does that mean that we shift a little bit more? That might get a little more your question. But
The other just comment is I'm sure you'll get lots of interest from people on like office layout and design. It makes you, even for economics departments, it's maybe not a good idea to have them sprayed across 3 locations. But, for so many firms, this is a big issue.
I mean, that's what's crazy. That's 10
Yeah, no,
minutes
totally.
apart, right? You could walk that.
But it's true for us. I mean, certainly, if we're discussing over like for Harvard, for like the business school and the department, for example. Thanks.
Great stuff. Comment, I think interpreting the broader implications of this kind of study are subtle and tricky. And let me explain why. Basically, what you're doing is you're comparing a feedback regime that is reasonably well optimized to the circumstances where people work, what the communication technologies are in place, to another regime that was highly unanticipated, that is not optimized for the conditions that prevailed at the time. So let me give you an example to make that point clear. If I'm a manager of this company or senior executive of this company, and I look at your drop-off chart, I'm going to say, if I thought we were getting the right amount of feedback before, and now this is how much feedback we're getting, there's a problem. What am I going to do about it? I'm either going to return to the old regime, or I'm going to say, how do I take the current regime where many people are working remotely and figure out how to get the same kind of feedback that I used to get in the old regime?
Right.
And I don't know, that might involve whatever mechanism was generating the feedback across teams. I don't know what it is in your case, and apply that more forcefully within teams. But the point that I'm getting to is they're either going to revert to the old regime in terms of how they handle things, or they're going to adapt and better optimize the remote work regime to deal with the problem that you've identified in this study. So the longer run, so as much as I like this kind of study, I think its implications for whether we're going to have more or less feedback, say 2-3 years down the road, in a regime for those firms that decide to stick with remote work is unclear. That's the main comment I wanted to make. The other comment I wanted to make, it's related to the men versus women. Aside from whether men are mansplaining or they just want to talk to the women, it'd be nice, which is a bunch of engineers, I can imagine that being true. It'd be nice to break down that gender result by the man, woman, woman, man, so on. That's very easy to do in your data.
Yeah, it turns out we don't have a ton of female because, you know, they were 18%, but yes.
As an observation, it's also very related to your it's like completely consistent. Sorry, I used to let right. It's completely consistent with your.
Cool. Just one quick observation, and you had so many cool results. One of the graphs seemed to suggest that if you were both like 16 months or more, if the tenure was greater than 16 months, then the pre-trend was not there, that there was no difference between 2 buildings and 1 building, right? And I thought that was an interesting result, that, you know, all it takes is 16 months of social capital building time.
Right. Yeah. That's a good point.
Mine's quick. I was wondering if there's anything idiosyncratic about software engineers, just like because of how long they've been working remotely, that causes them to sort of immediately drop off on like the in-person meetings once there's a remote member. Because like, would it be the case that in other industries, even though there's one remote member, the team would still choose to meet in person, but then someone would just be in charge of filling in the remote worker later?
I'm not sure I'm qualified to necessarily answer that among other occupations, but yeah, they do seem to have a high faith in technology and sort of comfort going to meeting on Teams or Zoom or what have you.
Yeah, so I think this is, Nick touched on this before. One thing I found really striking, I think one of the first graphs you put down, is just this continuous downward trend. It's not just as a level shift, but the trend keeps going down. And I think most of your treatment effects suggest essentially an immediate level shift. And I was wondering if there's, maybe I misinterpreted it, but is there anything in your results that speaks to why the trend keeps going down for essentially both groups, the ones that are also more intensely treated and the less
Yeah,
intensely
we
treated?
haven't focused on that as much because they do seem to be sort of in lockstep. But you could imagine that there might be some sort of persistent piece of we're actually just not as much in contact. It's harder to know sort of what my needs are, and so you can't really respond to that as well, which might sort of persist. Yeah.
Yeah, so the question I had was, even when you're in the same building, what happens when you are on different floors? Like, do you have any information on that?
We asked for it, and it seems as though they have PDFs of where people sit at their sort of status quo, but not historically. So we can't really do much there. But yes, our minds went to a similar place. We really wanted that data.
I was just wondering whether it's possible that more comments per code means the code was lower quality to begin with, and whether you thought about that possibility. And then the second question is whether you see how many of these comments get actioned versus just kind of this mansplaining, oh, I'm going to ignore it kind of thing.
Yeah, I think so. First of all, I do want to sort of call that on the gender piece, right, where you can see that some of this doesn't seem to be simply about quality. But of course, there will be more bugs in, worse code. And so we are hoping to get data on the quality of the actual program itself. We don't have that yet, but I think that's a great point. You had a number too.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether the comments get actioned and whether you can kind of separate it based on that.
You might be able to see that in the comments. Like sometimes the program writer responds and says, fix that. Here's what it looks like. And so we might be able to look at that measure. We don't actually have the content of the code itself. Yeah. But I agree that would have been very cool.
Yeah, that was super interesting. One thing I was thinking, I know you can't reveal the company, but I can't imagine that part of the pandemic aspect of it is it will change depending on the company and what they're selling, it'll change their behavior. So I'm thinking of Microsoft, where they probably just absolutely panicked when they saw Zoom eating into their market share, like right when the pandemic began. And that's going to change what the coders are working on and how they're working. And so you can imagine that the programs are kind of expected to be on a quicker turnaround. And so maybe you're getting fewer comments on something like that. And I don't know how to control for that since you're only looking within a single firm, but I'm wondering how much the content of the programs is changing because of the pandemic.
Yeah, so we can't totally see that, obviously, because we can't see the actual programs, but you have to, in order for it to invalidate this, you have to imagine that it's differentially true between the multi-building and the one building team, right? That like somehow the multi-building teams, they start working on different code, but the one building teams don't, which is, it doesn't seem to be the case from anecdotally, but yes, I agree that would be something. Okay. Thank you guys so much. Technical difficulties getting the mic off.
How do I know if this is on? Oh. Oh, okay, perfect. I should have done LaTeX like normal people. I'm happy to just flip through like this, and that's fine too if it's too tough.
Okay, great. So now we have Alan talking about the impact of remote knowledge.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for having me on the program. And okay, perfect.
And the guy, if you can send in the video.
Okay, I think I'm good. Okay, cool. Thanks for having me on the program. And thanks for the opportunity to attend a in-person conference first time in a couple of years. It's really great. Okay, so our approach towards remote work in this paper is to tackle the problem at the firm level. Ultimately, the decision to remote work is going to be a decision made by firm managers. So to understand how firms make these decisions, what we need is a measure of remote work that can cover lots of different firms in real time. So what we try to do in this paper is propose a measure of remote work that can cover a lot of different firms. So half of our paper is about presenting and sort of making the case that we have a reasonable measure, not perfect, but reasonable. And then the second half of the paper is about taking this hammer and trying to look at some of the causes and determinants of remote work. So what we want to do is create a firm month measure of remote work that can cover lots of different firms across the economy in real time. And what we want conceptually to do something like that is we need to measure an activity that lots of firms do that's common across firms, but is also common across space. There might be a couple of activities that fit this description, maybe job postings like we heard about yesterday. What we have in mind is internet activity. So if we could map internet activity back to firms, you would get a window into the day of knowledge workers within a firm. The basic idea is if you're a researcher, if you're, okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, whether you're, I guess, a researcher, HR, law, whatever position or whatever part of the firm you're in, if you don't know something, you're going to consult the internet basically to find out an answer. So if you could observe internet activity of a firm, you could get a window into the knowledge workers workday. And what we're going to argue in this paper, you can also figure out where that knowledge work happens. So the first step is getting activity mapped back to a firm. How does that work? So we work with a data partner in the digital marketing space. So basically what the digital marketing firm does is they help publishers, media publishers, figure out who their audience members are. So there's lots of audience measurement tools here in Silicon Valley. What this firm in particular does is they help map publishers. They help publishers map their visitors to firms. And then they also map that content that the visitor reads to some sort of business topic. So you can imagine what they're trying to do is figure out which businesses want to buy what types of products and services. And this is a pretty large data set. It's not the full internet by any means, but it's about 1 billion events per day. It includes many household names, as well as a lot of obscure websites. So take your top 10 favorite, online periodicals or publications, probably 1 or 2 of them are in here. Why is this useful for remote work? Well, this is basically what a publisher sees. Obviously, this is an anonymized Mickey Mouse example with made up articles. I can't disclose any publishers or anything like that. But basically what the firm sees is a stream of events. And they use most publishers use cookies, which means that when you go back to a site, they can figure out who you are. So what that means is you can see the same user across time. And so if you associate that user with the firm and you see that user across different IP addresses, what you can do is classify those IP addresses into different categories. Like this is an office IP, this is a mobile network IP, this is a VPN, and get a general sense of where that knowledge worker is, assuming that you've associated the IP properly and the user properly to a firm. In addition, you get things like the website or information about the content they read and the time they read that. So it's a really rich window into what that knowledge worker is doing. Okay, so the name of the game is classifying IP addresses. And this happens a lot in digital marketing to do things like identify airports or mobile networks, for things like targeted advertising. But we're gonna build our own classifier because we obviously have our own needs, namely to match the sort of texture of the pandemic. So what we're gonna do is create a 4-class classifier. It's actually 4.5 classes in the paper for very obscure reasons I'll spare you from here. But basically VPNs, residences like homes, businesses, and mobile networks. In the end, we only care about whether they're in the office or not, but we obviously want to know that their model is economically interpretable. And we have 760 million IPs. There's 4.2 billion IPv4 IP addresses, and probably humans only consume, I don't know, not more than half. So this is a pretty large cross-section of the internet. So there are too many to manually classify, so we're going to do a 2-step process. First, we're going to create various rules of thumb. So an example of one of these rules of thumb is for many IP addresses, they self-register a name. So this is the name of Hong Kong U's VPN portal. This is clearly a VPN. It just says VPN in the subdomain. So this is clearly a VPN. And then the rest, we're going to pick up with a model. We're going to get an annotated data set. The annotated data sets from the United States, which is why we do this solely in the United States. The topology of IPs is very different in different countries. But basically, what we do is we get an annotated data set, and then we build a model using various obscure data sets from the internet, as well as the content interactions in our data. So an example of a feature you could create is what percentage of activity is observed on this IP in our data set during work hours. And that's pretty much a strong indication this is a business IP. And so there's all sorts of features that we create, and then we build a pretty reasonable model that matches the data pretty well. And we're doing this classification entirely, pre-pandemic, since a lot of our features are obviously how people use these IPs in the first place. Okay, so a lot can go wrong. So half the paper is just about validating it. And so I'm going to just present 3 quick tests that we do. There's a lot more in the paper. So the first thing you can do is just plot a picture. So if you split aggregate traffic that we've classified into remote versus not and daytime versus nighttime, what you find is basically a picture of the pandemic. So the share of remote traffic jumps up about 30–40% in the middle of March relative to the January-February baseline. And this pattern of a big jump is only there during work hours, and there's a slight bump at night, but it's obviously a lot less pronounced. If you break it out by type of IP, what you see is that, and I know those labels are hard to read, the red line is a drop in business, the blue line is a rise in residential, the yellow line is sort of a flat but slightly upwardish pattern in mobile traffic, and there's like this crazy spike in VPNs, but it's very temporary. So I think the first two are pretty intuitive. Mobile is because you can pretty much use your data anywhere if you're in the office or at work. Sorry, office or at home. And then VPNs, basically, people think it's really important to use a VPN in the beginning of the pandemic. And then basically, I guess, they realize VPNs are really annoying to use. So people basically stop using it. I mean, that's sort of anecdotally what I think is going on. Of course, I don't really know. And then this is the last thing, last validation test I'll talk about today. So I'm sure many of you have worked with the SafeGraph data. This is sort of the gold standard of studying the pandemic. So SafeGraph provides this county level data set where one of the features that they have is sort of what percentage of people who live in a given place are going into their common daytime location, which is an approximation of your workplace. So we have a firm level data set, which you can collapse along the geographic dimension, and then we can calculate a county to county elasticity. So so what I highlighted in the first red box is what is the elasticity of their measure of work-like behavior with our measure of remote work, and that elasticity during work hours is -75.6%, and it drops to about 20% outside of work hours. SafeGraph's workday is pretty short, so this elasticity doesn't drop to zero, because presumably a overworked knowledge worker would work longer hours. Our elasticity is almost 1-for-1. It's not quite 1-for-1, we think, because basically SafeGraph will capture people who are not just knowledge workers. They'll capture people who don't use the computer at work. So it's pretty sensibly less than 1. So when I saw this table, I was pretty convinced that this looks like, feels like, smells like a remote work measure. So hopefully you're convinced too. And so we have a bunch more tests in the paper that look at firm level characteristics, and generally things make sense. Okay, so now that we have a remote work measure, we're going to try to look at some of the determinants and consequences. I don't have time to talk about everything, but just here's the general idea. So the way we motivate these tests is in managerial economics, there's this recent thrust of the literature that talks theoretically and empirically about the spatial allocation of the firm. And so they're thinking of the headquarters and faraway establishments thousands of miles away. Well, and there's an obvious analogy to remote work, which is instead of the headquarters, you have the office, and instead of, I guess, remote establishments, you have remote homes, like the home is now the establishment. So basically in these models, the idea is the headquarters is easier to communicate. So you put all of the adaptive tasks there and all the routine tasks to the periphery. So the predictions we make in the paper are that if you have increased, in remote work, what you should see is less communication, more routine work, potentially more shirking. Of course, you can obviously make the opposite argument. And then firms with weaker managerial capability will remote work less, and firms that engage in remote work will try to invest in improving their, I guess, monitoring capability. And then finally, at the risk of being too unfocused, we also talk a little bit about this idea of labor preference. So, why, if there are costs to remote work, why do firms engage in remote work? And one reason is because workers demand it. Okay, so we try to speak to these in our paper. Obviously, one issue is causal identification. So we're going to try to inch towards that by instrumenting remote work. And the way we do that is we collect data on mass mandates from Heather Tooks and Matt Spiegel's data set. They have a recent paper in the RFS that they make available to researchers. Okay, so we're going to try to instrument remote work with mass mandates. For measures that sort of map to these model primitives, we're just going to try to get them from our reading data. So we're going to do some tests in hours of the day, which is really only there just because they're not one of the predictions, but it's something that you would expect from remote work. We're going to create measures of shirking, which is basically the fraction of business relevant reading So we're going to have two versions of this. The simple version is and a black box version. The simple version is based on the category of website. So there's a categorization by the Internet Advertising Bureau of websites called non-standard content. It's exactly what you think it is. It's the type of thing you would clearly think is not work appropriate. So we're going to calculate the fraction of content read by employees that's a little embarrassing. And then secondly, we're going to use the data partners black box model. So they have a pre-screening model because assigning a topic is very computationally expensive. So what they're going to do is just classify content as business relevant or not. It's kind of like the hot dog app. It's hot dog or not a hot dog. And so essentially that's what they do. They have, we're going to calculate a measure of sharing. So given an article, how does more than one browser in the company even read it, right? So if someone reads it, does someone else in the company read it? And then new reading, novel reading. So this maps the idea of routine. So the idea is, does this look like a topic that you read a lot about last quarter? So is there any turnover in the types of things you read about? And so these measures, you might say, well, what do these measures really mean? So unconditionally, a lot of these measures map to things like R&D and spending. And so there's a very strong relationship between how much a company reads and how much they spend on R&D. I don't have time to talk about this, but many of you guys might be thinking, does this really look like a person's workday? So just really quickly, a tech firm's workday looks like a tech firm. A finance firm's workday looks like a finance firm. Spain and Portugal look like Spain and Portugal, where basically Portugal takes a normal lunch hour. In Spain, they do the afternoon siesta. So anyway, so hopefully you believe that this actually does capture the knowledge worker's workday. And so what we're going to do is we're going to put the start of the workday and the end of the workday on the left-hand side. So the way we calculate the start of the workday is we convert all the timestamps of articles to integers, and then we basically take the average of the 0th to 25th percentile as the start, because we don't know when it starts and ends. We take the average of the 75th to 100th percentile and call that the end of the workday, and the difference as the overall length. So in the odd numbered columns, we have reduced form estimates. In the even numbered columns, we have instrumental variable estimates. And basically what you find is what everyone's been talking about, which is that when a firm engages in remote work, we see a longer workday, an earlier start of the day, and a later end of the day, and an overall longer workday. And this is actually coming mainly from an earlier start and not so much a later end. Okay, so for our other outcomes, what we see is consistent with model predictions. In reduced form, we see increases in our measures of shirking, a reduction in the sharing of articles, and a decrease in the acquisition of new information. So this is all in reduced form. Obviously, there's an endogeneity issue. The endogeneity issue is that we have a work-associated device. The company employee might decide not to go to work that day, and on that day, they may read less business relevant content. So if you look at the instrumental variable estimates in the even numbered columns, we basically see the relationship between our measures of shirking and remote work disappears. So this is consistent with, I guess, work by many of you in the room that suggests that people are no less productive under remote work. But of course, if you don't correct for endogeneity, you might get sort of the opposite inference. But even under the instrumental variable estimates, our measures of knowledge sharing and routine work actually remain. And the magnitudes are pretty significant. There's something on the order of 25 to 50% of the coefficients multiplied with their standard deviation correspond to something like 25 to 50% of the unconditional mean. I don't have too much time, do I? Okay, I'm kind of running out of time, but I'll talk about this briefly. So one of the things we also look at is, if firms are facing these changes, how do they respond? And one of the predictions of the framework that we have is that your capacity to monitor your workers is going to affect how much you engage in remote work. So what we do is we put remote work on the left-hand side, which I don't show here, and we look at how IT and the fraction of managers you have at the firm, basically a proxy for your managerial resources, modulates remote work. So if you have better IT and more managers, you're more likely to engage in remote work. We also look at how companies respond to being forced into remote work. So here what we do is we look at instrumental variable estimates of the relationship between exogenous remote work and what you do in 2021 in terms of your upgrades to your IT and the number of job postings from Burning Glass for managers, or the fraction of your job postings that are for managers. And so what we find is under both of these measures, we find that firms that engage in remote work spend more on IT, and and if they do have a job posting, conditional on having a job posting that we observe, the fraction of that job posting for managers increases. And then finally, the last part of the paper, we try to provide evidence to this narrative that's becoming popular about why firms engage in remote work. So we do two things. One is we put remote work on the left-hand side, and then we ask if the firm operates in a more competitive labor market, are they more likely to engage in remote work? And so the way we measure competitive labor markets is we look at your establishments in 2019, and we calculate using job postings, basically what is the labor market concentration in your industry and around in the counties where your establishments are. And we find that that's positively related to or negatively related to remote work. So if the labor market's more concentrated, you don't have to offer remote work as an amenity. Then finally, what we do is we look at this idea of net hiring. So we use LinkedIn data to form pairs of firms. And then what we try to do is look at whether the differences in remote work or even the shift to remote work between 2019 and 2021 explains any of the net hiring. And so what you see here is basically unit of observation is a pair of firms, and the covariate of interest is the difference in remote work across the two firms. And the difference in remote work seems to explain some of the net hiring across firms. Okay, so I guess that's basically it. So hopefully I've convinced you that we have a real measure of remote work, that there's some material costs and possibly some material benefits of remote work on the firm. And so what we're planning to do next is we realize that some of our outcome variables, they're based on reading activity, and what we're trying to do next is we're trying to link the data. We're working with someone at administrative agents in the US to try to link the firm level remote measure we have to the actual financial filings of the firm, so we can actually start using things, outcome variables we're more familiar with as the DV. So we're going to try to do things like calculate TFP, wages, overall firm performance, and sort of rerun this instrumental variable exercise. So, okay, great, thanks.
I was just wondering if it was possible to see something like gender, because I would think that like from people's browsing history, you could probably guess that. And it'd be interesting to know, like, are men disproportionately coming back to the office when it's like hybrid or something like that?
Great. Yeah, we can do that. It's an estimate. So it could just be that someone's like shopping for their partner or something like that. But we can do that. But one thing we've done is we've calculated the demographics of the firm based on LinkedIn. And it does look like companies with a greater fraction of men pre-pandemic are engaging in more office work post-pandemic.
Thanks. Interesting study. Couple things. One, I did not understand why you used mask mandates as an instrument instead of, or in addition to, more forceful measures that were imposed. Business closure orders, obviously, but shelter-in-place orders and so on. Those are available from the Oxford project. I think they're reasonably high quality. They've been widely used. It seems like a more powerful instrument. So I just wondered why you didn't use those instead, in addition to the masks. Second comment, maybe I've misunderstood, but as I understood, you can correct me if I'm wrong, your measure of the workday length should not be interpreted as a measure of hours worked.
That's right.
Okay, so that seems to be an important point, because it could be that you're just more flexibly allocating your time over the course from the beginning, when you first start working the day to when you first stop. You may take an hour out to talk to your kids and feed them cookies when they come home from school and that kind of thing, which isn't possible when you're working in the office. So I guess I've understood that correctly.
Correct.
Okay, that just seems like an important point to make. You're not actually measuring anything that looks like hours worked or the length of the workday, but you kind of preceded it with this prefatory remark about it plays into the narrative that people are working longer from home. But I don't think your data say that.
Right. I completely agree. I guess the popular narrative is that people are working longer, which I'm always skeptical of. They're just working later hours potentially. And so I guess I just sort of skipped over that. But you're completely right.
Okay.
I could look at the amount of reading, but then there's maybe a technical issue in case we're not capturing everyone who's at home or something. I could also look at that. But you're right. Your interpretation is absolutely right, and I should be more careful.
Okay. Thanks.
But sorry, your first question was,
No, the instruments.
Oh,
why didn't you use these other more seemingly forceful instruments?
Right. So the main reason is that everywhere basically locks down at some point in 2020. And then in 2021, when we want to look further out, there's only a couple of things left. Like no one's really just doing a hard lockdown in 2021.
But there's a lot of differences across countries in the draconianness of the lockdowns. And there's also a fair bit of differences when they relax the lockdown. So
that's right.
So there is a lot of variation in this across countries. I wasn't entirely clear what countries in.
Oh, we're just looking at the United States.
Oh, that way. Okay. Well, then I'll rephrase the comment about the US. Within the United States, it's true that a whole bunch of stuff happened in the second half of March, but the extent of the lockdowns, to the extent to which it was tight or narrow business closure orders, full on scale shelter in place orders, or something weaker. There's a lot of variation in that.
That's right.
That you could exploit, and I would think you'd get more power out of that than out of mask mandates.
Right. That's right. If I could figure out a way to measure the intensity, I mean, if you just do like a binary classification. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Right, I'm continue to be impressed with the ingenuity of data that people are. I mean, it's really fantastic. And one comment, just a general comment, is you have such interesting results. I'd try and put some of them in a graphical form. Having worked in economics for 20 years, it's hard to find a time or a topic that there's more general interest outside of academia, but graphical stuff. Just bin scatters. You have some really interesting stuff that could easily end up in the news. And so I would just take some of your findings. So the other more, content thing, it seems like now there's this, on the workhouse, I'd be really interested to see it also on weekdays versus weekends, and also Monday and Friday. It seems like now we're going to a system whereby there's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, people in the office. Monday, Friday, they're much more likely to be at home, and weekends are blurred. So there's rather than a binary, there's a trinary. And just be interesting to see how it varies. I think particularly in 2022.
Okay, awesome. Yeah,
so as you get more, my guess is you'll see differences, particularly Fridays. Fridays have become very much work days, but at home. So if you look at desk booking data, for example, you have a third the rate on Friday versus Wednesday. Friday is halfway between Wednesday and Saturday at this point.
Absolutely, we'll look at that. Yeah, thank you.
Wanted to briefly follow up on Steve's comment about the instrument. That when you use these pandemic restrictions, you're kind of using variation that's in some sense transitory, right? Versus if you use sort of remote variation based on sort of occupational breakdowns, that tends to be sort of more permanent variety. So it may be that you're actually underestimating some of these effects here, because in the IV specification, because you're using that kind of the more transitory, you push some people in remote work and then they come back to the office once the restriction cease. My second comment is, while I'm reasonably convinced that you're measuring remote work, I wasn't so convinced that you got the standard errors right. And I think this is one of the studies that might benefit from larger standard errors rather than smaller ones.
I'd love to pick your brain about that offline. Yeah, that's a great comment. Thank you.
So I might be missing something over here. I'm not sure if you are able to detect if a worker is working at two firms simultaneously. There have been media issues about moonlighting and stuff. So I was just wondering if tracking IP, you are able to see if there's two firms being worked at.
Right. So right now, I guess the way they do it is they assume you only work at one firm, but I guess there's there are profiles that switch affiliation. So I guess if there's a lot of confusion, maybe these are the quiet quitters with second jobs or something. That's a really interesting comment. I've never thought of that. I can ask them because I think the data is retained. Although I don't know for how long, but yeah, definitely. I think that can be done actually. I have to ask though.
Hi, very great findings. So since you're already looking at the demand for managers in the companies, can you look also what type of managers they're demanding? Do they demand more HR managers or maybe IT managers? So that would be very interesting.
Okay, interesting. I'm not burning glass data. But I can look into that. That might be doable. Okay. Yeah, I'll look into it. Thank you. Perfect. Great. Great. Thank you.
Test.
Okay, the story I'm pitching is that as you affect trend should be stronger in the tercile that really in the classes that really require a lot of time.
Sounds great. Yeah.
Having been on the other side of this, many of us, we've got to towards something else, so I don't really apologize.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
And I'm sure everybody's gonna be logged in for this.
You know, we've got a bunch, as you saw, a bunch of emails about why it's fully remote. But I don't think we've taken a view whether it's better or worse. It's a question.
Yeah.
We're back to find out.
Should I start?
We have Raj talking about whether hybrid work is the best of both worlds.
Thanks, everyone. Good morning. And special thanks to Nick for doing all the work in organizing this. My name is Raj Chaudhary. This is joint work with Christus, who is here, but also Tarun Khanna and Kyle, who's a doctoral student. And I'll jump right in. So I guess I don't need to tell this audience that hybrid work is expected to gain in traction. And I put an example from Google, but also one from Ford. So it seems to be cutting across industries and countries. And if you think about the remote work literature, there's actually old literature on remote work in fields such as organization studies and information science. They have been talking about remote work and how it might affect communication, work-related communication. And one of the propositions of that literature has been how it might affect what they call information impoverishment, that remote workers might differ in the information they produce and they have compared to in-office workers. And there's also a recent study calling out work by Yang et al. In Nature Human Behavior, where they studied Microsoft workers and they find, among many other things, that the communication networks became more static and siloed. But this was Microsoft moving to a completely remote setting. And we have a literature now emerging, which is more causal on remote work. So, we have all read Nick's study on C-Trip, which started this all. There's a very nice study by Emmanuel and Harrington, also looking at call centers. And I'm going to make a quick 1-minute plug for our study, which was a pre-pandemic study on the US Patent Office. So that study, which is published, looks at a transition of the US patent examiners from work from home. So work from home was the baseline, and then the treatment was work from anywhere, where now the Patent Office back in 2012 allowed the examiners to relocate to any part of the US. And so the dots, every dot is an examiner. The dots in Florida, turns out, are older examiners. That's a fun fact. And there was a natural experiment here that there's a union of patent examiners called POPA, and they had a month-wise quota for 24 months, 2012 and 2013, that determined exogenously who got treated. So we use that identification, and we find the graphic here shows a pretty consistent 4.4% increase in productivity. The good thing in this setting was productivity is very objectively measurable. It's the number of case files you measure every week. And the mechanism we find in the paper is all about effort, that the examiners were exerting more effort in examining first round revisions compared to 7th or 8th round revisions. So that's this paper. But this study is about hybrid work. And arguably, Nick's paper that's coming after this and our paper are the first attempts to do field experiments on hybrid work. I'm going to tell you about the organization, and this is the question. The question is, how does hybrid work, i.e. the number of days in the office relative to the number of days working remotely, affect work-related communication? And we're going to look at 3 things there: the volume of communication, the sparsity, how many people you communicate with, but also the information being conveyed in the communication. And I'll tell you how we measure all of these. So this is the organization we worked with. It's called BRAC. It's in Bangladesh. They're arguably the world's largest NGO with 35,000 employees, and economists have studied. So I believe Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo did some experiments with them long back. We're going to focus not on the field workers. We're going to focus on the corporate HR workers. So these are 103 corporate HR workers in the headquarters in Dhaka. And prior to 2020, all of them had worked
for 5 days in the office. And this is where they work. It's a pretty nice office. I've been there several times. You can think of this as HR workers in San Francisco or LA or any part of the world. But we worked with them because they would let me run the experiment. So this is the timeline for the experiment. So there's no reason the timeline should start in Jan 1st, 2020. You can draw this back forever. They had always worked 5 days in the office. That was the norm. March 26th, Bangladesh goes into national lockdown till July 5th. July 5th, they reopen the offices, but they don't want everyone back because of health and safety. So that gave us an opportunity to randomize for 9 weeks. We ran lotteries every day to determine which workers would work from the office versus work remotely. And so that's the September 3rd cutoff. We have 35 work days in this 9-week period because you exclude weekends, and there was a vacation for Eid, which is the national festival. And so this is the distribution of number of days in the office for our sample of workers. And what we have done in the study in the baseline is we have 3 categories. We have high work from home, which is 0 to 8 days, intermediate work from home, which is 9 to 14 days, which is about 23 to 40% work days in the office. And that roughly translates to 1 to 2 days a week. And then low work from home, which is 15 plus work days. There's no reason there should be 3 bins. In the paper, we have 4 bins in robustness checks. We changed the bins. Whatever we do, the results seem pretty robust. So this is the main source of data. It's the emails that these workers send. And this is the distribution of emails at the dyadic level. It shows fair amount of variation. And the cool thing is we have not only the number of emails, we have the text of the emails. And furthermore, we have the attachments of the emails. So we have the attachments of every single email, we see the text. So it's about 32,000 emails between the treatment and the pre-treatment period. The pre-treatment period is the lockdown period when everyone is working from home. And we have about 30,000 attachments. And the attachments are things that we send around, so PDFs, spreadsheets, text files, PowerPoint presentations, and so on. And we have them for both the treatment period and the pre-treatment period. The email is multilingual. It's English and Bangla, so we had to run all the text through Google Translator, and I'm a native speaker, so I was able to validate that the translation was okay. So these are some of the descriptives. It's a fairly on gender, it's a fairly well-balanced organization, which is a very nice thing, given that this is Bangladesh, it's an Islamic country. The cool thing was 85% of the people have a master's or PhD. So this is really a sample of educated people. We know ex ante whether you're married, whether your spouse is working from home, whether you're caring for a child. So we can run all these interaction effects. The median days the mean number of days in the office is about 10, and I've shown you the email distribution. So the first question we examine in light of the information impoverishment concern is how does patterns of hybrid work affect the information in emails? How do we code that? We use a recent paper by Sainan Aral and Paramdhilan, where they actually talk about a construct that they call information uniqueness, and they give expression to code that, so we're going to use that. The intuition is how unique is a piece of information, is information in any document compared to similar documents. And I'm going to tell you step by step how we do that. So what we do is we take all the documents, the 62,000 documents. So each email is a document, each attachment is a document. We vectorize it using doc2vec. And then we use an algorithm called Birch clustering, which some of you might know about. It's similar to k-means, but it's computationally faster to cluster these documents into unsupervised clusters. And then the human researcher can assign meaning to these clusters. So one of them might look like salary reports. The other one might look like more policy presentations. And so once we have the clustered, then what we do, and this is the algorithm, if you're interested, offline, I can tell you about it. It's really computationally efficient. Then what we do is for each person, so for Nick, we would compute a synthetic vector, which is the average of all the salary reports sent by Nick. And then we compute for each of Nick's salary reports, how different is that individual report from the synthetic document through a cosine similarity measure. So it's not rocket science. And so what we'll do this multiple ways. We're going to find how informationally unique is each document at a person cluster level. We'll do it at the cluster level. So how unique is a salary document compared to all other salary documents? And everything is robust to whichever way we do this. So the other question that comes always in these talks is, okay, you found this information uniqueness measure. How do we know it's useful? That the more unique documents are useful. So what we did for that is we took a random subsample of these documents and we asked the senior most HR manager to code them on a scale of 1 to 5 on usefulness. And we find a strong positive correlation between usefulness and novelty. And this is just some examples of documents that were coded high usefulness, but also high novelty. And so, I'm sorry, high information uniqueness and high usefulness. So what do we find in the regression analysis? We find that the intermediate group, and I'll tell you about the dependent variable. The dependent variable is change in the standard deviations of this information uniqueness measure between the baseline period to the treatment period. So how much more informationally unique is a person's document in the treatment period. And we find that it's about, for the intermediate group, it's about 0.7 standard deviations higher. We're controlling for a bunch of things and it survives. Then we do the sign-on. So this is our method, which is the method based on vectors and clustering and the cosine similarity. We replicate the sign-on-Aral measure, which is actually a simpler measure than ours, because they just do vectors and distance between vectors. We find this a higher point estimate. The magnitude is different. It's about one standard deviation higher for the intermediate hybrid group. And the baseline, the omitted category is high work from home, because in the baseline period, everyone was working completely remote. But there's no such effect, consistent effect for the low working from home group. So in summary, the intermediate group seems to be doing better on this information uniqueness measure. So that's the first finding, and it's robust to controlling for the number, the vector size, the number of clusters. This is just a way to do that. There's something called the Silhouette coefficient in the literature, where you're trying to maximize the inter-cluster distance and minimize the intra-cluster distance to find what's the optimal number of the vector length and the number of clusters. And for us, it's about 8 and 4. And it's robust to a bunch of things, alternate number of bins, alternate clustering algorithms. We've used k-means. We've done this only for the treatment period. We've done it only for the attachments, only for the emails. The result seems to survive. The intermediate group does better. The second set of analysis then looks at how patterns of hybrid affect the volume of emails, but also the number of email recipients. And on both, we find again that the intermediate group does better. They do better than the high work from home group, and then the low work from home group does better than the high, but we have run a t-test to determine that these point estimates are different. So the intermediate groups sends more emails. We're not making any judgments about whether that's good or bad, but they send more emails to more number of people. So here the dependent variable is the log of the number, the unique number of recipients. And this, we also have a robustness table in the appendix where we control for the pre-lockdown network of emails. So how many people were you emailing before the lockdown? And it's robust to even controlling for that. And so if I look at the point estimate and exponentiate this, it's about 58% more unique recipients for the intermediate group. So that seems to be the finding here. And this is also robust. So in the baseline, we're using a zero inflated negative binomial given the dispersion of the data. We've tried Poisson, we've tried alternate bins, we have control for the pre-treatment number of emails. And so it seems to survive all of that. Now, this is a paper about communication, but we get asked about performance. So I'm going to show you two results. The first one relates to, there's no real magic way to code, unlike the US Patent Office. There's no really objective measure of productivity. So we asked the managers to rate the performance at the end of the experiment. And we use some prior survey measures from the literature. It seems that the point estimates are positive, mildly significant for some of the sub-measures for the intermediate group. And then the more recent analysis, we looked at pay growth. They all received a salary. Many of them received a salary hike in January, 3 months after the experiment ended. And we find that conditional on getting a wage growth, the intermediate folks receive a slightly higher wage growth. But we're not making any This is not a paper about productivity. So now in the last 5 minutes, I'll talk about the mechanism. And we'd love to get your thoughts on alternative mechanisms. And we've ruled out a bunch in the paper, but what else we should consider. So the literature really is helpful here. And the literature has said cumulatively that if you're working remotely, there are two competing mechanisms. So flexibility, which Nick and others have talked about, really helps all kinds of work outcomes, but there's the competing mechanism is isolation from colleagues. And I guess the paper we saw today in the morning hints at that. And so if you put these two together, it seems that the sweet spot is somewhere where hybrid would be there, where you get flexibility without being completely isolated from colleagues. Now, we asked the workers, there was a self-reported survey, and it seems that the intermediate group does better on both self-reported work-life balance and job satisfaction, and report lower isolation from colleagues than both the tails of the distribution. So this, we thought was really cool because this is self-reported and this fits the mechanisms that we were theorizing about. What else can I tell you in the last couple of minutes? So there's a new project I'm working on. At HBS, we have to do cases, which I actually find helpful because it gives me data and a chance to run experiments. So this is with TCS, which is a very large tech company headquartered in India with 500,000 employees worldwide. And the model they have adopted is one where they're going to go 25% work days in the office. So each TCS employee will be there 25%. But the neat thing is that 25% won't be determined by the company or the individual. It'll be the team deciding when to co-locate. So some teams could say we'll come in a day a week. That's our 25%. Some other teams could say we'll come. So we live in Connecticut. We can't go to New York every week. We're going to go one entire week every month. That's our 25%. And some other teams could say that we have someone living in California who can't come to New York every month. So we'll co-locate once a quarter, but we'll do a longer co-location. So I think it talks to the team-based approach. And when we come together, they're going to just focus on mentoring, helping each other, feedback, and deep collaboration. And so that's the model. And I'm just salivating to get my hands on the data set in a year on what happens. So that's where this work is. And so I guess just to summarize in my last 2 minutes, this is along with the other paper you're going to see next. This is among the first set of field experiments on hybrid work. We are focusing on work-related communication as the outcome. And we find, at least in this setting, that intermediate hybrid is positively correlated with the volume, the sparsity, and also the uniqueness of information being conveyed in work-related communication. We find these mechanisms that fit perfectly with prior literature, that intermediate hybrid gives you flexibility without isolation. And hopefully we're making a methodological contribution because we're taking the Seinan-Aral measure, but using machine learning and NLP to code it. So I'll stop here. Look forward to your thoughts and comments.
Raj, this is great. So I totally believe the results. I want to push back a little bit on the following. So thinking about technology adoption and different communication methods. When COVID started, before COVID, I never used Slack. And then I started using Slack because I was totally isolated. I need a more efficient communication method. If I was hybrid, maybe I would never use it, right? And it would be great if you could see other communication methods. Maybe actually the information that people are sending on Slack is more unique and more important. You just don't see it because you're focusing on email.
Yeah, so it's a great question. So quick response. So in this organization, there were like 3 forms of communication. One is in office, face-to-face. One is email. And the third one is WhatsApp. And I started collecting the WhatsApp data because that's very prevalent in emerging markets. And then I realized that there were like infinite WhatsApp groups. And so we gave up. But I think the implication, it's a very good point because the communication we are capturing through the email is mostly very formal work-related communication. So, checking on Nick, how you're doing, how you're feeling, that's all happening on WhatsApp. And we don't see that.
Are you able to look at what happens on a daily level, on like a day when I'm in the office? Yes. Am I doing something different? So that's question number one. And the other thing is about interpretation, that I think, hybrid work is including 2 separate ideas. One is I'm in the office somewhat randomly, right? This is the type of policy where the firm says everyone needs to come in 6 days in a month, but which ones are unclear, right? So you have the randomness of who I'm going to see, which is very different from the hybrid of everybody works at home on Friday, but we're all in the office on Tuesday to Thursday. So I feel like yours speaks only to the first one, which is still great, but just like one version of hybrid.
Yeah, so I'll address the second one first. So the co-location variable was the first thing we thought about, and it's a null. We don't find an effect. So we don't find that physical face-to-face is a complement or substitute to email, which really surprised us. And hence we moved to the more individual level analysis. And what was your first question again? Okay, so that I have to think about, but let's chat offline on that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting. I have two questions. First, maybe I missed it, but do you randomize? It's like a cluster randomization that you allow one team or I don't know, unit office to work from home, or is it just that people within the same teams, some of them get to work from home and some do not? And then, you know, because in that setting, if working from home is amenity, then the control group can be actually affected by the fact that they know they are a control group in a sense. And the second question I have, are these people aware that their employer would read their emails and share them with researchers? Because I mean, like, I'm European, so for me, like, the privacy stuff here is just, you're jailed for that in Europe, frankly. So I'm really aware, I'm really interested in that, because if these people are aware, then they may change the content of the email, move more of informal stuff to this infinite WhatsApp group and leave the formal stuff in the emails.
So both great questions. So quick response. The second one first. During the experiment, no one knew this was an experiment. And it really helped because, you know, the organization, because of health and safety, couldn't bring anyone in. So the workers didn't know they were part of the experiment. But what happened was, at the end of the 9 weeks, then we told people this was an experiment, and they had to consent for their emails to be shared. So during the experiment, they couldn't manipulate the emails. And there were a few people who did not consent. And so we dropped those people from the study. So that was what happened on this.
Thanks, Raj. Really great. You showed us some evidence that uniqueness is correlated with usefulness.
Yeah.
Which means if we take that literally, what you're showing us is some combined effect of uniqueness and usefulness. But do you have a large enough sample of these randomly evaluated emails for usefulness to construct a supervised machine learning model that'll generate usefulness measures for all of your,
we should do that.
And then you could actually tease out the usefulness from uniqueness and their interaction and so on.
I love that. Absolutely. That's a great thought.
Yeah, so I see how kind of subsetting on this dyad kind of gives you a fixed effect, you know, to control for pairwise communication. But I'd be really interested to see how the network structure of the email communication also kind of changes over the course of this experiment, right? It would get at questions of like, is there more siloing? Are people more likely to talk to close team members only?
Sure.
And then relatedly, I was curious whether communication patterns differed for people that I'm the same level of hierarchy with, like the earlier question earlier today about how hierarchy patterns change. Is this informativeness about emails I'm talking to my boss with or my coworker? I think that Enron email dump showed that a lot of email traffic was actually between peers, people at similar ranks.
Yeah, they're all great questions. And I didn't address one of the questions that you asked about, did the email, do the results depend on whether I'm working from home or whether I'm working from office? So we just ran that over the weekend, and the information uniqueness results are robust for both. The point estimates are slightly different, so we didn't have a prior on that, but we can do all of the things you're saying. You know, it's a very rich data set. Maybe we can write more than one paper, and if some of you want to collaborate, let's chat offline. So.
More like a clarification question. So your data consists of like hundreds HR people, right?
Yes.
But your emails, do you know the people who they contact with, like they send, or so on the other end of the communication, there may be non-HR type of workers, right?
So we are excluding all of that. So we are just focusing on the within HR communication.
Okay, HR. So yeah, that's my question is, it feels like to me, the HR people, they are kind of not same as other like knowledge workers. They are like more like getting requests from their colleagues. Like I'm thinking about the admin people in my department here. They get a lot of requests, ask for help or admin things. Like, so have you looked at whether the email, the contents of the email, like by their receiver or their sender, like, or whether the email, the conversation is initiated by them, or they're just replying like their colleagues' email,
So
something
we
like
can do that. We have the emails they send out.
Yeah.
We don't have the emails they receive from other departments because we don't have those emails, but I love your idea. We can test whether the quality of the emails are different for within HR dyads and HR to non-HR dyads. So we can do that.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Thanks. So really fantastic paper. One thing that I hear a lot is like the optimality of hybrids, a lot like the task-based, you know, the Auto-Levi-Murnane, that classic task-based model. And you basically take everything we do over the week and you break it into tasks that have to be face-to-face. It's very much like Dingle and Neiman. Tasks have to be face-to-face and tasks that you do individually. It'd be interesting for these workers if you, it's more like a time diary, maybe just an interview. You might have already done it. Like, as for me, like data, I know stuff in Stata, writing emails, presentations are best done on my own, but like research meetings, meeting with students, etc., maybe best in personal teaching. Given you find intermediate dominates, I'm just wondering if you had any variation. Like if you found folks that said that most of their stuff was in meetings and presentations, for them it's better to have high in the office, and people who are coders. Yeah.
It's a great suggestion, Nick. And we have some data, but one you know, at UCLA, one of the suggestions was collecting the meeting data, the conference room bookings, and we can try to address that using that data set. But you know, I should think about that more. Totally agree. I think that's a.
My guess is they're like maybe they're like most office workers. It seems to be, you know, roughly half, and that like hybrid, roughly half is where it's dominating for you. And it'd just be good to confirm that.
Absolutely.
Even if it's a very simple time diary for, you know, a subsample.
Subsample of people. Yeah.
So when you're working at home, do people use the flexibility over what they actually allowed to use, like work at office hours or any of that sort? So in a sense, like one of the productivity improvement features was that you have flexibility that you should.
Right.
Genuinely people work at different times or
So my understanding is yes, and we could look at the timestamps of the emails, but you know, it goes back to what I think Steve said, that the timestamps are not like correlated with actual work hours, but it will just tell you the spread of the work hour. But we can absolutely look. It's something we've talked about. Yeah. Thank you so much, and look forward to chatting in the break. Thank you.
Yeah. So this should be covered. You can put it. Oh, maybe just put here. Yeah, but this shouldn't be covered. This part, like it shouldn't. Sure. Yeah, perfect. This you need to put in cover.
Like this. My voice is high enough.
Let me just put it.
Thank you. Thanks everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about this project. So this project is joined with Professor Nick Long here and James Liang.
And if you could stand.
Oh yeah. Thanks. Yeah, so this is not the first time I gave this presentation, but I realized this is the first time I gave it like offline, like in person. Okay, yeah, thanks. So probably you all see this slide from Nick. We are looking at the middle group, like mostly graduates, knowledge workers, like they are IT professionals or like marketing finance managers, like marketing finance people. And So this paper runs a RCT on hybrid work from home arrangements. Probably you all know this literature from Nick. So this new project extends the identified impact of work from home literature by looking at graduate jobs in creative jobs. And we look at this 3 days on-site, 2 days at home, hybrid work from home. And we also try to investigate the mechanism in terms of the time use, the messages, and the team communication. So just give you some preview of the results. We find huge reduction in quit rates, in attrition, job satisfaction, and the employees shift work from home days to other evenings. So we call this flexi time. Employees also increase their messaging and Zoom meetings, even when they are in the office. And we also find increased lines of code and self-access productivity. So the firm, at the end of the experiment, the firm is so happy with the results. So they rolled out to the entire firm, and we are continuing collecting data so far. So let me talk about the design first. So we work this James company called TripAccount. Maybe you are a consumer. They also acquired TripAdvisor and Bookings. I think no Booking, but that's TripAdvisor. Sorry. And it's headquartered in Shanghai. This is their fancy office in Shanghai. They are basically their travel agency platform. We are lucky that pre-experiment, all the employees are required to be on site all the time, and there is almost no COVID cases in Shanghai. Yeah, so during the 6 months in the experiment, we are very lucky. So the firm decided to adopt this Apple plan, which means the firm choose Wednesday and Friday for you, and which you can work from home. So end of last July, the firm surveyed about 12 engineers, marketing and finance employees in this airfare tickets and IT supporting division, asking whether they want to participate in this hybrid arrangement. So initially about 520 volunteers. Those with old birthdays are randomized into the treatment group starting on 9th August. So James think this level of participation is too low, so he actually want everyone to participate. So then the remaining 1,100 non-volunteers also randomized to the treatment group and control group using the same way. Your even or old birthday. So this is optional. You are not required to stay at home, but the employees are send a contract just to make them comfortable to exercise this right. So this is to the left. This is a screenshot of their company office. It's just like a normal tech company office, where employees sit in team members on 4 to 6 person desk, and to the right are the home working environment, like home workstation photos sent to me by the employees. So this is a balance tab. So volunteers are no different on prior performance score on a scale of 1 to 5. But we find that we do find that managers are actually very concerned about it. So yeah, they basically, I think they worry about they can't find their team members. So let's look at the compliance. So the green line corresponds to the treatment group of the volunteers, and the black line corresponds to the treatment group in the non-volunteer way. You see some ups and downs because usually the Friday take-up is higher than the Wednesday. On average, the take-up rates for the treatment group are 55% for the volunteer, and even for the non-volunteers, the take-up is on average about 40%. So in terms of heterogeneity, we find that people live further away and who have a long commute and people with kids are more likely to take up. But notably, we don't find a significant difference in gender, age, marriage, or level, or whether their managers, direct boss are treated in the treatment group. We do find this coordination effect in terms of whether you take up. So basically, this is a bin scatter plot where we request treatment group individuals take up on Wednesdays and Fridays, regress on their team average take up rate. So they suggest that employees deliberately choose to work from home on same days as their colleagues do. And this coordination effect persists even when we control the daily and person-fixed effects. So let's look at how they communicate. This is part of the mechanism that we want to explore. So this is a screenshot of their internal communication messaging system. It's basically like WeChat in China. You can think about it like Slack. You can see that using this internal messaging app, you can also send attachments. So that means usually the usage for email is quite low because almost all the work can be done via this internal application. And this is hourly average message sent over the day. So this echo Alan's picture, like this is really, this shape is really how the tech workers like doing the over the day. So we found that the treatment group sent about 16% more messages than their control group colleagues. This is no surprise. But interestingly, on the other 3 days, where there shouldn't be different, like on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursdays, we also found the treatment group sent about 9% more messages. And this is particularly interesting for Tuesday because the last work from home day is last Friday. And it's unlikely to be driven, the difference on Tuesday is unlikely to be driven by the unfinished conversation. We look at day by day and we find like on Tuesday itself, there's a significant difference. This is on the weekend. I'm going to skip that. And we find that training group employees basically respond to look at message faster. And here we look at, we also find the treatment employees send more messages to their team members and also send more messages proportionally to close contacts. Here, close contacts means you send messages to that person in more than 5 different days in the 3 months prior to the experiment. So this can be concerned because you just increasingly message the distribution of messages just become more skewed, and this may not be the optimal arrangement. Think about in an econ department, the labor people talk only to the labor people, not to the IO and the metrics people anymore. This is no surprise. Like the 2 participating divisions, they increase their Zoom meetings about 75%. Let's look at the labor supply. So basically, to the right, where I plot the hours in the office. So we basically measure their time during their car swap as the company interest. So if we do find that on Wednesday, the Fridays, the treatment group reduced about 3.5 hours on average, their time in the office. And to the right is their VPN time. We find that the VPN time actually increased on all days, even for the weekend. If we compare the 3rd bar to the 6th bar, we find that they are doing more work at home maybe, because they're connecting VPN even on the other days. So here we find the treatment group spent about 66.6%. Sorry, they spent 6.6 more time on VPN, and they also sent 1.6% of messages outside the normal business hours. So to the right is the message they sent outside the 9 to 5 regular business hours. And to the right is their VPN usage on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and weekends. And we kind of assume during those times when they connect to VPN, they are working somewhere else, not on site. Probably most important is performance part. And the firm has a very rigorous 6-month performance review to determine their pay and promotion. So to the left is their performance review for the second half of 2021, which basically overlaps with our experimental periods. And you'll get a letter grade from A to D. It's just like the university letter grade, where A is the best. And to the right is their promotion, should be related with the performance review. So the upgrade is like a bonus, and the promote to the right is real promotion. So this mixed evidence suggests there is no impact, at least in the 6 months. There's no significant impact on the performance. And we also see no evidence of performance spillovers from your teammates, where we regress individuals' performance grade and promotion outcomes on their team treatment ratio and whether they have a team member that also assigned to the treatment group. What we do find is they positively update their expectation on productivity on work from home. So we ask this question: how do you think Wednesday and Friday work from home will impact your productivity compared to working in the office? So in the baseline last August, we find the mean productivity expectation is only about 0.06%, and it increased to almost 2% on the baseline like this January. Both the level change and both the level at the end line and the change from baseline to end line are significant at 1% level. And interestingly, we find this change is no different between treatment and control group. So even the control group control group employees significantly upgrade their productivity expectation. So this suggests you don't need to experience work from home yourself. Maybe you update your beliefs by observing what your colleagues do. We find this regression table shows the treatment group take less non-working non-working days, including taking less sick leave, less absence, less leave for holiday. And strikingly, we find that the attrition reduction is about 30% for the treatment group compared to the control group, and especially for the volunteers who want it most. So the volunteers who assigned to the control group has attrition about 9.6% compared to the control group where the number is only 5%. At the end line, we ask their job satisfaction, and we find the arrangement significantly improve their job satisfaction, especially for the volunteers. So after the experiment end, so this February, the HR board and the company board decided to rule it out when they see the results. They think there's no harm for the firm. So they ruled out from the 2 division to the whole company. And it starts this March. So probably some of you know the rule out, it kind of like stopped by the Shanghai lockdown. So the whole company, after the lockdown, the whole company go back to this hybrid work from home scheme since end of this June. So we are continue collecting the long-term company-wide data. So the work from home is kind of rare in China compared to the US, but the other companies in China also are following. For example, Alibaba now allows employees to work at home every Friday now. And like Tencent, another tech giant in China, they are doing this A/B rotation. I don't know how they coordinate, but I think they coordinate by a team level. So basically, team managers will coordinate which teams go to office each day. So we pick this business trip division and market division as two pure control divisions for the long-term comparison. So yeah, we are in the process of collecting this updated data when the whole company are using this hybrid arrangement. So in summary, employees appear to enjoy work from home. Even the non-volunteers have about 40% take up. And the work from home, the hybrid scheme reduce attrition and the non-working days by a lot. And employees, other than flexi place, they also flexi their working time. Employees positively update on their beliefs, and also the impact performance is small and insignificant. So this suggests the work from home is positive for the firm and employees, and hence hence probably underappreciated ex ante. Yeah, that's all I have for the main slides. Yeah.
Great, that was lots of fun. It would be very useful to construct an overall index of unit labor costs and how this affects it. So you've got the productivity effects, you've got the attrition effects, you've got the sick day effects, and it'd be nice to convert those all, and what's the percent reduction in the cost of producing lines of code or whatever it is they're doing, and then break it down into those three pieces. So that's kind of point one. Second, as to your, the overall value of this experiment, not just the period in which you ran the experiment, but then the rollout to the whole company afterwards. If you could quantify the impact of that on the bottom line of the company, expressed as, something like either relative to overall labor cost or how much it increases profitability, that'd be an extremely useful thing to do to kind of put this in a broader perspective. And then last comment, you didn't say anything about commuting distance or time. I presume you know that. And it would be really useful to say something about how that affects willingness to participate and how it affects performance outcomes. So is it the people who are saving themselves from a really long commute are the ones who are seeing the biggest improvements in performance, however you want to measure it?
Yeah, I think I can double check on that, but I think previously, I don't think I found any effect from people who live further away from the company. Yeah, I should double check on it. And for the cost, they do find so if you Google LinkedIn have an estimate of displacing a created worker. So the cost is they quantify the cost about 21% of the yearly wage or like salary. So the company, the HR team, the company also do their self calculation, and they think that if the opportunity cost of losing a employee, so that means you have to find hire a new employee and also train him or her, and also get him or her up to speed. So their own calculation is also about 20% of losing a employee. And also the tech sector is the tech sector has very high turnover rate. So that's also one reason James want to have this hybrid work from home scheme, because he thinks this is useful for retain and hire talents. Yeah, I think that, yeah.
It was, go for it.
So to Steve, there's one other result, the lines of code we should probably just mention. So recently we got the lines of code data as well, which in some ways is, I don't know if you have it here.
Yeah, maybe in the backup slides. Yeah, so they send about 9% more codes.
So their key output measures, like half of them write code and the other half are like marketing, finance, other stuff. So probably the best output measure is lines of code written, and that's up by about 8%.
Right, but that's only a part of the overall.
I totally agree. So I think productivity is up and then costs are down, which is why for them it's a really easy decision just to roll it out. But yeah, I totally on board. I was just saying there's two impacts, right? There's the output goes up and the costs go down. So we should add them together. Thanks. Yeah, this is fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether this is a very good measure. We should talk offline about this, so because it seems the industry people are more against this measure than us.
Well, this is their internal metric.
Yeah.
This is the thing they track internally.
Yeah.
So I'm aware, like stator lines of code, you could write many lines that are terrible, but these are checked. These, to be clear, these are checked, go in the software, which is a big difference between raw output. So if you write 100 lines of code and 99 are useless, only one goes in and only one gets picked up here, which is very different. So we're not measuring the 100 they write, you're measuring the numbers that go in the software. But I kind of trust them to know their own internal metrics, which is why I think it's good.
One result that I thought was super interesting was about the change in using vacation and sick days, but I just want to make sure I understand what was going on. So is it mostly a sick day effect and that they're using fewer sick days, or is it also vacation?
So the third one kind of blocked by that box. Leave paid holiday is vacation. I think for all the measures, sick leave, just absence and paid leave, they all reduced. Yeah, non-working home. Yeah, so I combine the 3 cases into the non-working days. So your question is which is driven this effect, right?
Right. So
Okay.
sick leave, I can come up with a very clear story, which is if you're going into the office during the pandemic, you're more likely to get sick, right? If you're on public transit, you're interacting with people face to face. And so those who are going into the office, the potential for the control group, they would just have a higher likelihood of being sick and therefore need to take more sick days. But if it's a story about vacation and people who are working from home, they just feel more relaxed. They don't feel as urgent a need to use that vacation time. That's a very different and interesting story if that is what's happening. So
I think what happens here, both the driver for both sick leave and less sick leave and less paid holiday for the treatment group is they take advantage of the Friday. So in the data, I can say they travel early in the Friday afternoon. So that's for the vacation. And for the sick leave is the public hospitals in China are quite jammed. So the treatment group takes advantage on Friday and Wednesday when the hospitals are kind of empty. And I can say they the notes for the managers that I'm going to take 1 or 2 hour leave this afternoon, something like that, without affecting my outcome. I'm going to visit the hospital because it's empty now. Yeah, that's what I guess that's partly what driven this. Yeah.
interesting. Okay, thanks.
I just had a clarification question with respect to that lines of code variable. Is that something that the firm uses internally for compensation or promotion purposes? And if so, does that create any gaming or anything with respect to that measure you're worried about, or do you think that's actually beneficial because it's aligned with productivity as the firm sees it?
Yeah, I don't know how seriously they are. I can ask them.
Neither Rob, the reason it added later is neither Robin or I were even aware this data existed. And we had breakfast with James, and James said, oh, the performance is up for the firm because lines of code have gone up. And Robin and I looked at each other and said, what? This is like data exists. And he's like, yeah, that's our key performance metric for output because it's code. And because they're writing code, they don't sell software, but they're selling services. So it's like the software that lies behind the website. So like, really? And then at that point, we got the data, which is why that code. But I think in some ways it's it's like Georgia's thing about article. It's one thing if you're an academic to write papers, but this is like papers that you both write and are published. So it's like lines of code that eventually ship, which I agree that lines of code is a bad measure if no one's checking the code, but this is code that goes into the software, which presumably means you're talking about Git, actually. It's like check stuff that eventually. So that I think is their key metric, because James talked about this over breakfast and neither of us knew about this metric until then. And as soon as he mentioned it, it was like, please, can we have the data? But yeah.
Thanks. Really interesting. I was also thinking about the children effect, and just something that jumps out of this table might be something where I don't have to take a day off work when my child is sick. So there are other papers, of course, that probably look at that as well. The other question that I had is about the there was one graphs where you looked at both working from home increasing for both treated and control groups in February 2020. And those of us with quarters in Shanghai probably will know that there were the lockdowns that came about. And I wonder if the treated group kind of fared better during that time because they now know how to work from home, and that there might be some, and you did mention that you're going to look into long-term effects. So I think that would be fascinating to see.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's right. Whether the treatment group are more used to it, more better prepared, I think that's what we are going to see for the in the rollout. Yeah.
So quick thought, and maybe it's a stretch, and it's definitely an idea for future work. So you mentioned that they acquired TripAdvisor, and I'm just wondering if this happened during the experiment, because
no,
it didn't. So
pre-pandemic. Yeah.
But even if it happened pre-pandemic, it'll be interesting to study whether the people working hybrid interact differently with the TripAdvisor colleagues, and in terms of sharing information, helping out people, compared to the people who are relatively more in the office. They might be just helping each other, because then you can also stretch it to the other literature and M&A, and how the arrangement of work might be interesting in studying success of M&As.
So now that this policy is permanent, I'm wondering if people are actually moving in response to this policy? Say I can move further out to a bigger and cheaper house if I only have to come 2 days a week.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mentioned this to James. I think he didn't actually anticipate that, because if it ruled out company-wise, that's what I have that's why I have this map in the backup. So basically, this is Shanghai. Maybe you've been there, and most of their employees who are not Shanghai local people are from the nearby cities, nearby provinces. So this is maybe the richest part of China, and there are employees not Shanghai local people, mostly the other cities. So if I only need to go to on-site on like 3 days a week, maybe I don't need to rent a room in Shanghai.
So I didn't fully understand. Do you observe that they started hiring people further out after the policy was implemented, or?
That's a good question. I think we can check that in the data now, but not during the experiment, because the experiment sample is fixed. Yeah.
I understand. Yeah, I was just thinking that you could ask people if they
Right.
moved after the policy was permanently implemented.
I think we are planning to do that, maybe in an interview or another round of survey.
Mhm.
Whether because it's rolled out now, there's no such uncertainty. You just create your room in Shanghai. And yeah, thanks. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Thanks very much. I was wondering whether you expect the attrition to go down when they roll this out across the entire firm. I saw a few buttons on the slide with resentment effects and things. Is it your prediction that once this is rolled out at scale, that kind of result will hold?
We are not sure. What we find after the experiment up to now is I think during this year 2022 so far, there's no significant difference between the treatment and the control group who's still in the company. Like, but I think I talk about this with Nick. After the experiment, there are more selections. Yeah. So, but during the experiment, the difference is strikingly large. Like, yeah.
Great paper. I found intriguing that messaging goes up even in days where they are in the office. And I'm wondering to what extent that is that you're creating. And for example, you send an email when you're not in the office, and that creates this back and forth of an email thread that you have to respond for several days. So there's a persistent effect. The other possibility is that when you are working from home, you're learning a new technology, and then when you go back to the office, things that you used to do in person or communication that you used to have in person are actually replaced by this new tool. And so I'm wondering if you can control, maybe you can look at new threads of emails or new threads of messages being generated in instead of just counting the number of messaging. That could be a good way to distinguish those two.
Yeah, that's helpful. We don't know the contents of their messages. That's one concern, one constraint. Yeah, whether it's new, you are suggesting we kind of check whether it's new conversation, right? Okay.
Robin, if you go back to the impact by days per week, you notice that the pickup is pretty constant. So you're right that one view is they send stuff on Friday, and because they did loads when they were home on Friday, it slowly dies off. But if you look on the day of the week, here we go. You notice the uptick. If you look at the coefficient over mean on the bottom, Monday, that Mondays is 13%, Tuesdays is 12%. I don't know. Yeah, most people probably don't have email chains go for so many days that still 5 days after. There could be some, you're right, probably some of Tuesdays that, but I don't think it could be all 12% was our view. But if we could get access to it, we could actually look at it. I suspect some of this, they just, as you say, change the way they work. And, Jose and I email, when even in the office, you just end up emailing more than you would otherwise.
You may not have the data on this, but I was wondering whether switching from fully hybrid basically attracts different type of talent pool when it comes to applying to new positions, with the idea that whether people are new potential employees are sorting to this company now because they have this hybrid option versus the other companies who don't offer the hybrid option. And then if you can going back before COVID, if you had like data on job applicants, maybe you can say something about the type of candidates they apply to this job, the companies at this job. Yeah,
that's a suggestion. I think the HR team has a reason of people they ask why they leave the company, and they also in the interview they also ask why they want to come to the company. Yeah, that's good suggestion.
And we got an hour for lunch. And
Very cool. Yeah, I'd love to get you a sense on the business side of the business first.
And that works.
Yeah,
Hi,
everybody.
Whatever you think works best.
Oh, it's Rob. Yeah, I can. Thanks. What we do is, okay, everyone can just go around and do the, yeah, we got like 2 minutes. Just the whole group. Yeah, we got a few people to join. So we make them gather and.
Do we want to live stream that?
I think what you people we want.
Like just the.
Have we got the mic?
No, I mean, that,
I just. I recorded it because there's quite a lot of people that signed up to do the presentation. Yeah, so why don't we're 2 minutes, I put you in 2 minutes early. Why don't everyone go around and just introduce themselves again? Because I know there's a few people that turned up. So for many of us, it's the same. Everyone said Nick Bloom on the Stanford. Jawad Aksoi, King's College. Dr. President Oxford. Raj Chaudhary on the business school. Yes, sir. You guys are really such a great problem. Architect technology, sir. Yeah, that's really easy. I told you you're a literature. I'm not,
I'm Maria Barrero from IPAM. E. Davis from Bird Institute. Alan Wyler in Hong Kong. Matt Belvin, our problem solving. Okay, I'll go in from Stanford. I'm Sudhir Shinde, I'm from UCLA.
And I'm Victoria. And my name is right here. From SUNY Empire State College, which is in Manhattan. And
take it away, Victoria. Thank
here you go. So welcome to day 2 again. And this session is about workers, the impact of workers. And in my presentation in particular looks at the impact, looks at dual earner couples. And the question we ask is, so who is doing chores and child care in dual earner couples during COVID era, really, because that's the data we have. But our actual question originally is, so how do people allocate work now that we live in an environment where 2 people might be working from home, he and she, a couple? Do they allocate their work more equally than when they used to work away from home? So what has changed in terms of chores, in terms of caregiving responsibilities? The only problem that we encounter is that there's actually no nationally representative survey that surveys both the husband and the wife in the couple. So the best data that we have is diary data from the American Time Use Survey, which we intend to use here, but we have to impute what the other person is, whether they're working from home or not. So that's in essence, the innovation of the paper is that we will take the same data with only one person answering the survey, and we'll use that respondent's data to impute the husband's data and whether the husband works from home or not. And then we'll try to figure out how they're allocating chores and childcare and who is doing what and how things changed before COVID to after COVID. Okay, so yeah, so essentially the questions are like, how does having a child at home during the workday impact the time that mothers and fathers? Because we've had many days when children were not at school was virtual during COVID. So we can test those kinds of things as well. Yeah, and whether it matters whether your husband, say if you are the wife, whether your husband works away from home or at home, whether that matters for you in terms of how you spend your time. So you got the idea. All right. So yeah, our hypothesis was that parents who work from home will pick up chores and childcare more, so then and may actually work less because chores might interfere with paid work, but we don't know. We have to test for that. When both parents work from home, they may end up sharing chores and care more equally because both are in the same shoes. If children are home during the workday, then mother's time allocation may be more affected, and babies need their mommy. All right. So, and we know the background, how sharply work from home increased. Here I have a couple of different measures of work from home and how it changed using the American Time Use Survey. So I haven't seen it here yet, and actually somebody mentioned it yesterday, right? But this is based on how many, the share of 4-hour work days. Work day is at least 4 hours of working. That's a work day. And what share of it is spent working exclusively from home, nowhere else. So no, not a minute spent working in the office. And there you could see that the share sharply increased during COVID and then went down, but it's not 30%. It's more like 20%. I know it's 30% according to Nick, but it's kind of like, according to this measure, it's 20%. And you can even zoom into this picture, full work days work from home. And it's more like 20%. Using our sample, I'll tell you what our sample is. Yeah, we do see like a 3.5 times increase compared to pre-COVID versus COVID in working from home. And this is a picture where I use a different measure. It's kind of not that relevant to this paper, but I also wanted to separate out of the American Time Use data on people who work in academia, like most of us, and who have graduate degrees and work in academia. And that's unfortunately a sample size is not that large. So we have a lot of jumps, ups and downs, but even before COVID, a lot more people in academia worked. It's I'm using here the share of all of their hours. So everybody who work in academia, I sum up the work hours done at home in a particular year and divided by the total work hours reported. And that's what I see. So yes, the hours of work have always been much higher than average. And now it's about like 40% and maybe more because again, sample size. So what my takeaways are going to be is that mothers spend less time on paid work when they work from home alone, but not when both parents work from home. Then they work just as much as other parents who work away from home. Mothers and fathers spend more time on childcare when working from home. Clearly, yes. Having a partner who also works from home is the childcare burden, especially for mothers, allowing them to maintain full paid work hours. Parents working from home with a child at home did a lot more childcare. Mothers did a lot of multitasking. So combining, especially having children in the same room as they're doing work, fathers did not do that as much. Women without children also work less when work for pay, I should say, as work for pay and unpaid work. Alone, men and women without children spend more time on chores when working from home alone than working from home with a partner. There are a lot of prior findings on this, which I have to skip. I might return later. But many of you may be familiar with the American Time Use Survey. You have data on people, how they're spending their time based on like from this hour to that hour. I engage in sleeping, and then who is with you, it would be blank, but normally there would be information on who is with you, like whether you have a child in care. So it's like basically all your day is mapped, and we know whether a child was in care during any activity. So what we do, we select mothers and fathers and dual learner couples. Here we do take part-time workers, count them as dual learners, but we do look at the subsample of full-time employees as well. So age 21 to 65 and all with own household children under age 12. So not under age 18, just the younger children here. Like truly focus on parents of like younger children. And the work day is defined as a day where you work for at least an hour. We could ideally take at least 4 hours, but we only have a limited number of observations. So at least an hour. And yes, there was a time during the survey when the data was not collected because of COVID. All right, so we look at different subsamples, and I'll mention that later, and we look at different outcomes. The outcomes are paid work, childcare, FaceTime with children is whatever you're doing when the child is around. You can be watching TV or cooking, peeling potatoes, whatever the child is around, that's FaceTime with children. Household production is, well, your chores. Then we also look at total work, which is paid work, primary child care, household production, and whenever the child is around. So that's kind of like your work. And the share of work, also like supervising children. Secondary child care is when a child is playing computer games, but you might be working, but you're still kind of engaged in secondary child care because the child is in care. So okay, so what we see, these are average numbers. I'll skip. This is father's day before COVID and during COVID, working from home and away from home. So we have fathers during COVID working from home. It's a straight line. What do we see compared to, let's say, working from home pre-COVID? I guess your work day maybe was more spread out, so working from home during COVID, but I kind of focused on the evening. Your father spend time with, oh no, that's work day. This is time with children. So you're kind of like focusing on certain hours during the day when you're spending time with children, whereas you're kind of maybe more focused on work during COVID than before. Because before COVID, we can contemplate, we can kind of speculate that before COVID, people would self-select more into working from home, parents, especially parents, when they have to like run chores, run errands of some kind. Whereas after COVID, everybody, so there's not much of a selection going on because people are told to stay home, right? So that's probably the effect that we might see, and we have the same graph for mothers where childcare pre-COVID was also kind of more spread out during the day rather than focused on business or like after work hours. What we also see is that percentage of work hours while also caring for children is increased considerably for mothers during mothers working from home. See that large graph. I know, like this increase, right? And the percentage of the time that a mother spends with a child in care while working has also increased. Although it was pretty high, it's just always been higher for mothers than for fathers. Okay. Interestingly, the number of episodes during the workday and average hours worked on a weekend, nothing changed during COVID. for mothers or for fathers, at least not significantly. There's no statistically significant change. So if you're looking at a typical work from home day of a parent of a young child, we have fathers in blue and mothers in red, work from home day. So you'd see that there is a third peak, especially if you were to only focus on 2020 data, you would see it even better. Like there's a third peak when parents and actually especially mothers choose to work. Yeah, spread their work and allocate it more towards the evenings than before. Yeah, and you kind of, it leveled off in 2021. So you like, essentially like see less of it in 21. We estimate a bunch of models. So this is low tech. This is difference and a lot of interaction. So I'm not going to report all the interaction coefficients because these are regular regressions where coefficients can be reported with a bunch of controls. So instead, we predict average daily hours for each of these categories and for activities on weekday work days. So we focus on Mondays to Friday. So we're not looking at Saturdays and Sunday, although for like robustness checks, we could, and it doesn't change the results. And we focus on gaps. COVID, pre-COVID gap, work away from home, work from home, and mother-father gaps. So that's what the focus. Most of our results have like this format where we have outcomes like paid work. I'm sorry, my bad fingers. Paid work, total childcare, primary childcare, secondary childcare, face time, household production, and total work. And we look at it, whether the difference is significant. For example, for fathers, working from home versus working away from home, this number tells us that fathers who work from home work an hour point or 1.3 right hours less than on average than fathers who work away from home. And then same is true for mothers, right? And then the difference between mothers and fathers is not statistically significant, right? So like we really don't have a lot of gender differences for before and after COVID. So on average, we don't have, oh, that's before COVID, right? That's before COVID. And after COVID, there's a little, there's one difference that's differential total child care have increased for mothers more than for fathers during COVID. And then COVID, yeah, minus COVID here, we could also look at whether there's any like significant results. So that's kind of the methodology in here. So work from home, mothers have increased paid work. This is on the average. So this is not the most interesting part of our analysis. The most interesting part is when we try to impute partner, whether the partner works from home or not. And in order to do so, we have to predict with using Probit, using the respondents' data and using one of the instruments that we have. So we are using the share of workers within the occupation region year cell. So for we're basically using the CPS data that we criticized yesterday a lot, remember? So that CPS question was like for whether anybody in your family worked because of COVID in the last 4 months from home. And this, yes, is not the best possible predictor. We tried to use only 2020 because it had been shown in the literature to be performing better than in 2021, a better predictor. So if we use only, the result is essentially the same. It doesn't change for us in any qualitative way. So I guess, and now my ideas might be, or your suggestions could be that you try using American Community Survey, or maybe some data from like job postings or some other predictor. Could be, yes, and we could then, but we don't completely rely on that measure, because we control for a bunch of other characteristics. So all the controls are listed here, pretty much everything that other regressions control for, we also control for in our probit predictions. And so what we get with this is our initial distribution for the respondent, and we predict for the spouse. We obtain the prediction, and then we select at 0 and at 0.75. So not at 0.1, because they've got relatively fewer observations out there, so the standard errors are large. So at 0.75, and then we consider that 0.75 is the probability that the spouse is working from home. So consider anything above that is spouse is working from home. Now we can compute what happens then, how the spouse's workplace affects how the respondent's time is spent. So what we find is that when one parent, only father works from home, other hours are not affected. When only mother works from home, mother works an hour less, right? When both parents work from home compared to work away from home, both work away from home, none of the work hours are not affected and not changing in any significant way. There's no gender difference either, compared to both parents working from home versus only father working from home. Then father's time is not that affected. And then mother, when both work from home compared to only mother works from home, mother works more. So the drop in the hours work for mother when only mother works at home, right? So mother instead spends more time on child care, doing things, children, and total child care. Now notice that some of the coefficients don't have stars next to them. We attribute it to small sample size. We only have 728 observations across both years, and because we specifically selected work days, weekdays, both partners should be employed full-time or part-time, and they must have a child under age 13. So yes, some things might be more significant if we are to add another year, so next year. Yeah, so production effects are also not all significant, but we do see that when the parent who works from home increases the time in household production, including fathers. They increase the time cooking and cleaning and running chores. Okay, so we do the same analysis, which is with similar results for people focusing only on full-time wage and salary couples, full-time employed. Pretty much similar results. We also try school year diaries, and obtain similar results. Okay. These are kind of the takeaways from this part, is that the gender care gap, the gender chore gap, all decrease when the father works from home, or only father works from home, slightly decrease. When only mother works from home, mother does more of both, so they slightly increase, slightly, but to some extent. When both mother and father work from home, compared to not working from home, both of them, then the gaps decrease. So I guess in the future, that includes working from home, the gender gaps will be lower. Both mother and father work from home, then we don't see much of a change. We have a whole part of the paper where the child home is also where versus child not home is observed. We observe it by looking at the parental time use, if they interact with the child in any way, for at least 5 minutes between, let's say, 9 a.m. and 2 p.m., then the child is home, and then we look at then what happens to the parent's day, and see who spends more time on child care. See that adding a parent doesn't, let's say, when the father works from, let's say, a secondary child care, let's the total child care when only one works from home, that when the mother also works from home, that the father spends, like, having a mother around basically relieves the burden for fathers, but having a father around, it doesn't really relieve the burden for mothers, at least not that much. That's what you'll see if we have more time. Was it dual learning couples with children under 18 showed similar results in before and after COVID, but okay. And the summary of findings that the pandemic increased the demand for household provided child care, that primary care gap for mothers increased, so work from home versus not, and all that stuff that you saw. And maybe I should stop because questions, right? Okay.
So we probably have time for 1 or 2 really quick comments and questions.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. So I'll try to be fast. One question I had is maybe part of what you're picking up is the effect of school closures, since you're using the CPS variable that be correlated with lockdowns. The kids come home. Part of what makes me think that maybe what's going on is the importance of the secondary childcare. That might be older kids. I have a 3-year-old and a 9-month-old. If I go to another room, they follow me. That's, it's no option to do secondary childcare there. One alternative you could use is you could use the ACS remote measure. I think that's kind of a more permanent remote variation. You can use that to predict the probability of work from home. You could see what the results look different on that dimension.
Should we just collect a few more comments and maybe you can chat offline? Anyone else?
It would be very cool to see where this is coming from, right? Is this coming from self-care? Is this coming from leisure or other productive activities? That if you can see that, might be fun.
Great. And I had a question that's kind of related, actually, if you broke it down by like various demographics, like education level, I don't know your immigration status, like age. You'll be interested as to which type of people there's differences and gaps is coming from us.
Mhm.
You want to respond? Tony?
Oh yeah, I'm collecting suggestions. Come on, I'm writing down. What else we can do? What else is interesting?
The other question, Terry, just at the beginning, comparing ATIS to other measures. One thing is I think they're measuring different things. Another is the sample. I just know that we look at the 20 to 54 that earned $10,000 more last year. Both of those are important because teenagers tend to not work from home. And people that earn low amounts tend not to work from home. So they may both be right, but they're just different. I'm just kind of interested if you looked at 20 to 64 that basically full time, because we picked them back. We know from the CPS if you're earning $10,000 more, you're basically full time. We looked at full time 20 to 64, but that's not right or wrong. It's just that sample you could vary. I was kind of interested what you found out. Because the ACS data is really good, but certainly not the ACS data.
Mhm. Yeah, but we are looking at not necessarily full time, but 21 to 65. So you're saying full time. or the,
We just defined it, we don't know the status, we just defined it to earn $10,000 for the last year, which is, I agree, it's not great, it's not perfect by any means. If you know that they're full time, that's even better. There's various ways to define it.
mhm. Okay. All right,
Thank you
so
so much.
next.
Great.
Yeah. I walked away.
The full team, yeah.
Thanks. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to share some research here with all of you, and I'm looking forward to your feedback. The title of the project that I'll be presenting today is Speak Up or Stay Silent: Impact of Remote Work on Worker Mobilization. And this project is co-authored with my fabulous collaborator, Ayan. So the starting point for this project is that while there's a growing body of research on remote work, a lot of research has focused especially on outcomes that are particularly important from the employer's perspective. So on the one hand, we now see that remote work increases productivity, with several studies beginning to highlight that when workers work from home, they're often more productive. On the other hand, we're also seeing that remote work sometimes reduces creativity and collaboration in teams, with some studies showing that virtual meetings generate fewer ideas, and some other studies highlighting the collaboration toll of remote work. Now, while employers are grappling with these trade-offs, apart from a few key exceptions, there's broadly a dearth in research on remote work from the employee's perspective. And taking this employee perspective is really important. Taking this into consideration is really important because we've also seen the data that workers are quitting their jobs or reshuffling across jobs at higher rates. Now, going back to Hirschman, 1970, one of the most fundamental drivers of employee retention is whether or not they can express voice in the workplace and collectively mobilize to address their grievances. And in fact, there is a long-standing industrial relations literature on collective mobilization that defines this as joint efforts by workers aimed at creating change in the workplace. And studying this outcome of collective mobilization is incredibly important for a few key reasons. Firstly, just from a justice perspective, we want to empower workers with the ability to express voice in the workplace. Secondly, when workers express voice, they're often happier, and happier workers are more likely to be retained in the workplace. And happier workers are also often likely to contribute to better organizational performance. Now, scholars who've studied collective mobilization have highlighted that collective mobilization can take a few different forms, such as employee petitions, joining worker unions, and speaking directly to management. However, when it comes to the idea or the effect of remote work on mobilization, there hasn't been a lot of focus or attention in the research to this question. And the rare op-ed on this topic is not very optimistic, with one article suggesting that expanding remote work won't inherently empower workers, it could do the opposite. Now, in this project, we're trying to address this important gap in the literature by asking the question, how does remote work affect worker collective mobilization? So before I move on, let me give you a quick preview of our theory. We argue that remote work decreases worker collective mobilization. And we further posit that one important mechanism underlying this decrease is reduced solidarity in remote teams, where solidarity is the idea or the extent to which a worker feels a bond with their fellow co-workers. So just to give you a sense of our method, we ran a field experiment in the form of a one-week internship, where we randomly assigned workers to work in person or remotely. We had Confederates embedded in individual teams instigate mobilization about workload and pay, and we then measured mobilization as Confederate support as well as organic mobilization on other topics. So across the remote and the in-person conditions, we had consistent management and team structure, pay, and the work tasks were also held constant across the different conditions. So just to quickly preview our findings, when we look at in-person workers over the course of 1 week, we found that an in-person worker on average mobilized 2 times over the course of the week. But this almost quartered for remote workers who mobilize about half a time over the course of the week. And I hope to unpack these findings as I go through the rest of the talk. So for the rest of the talk, I'll first focus on the literature that we situate our research in and our key theoretical predictions, then describe our experimental design, then lead into our findings, and finally conclude. So starting with the literature review, as I mentioned earlier, there's a growing focus on research studying the effects of remote work on organizational outcomes, particularly individual and team performance type outcomes. There's been several studies investigating the effect of remote work on worker productivity, most of them documenting positive effects. We've now heard a few times about the study by Bloom and colleagues studying Ctrip, the large Chinese travel agency. They randomly assigned workers to work from home and in-person work, finding that the work from home employees were more productive. And these findings have been corroborated in other studies as well. There's other research investigating the effect of remote work on team performance, and several of these studies find negative effects. For example, one study by Hines and Mortensen studies the R&D arm of a firm in the natural resource extraction industry. And this was an observational study where they observed R&D teams being restructured to incorporate distributed work, and they found that distributed work led to greater self-reported task conflict. And similar negative findings have also been corroborated in other studies. Now, while these studies have been incredibly important, and these studies focus on the outcomes of individual and team performance, a common theme that all these studies highlight is how remote work leads to fewer free spaces. Now, free spaces is a sociological term that's defined as areas that are isolated from the direct observation of defenders of the status quo and allow for interaction among reformers apart from daily work. So free spaces could include places like break rooms, bathrooms, water coolers, where workers can speak to their fellow workers in a casual and comfortable environment about anything that they want to talk about away from the gaze of management. Now, sociological research has highlighted that free spaces are incredibly important for facilitating mobilization, specifically to the mechanism of building solidarity. So for example, one study highlights how free spaces in the form of religious festivals enabled native soldiers to mobilize against the British Army. Another study highlights how lunchroom conversations that are often filled with humor enabled workers in an iron plant to build solidarity with their co-workers and then go on a wildcat strike against their employer. However, in the context of remote work, we really begin to see a reduction in free spaces. So for example, one article says remote work is by definition atomized. How can you develop the kind of culture and identity that is forged through day-to-day interaction when you never see each other? So building on these ideas, we come up with 2 key hypotheses in our study. The first is that in-person workers are more likely to collectively mobilize than remote workers. And secondly, that in-person workers are more likely to collectively mobilize because they have more solidarity with their co-workers. So having discussed our hypotheses, let me jump right into our research design. So we designed a field experiment in the form of an internship. The subjects for our field experiment were 128 current or recently graduated college students. Each subject participated in a 6-day-long internship just this past summer. We ran 3 sets of internships over 3 weeks this past summer. The location for the internship was Kolkata, India. The key treatment was random assignment at the worker level to an in-person or remote work condition. The key outcome that we were interested in is measuring the number of times that they collectively mobilized. And we collected data through managerial observations and employee surveys. So how do we recruit our subjects? We recruited them through job site ads and placing ads with college internship placements. And we advertised the position as a research analyst. The postings did not mention whether work would be in person or remote. And we screened the candidates for a basic set of requirements, like just the completeness of their application and their availability on the dates that we were planning the internships. So the internship structure was as follows. The task entailed data entry of non-digitized Indian census data. The goal that we suggested to workers was to complete one booklet of data over the course of the week. We paid workers, so we promised them a base pay of 2,500 rupees. And we also said they could earn up to another 2,500 rupees as a discretionary performance incentive that would be subjectively evaluated. The work timings were 9 to 5, and workers were assigned to teams of 4 to 5 team members with at least 2 women per team. Now, subjects were now randomly assigned to fully in-person or fully remote teams. Each of these were supervised by a manager. So for our study, we hired 2 managers. Both of them were women, about the same age, and had master's degrees. And each of them were responsible for supervising some in-person and some remote teams each week that we conducted the internships. So the managers held daily mandatory team level check-in meetings at the start of each day. They also held optional office hours where workers could come and chat about anything that was bothering them or any questions that they had. They also answered questions posed by any of the workers, and they also helped us track mobilization data. No, so the first condition was in-person work, and this is what it looked like. So the physical environment for workers assigned to this condition was that they would work in a co-working building where each team occupied a 6-seater office and they were sitting around a conference table. Managerial communication here took the form of in-person check-ins and office hours, as well as asynchronous communication with the manager over email or Slack. In terms of intra-team communication, in-person interaction was facilitated in the office, as well as through free spaces like the break room, where they could talk to one another. And there was also offline interaction via public and private Slack channels, as well as WhatsApp. So the other condition was a remote work condition. So here workers work from home. Here, managerial communication still had the check-ins and the office hours that now took place via Google Meet, as well as the asynchronous communication via email and Slack. And intra-team communication here did not incorporate the free spaces, but was mostly restricted to offline interaction via public and private Slack channels and WhatsApp. Now, a key aspect of our research design was to hire confederates. So we embedded one confederate in each team. These confederates had backgrounds in acting or theater. So these confederates went through a 2-day training process where we had them engage in role play exercises to learn how to blend in with the rest of their teammates. They also received a detailed manual with written instructions and scripts, and they were unaware of our hypotheses. So one of the key things that the confederates did is that they instigated 2 rounds of mobilization via private team level WhatsApp groups. Now, what were these mobilizations? So the first mobilization took place on day 3 of the internship and pertained to the workload, where the confederate would ask their teammates if they wanted to join the confederate in speaking to the manager to reduce their workload. So they said something like, do you think you can finish this in 5 days? I think I'm going to meet the manager during office hours to discuss how to be more efficient and see if she's open to negotiating our targets. Do you want to join? I think meeting her together as a team is a good idea. The second instigation happened on day 6, and this pertained to performance pay. So on the morning of day 6, managers informed all interns that they would uniformly earn a performance pay of only 500 rupees out of the possible 2,500 rupees. And so here the confederate expressed disappointment about hearing this news and instigated their teammates to join them in signing a petition. So the confederate said, hello, did you all receive a message from the manager about the performance pay? I got a message where it says, apart from the basic pay of 2,500, I'll be given performance-based pay of only 500, in total 3,000. I don't think this pay is fair. I'm going to write to the manager about this. If you guys want to join, please feel free to sign the petition that I'm thinking of writing. So just to give you a sense, this is one example of mobilization. This is an in-person team that mobilized during office hours and brought a grievance to the manager. This is another example of mobilization in the form of a signed petition, where Team 21 wrote in their own words that this was a petition voicing their concerns that they had. So just to be clear, we assembled a worker level data set where our key treatment variable was a dummy that took the value of 1 for an in-person worker and 0 for a remote worker. We had 3 key dependent variables. The first is what we're calling experimental collective mobilization. So this is a dummy that took the value of 1 if a worker participated in any collective mobilization in response to a Confederate initiated instigation. The second variable is organic collective mobilization, which is also a dummy that took the value of 1 if a worker participated in a collective mobilization without instigation. And here it's worth mentioning that we understand collective mobilization as any mobilization attempt that had at least 2 members from the team. And we also have a variable for total collective mobilization, which is the sum of all collective mobilization instances. Now, in order to test our second hypothesis about the mechanism, we also collected data on solidarity that workers felt with their teammates. This was collected through a self-reported measure in an employee survey that happened at the end of the internship. This was a 1-item scale where the workers responded to the statement, "You had solidarity with your coworkers," on a 10-point Likert scale. Now, in addition to these outcome variables, we were also interested to see if collective mobilization had consequences for other outcomes that one might care about in the organizational context. So we also collected data on attendance, which we measure here as the likelihood of attending the mandatory check-in meetings. We collected data on productivity, which we measured as the total number of rows of data entry completed. And we also collected data on voice, or the extent to which a worker felt that they could express voice in the workplace. And we measured this using a 3-item social psychological scale from a classic paper in the social psych literature by Burris et al. 2013. So hopefully with that understanding of our research design, let me jump into our findings. So let me start with some descriptive statistics. 56% of our sample was men. 49% of workers were assigned to the remote work condition. The likelihood of experimental Confederate instigated collective mobilization was 60%, and the likelihood of organic collective mobilization was 18% on average. Now, one thing we wanted to make sure was that our randomization occurred successfully. And what we see to our relief is that workers assigned to in-person and remote conditions look remarkably similar on a variety of different dimensions. None of the differences on these dimensions were statistically significant. Now, one of the first questions we wanted to ask then is, what is the effect of remote work on experimental instigated mobilization? Now, here what we see is that in-person workers had an 80% likelihood of participating in some collective mobilization that was initiated by the Confederate. Now, in contrast, for remote workers, this halved, and they were only 40% likely to participate in a Confederate-initiated mobilization attempt. Our second key question was the effect of remote work on organic mobilization. And here the findings were really interesting, where in-person workers were 35% likely to also participate in organic mobilization. But remote workers, actually, among remote workers, we saw no attempts of organic mobilization. We can also test these results in a regression format where we cluster our standard errors at the team level and add additional controls. And what we find is similar to what I showed you in the bar charts, which is that in-person workers are more likely to mobilize in response to Confederate instigations, more likely to mobilize organically, and had a greater number of mobilization attempts. So hopefully that provided you with some confidence in our first hypothesis that in-person workers collectively mobilize more than their remote work counterparts. Moving on to our second hypothesis, which is around the mechanism of solidarity. So in order to test this hypothesis, we rely on our self-reported solidarity measure. And what we find is that in-person workers report feeling a lot more solidarity with their teammates. And furthermore, that the collective mobilization attempts were concentrated among in-person workers who especially reported high levels of solidarity. We can also see this in a visual format where this chart is restricted to the in-person workers. And what we see is that as an in-person worker reports a higher level of solidarity, they're more likely to collectively mobilize. So hopefully this convinces you, at least provide some evidence in support of our second hypothesis that a key mechanism underlying our main effects is that in-person workers feel greater solidarity with their teammates. Now, our final piece of analysis was to look at the implications of collective mobilization on productivity, attendance, and voice. So in order to investigate this, we use an instrumental variable strategy where we instrument for levels of collective mobilization with our treatment status. And what we find is that greater collective mobilization seems to be associated with lower productivity, greater feeling of voice, and greater engagement. So with those findings, let me quickly conclude. We find support for both our hypotheses. We find that in-person work increases collective mobilization. We find support for the key mechanism of solidarity. And we also find other implications with greater voice and attendance among in-person workers, greater engagement in general, but perhaps at the cost of productivity. We believe that these findings make some important theoretical contributions by bringing together the literatures on remote work and collective mobilization that haven't thus far been in conversation. So we draw attention to an important outcome of collective mobilization, show that this varies by in-person versus remote work, and also draw attention to the solidarity mechanism. We also believe that these findings offer some important policy implications as we think about the future of work. To the extent that remote workers exert less collective mobilization, we might expect to see less collective action, more dissatisfied workers, and less unionization. So if I had to leave you with one thought, it's that the next time you see an article about the Great Resignation or Great Reshuffle, it's worth remembering that one reason we might be seeing this is perhaps if workers are dissatisfied and in the remote work context, they're not able to express voice, that might be one of the reasons that they are quitting instead. Thank you very much.
I have some questions and I'll take the privilege of being moderator to ask the first one. So very interesting study, but I was thinking of a potential confound or maybe an alternative explanation that there might be systematic differences in how satisfied the remote and in-person workers are with the work arrangement.
Yeah.
Because the remote workers are not commuting, they're not sitting in a room with colleagues all day. And maybe that's also correlated with their solidarity measure that we are all suffering together. And one way to control for that would be to control for any measures of job satisfaction that you have. But maybe there are other ways to tease commute time, maybe, but that's just one.
So we did collect data on job satisfaction. We just, since we ran it over the summer, it's been a rush to get this together. But we have that data and we are hoping to look at whether there's variation in satisfaction.
This was really unique and creative. It was fun. This isn't a fully fleshed out thought, but when I think of formal mobilization, so unions being established in the United States, historically, for the private industry, the occupations that end up being unionized are not the ones that are more likely to go through remote work or move to remote work. And I don't know what that means. Like, why are those jobs, I think part of the answer is that the jobs that tend to mobilize are because they're in person and there's safety hazards. And so that explains like some of the difference in the historical patterns of unionization, but is it also a matter of, these kind of white collar remote work types just aren't as interested in or have as much of a need for that collective movement. And I don't have exactly a question, but these are the sort of thoughts that your presentation elicited, and I think it's really interesting.
Thank you. So I think that's globally, unionization rates have been lower among white collar work, and that's something that the union leaders often, it's like a problem that they haven't sort of been able to crack. I just think that what the literature suggests is that the forms that collective mobilization and voice take as a result look different in the white collar versus blue collar context, where the blue collar workers might immediately think of joining a union because that's more accessible to them, but a white collar worker might think about going up and speaking to management, petitions, protests, and so, but I think you raise an interesting observation. Thank you.
Thanks. An interesting study. I guess the one question that keeps recurring to me as I listen to you talk is mobilized to what end? And Sort of sounds like you view mobilization as a good outcome in itself, but maybe I'm misreading what you're saying. And it's easy to think of examples where workers can mobilize to not so good ends. So one that I remember is I worked in a grocery store during college, and there were definitely some employees who were trying to mobilize coworkers to work more slowly. Why? Because we were evaluated partly based on relative performance. So if we all agreed to work more slowly, then we'd all have to put forth less effort. So that's just one thing that come to mind. The second point is, I'm trying to put your results in your study in the context where employers have an incentive to cultivate forms of motivation, of mobilization that are likely to improve the performance of the firm. You can also imagine settings, and this may be true in your setting, that employers can have incentives to repress forms of mobilization that undermine their ability to control the workforce, okay, in more oppressive environments. So I don't quite know what to make of your results taken in isolation of the employer's incentives to either cultivate or repress certain forms of mobilization.
So some of the research highlights that mobilization is often very useful for employers because you learn about employees' grievances and it can lead to greater organizational performance. I'm sure there are instances, though, like the ones you mentioned, where even in our study, I mean, the in-person workers were less productive. So, so because they're spending some time talking to each other and mobilizing, so that's taking away from time that they could do on that they could spend on work. So I would say the broader question of whether mobilization is good or bad might be slightly normative, but it feels like it's a way for organizations to learn about issues that workers have and offers them opportunities to be able to address those issues before workers just quit or they develop a bad reputation or something else. So so from that perspective, I think mobilization, even though it might have sometimes negative consequences, on the whole could be good. At least and immobilization sounds like a stronger term. I think a weaker version of that is giving workers voice, creating environments where they might be comfortable to raise issues with their managers.
So very, very interesting. So I was wondering, like, instead of solidarity, do you think it's also a problem of information, like almost like prisoner's dilemma? If we're working from home, we're the prisoner in the prisoner's dilemma.
I think that's another way of saying this, like it's another version of restating solidarity. I feel like solidarity is the extent to which you feel a bond with your coworkers. And if you feel like you're in prison, then you don't have solidarity because
the only one that when everybody will sell you out. It's like, oh, we didn't want that. Like that, but if you're in person, then you can say, oh, you think that's a problem too. And so that's kind of.
So I feel like, I think that story is very aligned with what we're finding or we're suggesting, because sort of what the free spaces would allow is for workers to suss each other out a little bit, which is kind of harder to do in the remote work context, because anytime you want to speak with a colleague in the remote work context, you would have to proactively set up a meeting, or it might have to be more sort of asynchronous or documented. You're worried about like your employer seeing, whatever you've written on Slack. Whereas it's so much easier to sort of quickly check in, hey, like, do you have this, which is kind of, so I think that it's not that far from the mechanism that we're putting forth as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the trade-off between voice and exit here, because what you're kind of highlighting is that, well, workers have less voice, and so they might be more likely to exit. But I guess I'm thinking of an equilibrium in which, suppose there's just less voice in general, and there's more exit, because remote workers might also find it easier to quit and go from one job virtually to another. So these both seem like different ways to help workers' objectives, right? I think you're setting measures this in kind of a partial equilibrium sense, but in the long run, I can imagine workers might just have less voice at work, but they just find it easier to quit and go to different firms. And is that a different, it's a different world? Is it a better world for workers, a worse world for workers?
I think that's well taken. I also think going forward, I would imagine that employers will start hopefully creating some virtual free spaces. So that also might be something that we see more and more of going forward. And that might also lead to might lead to change the levels of voice that even a remote worker has. In our context, it was very stark, but I imagine that doesn't necessarily need to be the case.
I think there are 3 comments. Talia and Ms. So you're going to take 3 comments in there, but I'm just worried about what did you guys go and shoot it?
Oh, I was gonna say, I was curious whether during the pandemic, like also in-person workers in a lot of contexts may have had fewer free spaces, like you don't have the break rooms, like, I don't know if there would be anecdotes about that. I feel like that could help speak to the Great Resignation point.
That's a great idea. Thanks.
I think it would also be interesting to look at the organic mobilization of sort of what are the nature of those. Maybe that's already on your docket.
Yeah.
And then I also, this went by very quickly, but I'm not 100% sure. I believe your exclusion restriction when you're using it as
Yeah,
an ID.
we don't either. We were trying to, instead of having it just be other findings on other outcomes, we were trying to link it to collective mobilization, but that's something that we're also struggling with. Yeah, thanks. Oh, yeah.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. My name is Piotr Lewandowski. This is a joint work with my 2 colleagues of mine at Institute for Structural Research, IBS, in Poland. And as the title of our paper says, what we try to do is to understand whether the preferences for working from home among the workers and among the employers align, among which groups of workers and employers they do align, and maybe among which groups they are rather very different. When we started that project like more than a year ago, there was actually much more discussion about who wants remote work, whether it's workers because the job amenity, or whether maybe it's firms because firms can save on office costs, on electricity, on heating that's going to be important this winter in Europe, or maybe and on coffee because people would drink less in the office if they work remotely. Right now at this workshop, it's pretty clear that we think about working from home as more of a worker amenity rather than something that firms want, but we're gonna basically test that using 2 discrete choice experiments. So our study is in Poland, like both experiments took place in Poland. Poland is a OECD EU high income country, but among the European Union countries, it's one of the, let's say, less affluent. So the GDP per capita would be like Slovenia, Greece, a little bit less than Portugal, that kind of level. And the share of people who work from home, that's based on the LFS, it actually shows pretty low incidence of working from home. But you can see that basically across all European countries, the incidence of remote work has increased during the pandemic. But there is a huge variance between various countries that basically correlates with GDP per capita quite a lot, except for Germany, which is an outlier, which Germany basically likes to have everybody in the office, conditional on the technology and income level. So Poland is one of these countries where are basically not the leaders, but also not the laggards, basically somewhere in the middle. So the contribution of our paper is to run 2 discrete choice experiments to evaluate workers and employers/managers preferences for working from home, which differs from similar papers in the past that focus on worker preferences. So that's our, let's say, the main contribution. We look at the supply and demand side. And we also assess how these preferences are shaped by occupational characteristics, managerial attitudes, and sort of like management quality, but also subjective perceptions and objective exposures to COVID-19, because a lot of working from home has been phrased in the sort of pandemic context, but also gender commuting patterns that's pretty known. So as I mentioned, we ran 2 discrete choice experiments. One was with workers, and that included more than 11,000 workers. The other discrete choice experiment was with employers/managers that included 1,500 workers. When it comes, in both cases, we focus on people who are living in a city with at least 100,000 inhabitants, or within 45 commuting distance to such a city. Why is that? Poland still has a, let's say, for a high income country, pretty high share of people working in agriculture. It's like 10% of total employment, and about 1/3 of the population living in rural areas. And the working from home in rural areas is a different thing, because you can own a farm, you work from home. So we want to focus on the work from home that is more like an urban context, work from home. That was this selection. And also we focus on the occupational groups among which working from home is actually realistic. So if you look at the Dingle-Nyman, that's basically those that have high possibility to work from home. And in the International Standard of Occupational Classification, that's basically managers, professionals, technicians, associate professionals, clerical support workers, service and sales. We exclude healthcare occupations, which are very kind of peculiar also in the context of the pandemic. So let me introduce the setup for the experiment with workers. So we have more than 11,000 people who participate in a survey-based online experiment. These are people who are similar to the survey that Cevat presented yesterday. These are people who are like recruited from the pre-existing online samples. The one that we're using is pretty widely known, widely used in Poland, has more than 300,000 people who are registered there. And we basically, based on the geographical exclusion criteria, let's say, and the occupational criteria, and also we want to have adult population, we basically recruit people to participate from that panel. And each participant, each worker chooses between job offers on 5 vignettes, and vignettes differ in the opportunity, in the option to work from home. We have randomized the number of days we offer. So these were either 5 days fully remote or 2 or 3 days. And also in terms of earnings, where we randomize the differences with respect to the wage that people have declared as the wage that they earn currently. When it comes to the experiment with employers, that's a hiring experiment. So we present 2 candidates. And again, the candidates differ in terms of wage expectations, and they differ in terms of whether they want to come to the office or work at the premises, if it's more of a sales job, or whether they want to work from home. And again, they specify, I want to work in a hybrid mode, or I want to work fully remote. And again, we have managers who select between these candidates. Yeah, so that's randomized. And the balance tables, we have set up quotas for the experiments based on regions, on age, gender, and occupations to some extent, like broader categories. But then we also reweight our sample with the LFS data, so that the structure of our sample is on these observables is representative of the labor market structure in the areas that we cover. It's the same with managers. And we've also, before I move to the results, we've collected some additional to sort of account for non-observables. We ask people about their perceptions and experiences. So when it comes to workers, we ask them, do they perceive COVID pandemic as a serious health risk? That was after the surveys were conducted after the vaccination campaign in Poland, just basically last year and this year. But still, it kind of, as I will show, it kind of matters whether people think that COVID is a serious risk even after vaccination. And also we ask them whether they worked from home before the pandemic, but very few people actually do. And among them, and in the case of the survey with managers, experiment with managers, we ask the same question about COVID. And then we ask about experiences with working from home before the pandemic, whether it was allowed to use in the firm. And also we ask these managers 2 questions: what are their perceptions of, are people working from home as productive as those in the office? And the second question, is working from home beneficial for the firm, which kind of alludes to these arguments about saving on the office costs, electricity, and so on. And also we included a bunch of questions that were based on World Management Survey, and where we basically wanted to measure talent management practices at the firm. Okay. So the first regression we run is a very simple logic model where we want to estimate basically stated preferences, whether people prefer to work from home or work in the office. We control for a bunch of stuff, but the model is very simple. It's just a regression on the probability, on the likelihood of selecting to a remote job or selecting a remote working candidate. And then we calculate the predicted probabilities that people select a remote job offer, and the managers select a candidate who wants to work from home, conditional on earnings differentials. So that's something akin to, let's say, labor supply and labor demand curves for remote workers. And as you can see, like the two main messages here, it's just essentially the demand for working from home is among workers pretty substantial. If there are no wage penalties or no wage premia, 63% of workers would select an offer with a remote option. A higher share would select an offer with a hybrid than fully remote. But when it comes to managers, that's less than 40%. About 37% would select the candidate who wants to work from home. And the other important pattern is that just roughly, it's much easier to discourage people from selecting working from home offers than to encourage them to do that. So if you look at the gaps that are here from the 50% line that we get when the wage penalties are about like 15 or 20%, they're much larger than the increases that we get if we offer huge wage premium for working from home. So it clearly appears that there is a group of people who don't want to work from home. Might be housing, might be personality traits, but it's much easier to discourage than to encourage, and kind of similar with managers. That share when these people who want to work from home, these candidates, the large wage gaps kind of increase the share of managers who accept that candidate, but the wage premium discourage much more. All right, so now I will move to the willingness to pay estimates, which are pretty standard willingness to pay estimates, which are basically the elasticity of substitution between a non-monetary job amenity, which is working from home, and the monetary amenity, which is earnings. And all the values will be expressed as basically a fraction of earnings that people are willing to sacrifice, or that managers, how managers are, or the fraction of earnings that managers expect will be slashed from workers' earnings to accept, to grant that option to work from home. And the bottom line is that the mismatch that I have in the title is actually pretty huge. So we find that on average, workers are willing to sacrifice 5% of earnings for the opportunity to work from home, where managers expect a wage cut which is as large as 40% to accept a person who wants to work from home over a candidate who is willing to come to the office. So that's a huge gap. Then when we look at a hybrid and fully remote, I mean, the results are intuitive. People are willing to pay more for the hybrid than for remote work. The managers are more willing to accept hybrid candidates than fully remote candidates. But even among the hybrid, the gap in terms of this earning expectations is pretty huge. It's almost 30%. So that's kind of prohibitive, I would say, in the wage negotiations. But we have a group of managers, as I mentioned, we ask about these attitudes. So about 25% of managers in our sample are people who say, people who work from home are productive or even more productive as those who work in the office. And when we have that subsample, their evaluations are much lower. And if we look on the hybrid mode, and these managers who think that there's no productivity decline related to working from home, then basically the evaluation of both managers and workers align. That's basically the only group. But again, even those managers who think there are no productivity differentials are kind of reluctant to hire workers to work fully remotely. And I will actually use now this group to do some kind of a, let's call it the back of the envelope, the composition of the overall gap into particular factors. So let's decompose the entire mismatch in the evaluations, which is like 35%, into three components. One, the evaluation of the additional managerial effort that is required to manage, supervise, and also onboard, because it's a hiring experiment, remote workers. The second component is to identify the role of the perceptions how much workers gain from being able to stay at home, because I mean, workers and managers may differ in these assessments, and also the management assessment of productivity declines or differentials between working from home and working in the office. So I will basically do it by comparing the particular effects for particular groups. So let me start with the group with managers who think that working from home, that workers who work from home are as productive as those who work in the office. So for these folks, we should expect that they do not price in any productivity decline, right? So the difference between their evaluation of hybrid mode and the fully remote work, it's basically the assessment, the evaluation of their additional effort to supervise people fully remotely. Because if people do not come to the office at all, then these managers have to do all the supervision, onboarding, everything online. So we find that the difference between the evaluation among these managers who show no productivity, sort of like express no productivity gaps among working from home people, we think that this gap in the evaluation between fully remote and a hybrid mode is like a proxy for the managerial cost that they incur, that they have to supervise these workers. Then, if we compare the hybrid mode for, again, the same group of managers and the evaluations among workers, then that's like a 7 percentage points difference. That's basically, we claim, the difference in the assessment how much benefit working from home brings to workers. Like workers say it's like 7%, and managers think no, it's better, it's double that. But it's still 7 compared to 17 is small. And the rest, which is like 11.5, we attribute that the 11.5 is like the managerial, the assessment of the productivity decline for across all the managers. So that's the average manager believe that workers who work from home are by 10% less productive than those who are in the office. We don't measure productivity. That's basically the manager's assessment. They might be wrong, but basically what they show. Okay, now I will move to some other heterogeneities, which are kind of intuitive and kind of counterintuitive. Let me start with a counterintuitive to some extent. So we split these willingness to pay estimates by occupational groups, focusing on non-routine analytical occupations, non-routine personal, and routine occupations. Author Levy-Murnane, author Acemoglu, 2011. Everybody knows that. We find that people who are in, the workers who are in particular in non-routine personnel have a higher willingness to pay than those who are in routine jobs. Managers are most willing to hire people in non-routine analytical, then non-routine personnel, then routine. Why I find a little bit counterintuitive. If we go back a dozen of years or so to the discussion of which jobs are offshoreable, Blinder-Kruger paper, which compared various measures of offshoreability, then people who are in routine, in particular routine cognitive jobs, were perceived as offshoreable jobs. And even in country in Poland, like 300,000 people work in shared service centers, like do the payroll for multinational corporations. So these jobs, in principle, are supposed to be performed remotely because they were offshore to India or in Poland. But suddenly, when we talk about granting workers the right to work from home, the managers behave like it's a perk for higher skilled workers, rather than just a feature of if you just calculate payroll for the entire company or do invoice processing, doesn't really matter. So I think that's something which is counterintuitive, because against the grain of how we thought about tasks in these jobs in the past. And the rest, then the other estimates, when we look at the heterogeneities, the bottom line is that we find that there are heterogeneities among workers, depending on first gender, second commuting time, and third having children. But none of these effects none of these factors are reflected in the valuations of managers. So people who have longer commuting right now are more willing to pay for working from home than those who have short commuting. And these estimates, basically, the difference between 7.5 and 4, which we have here, align very well with like pre-pandemic estimates, what of the value of time people spend on transport, on basically on commuting is very similar, equivalent to like 50% of your hourly wage. An hour of commuting is valued at the 50% of your hourly wage. But among managers, it doesn't really matter. Even surprisingly, yeah, I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's declining, but it's not significantly different from each other. And interestingly, intuitively, we find that women are more willing to pay and sacrifice a higher share of earnings for the working from home option than men, especially for hybrid. But again, on the employer side, we don't see the gender of the candidate really matters, which might be a good thing in a sense, if let's say I even say it in a normative way, because some of the pre-pandemic studies show that managers often perceive that, as I mentioned yesterday, that men who want to work from home basically want to do it to work harder, and women want to do it to take care of kids. So the social norm was basically punishing women in that sense a little bit, penalizing them. Now we find that after this mass experiment with COVID, there is no gap. And I mentioned we also find that the perceptions of, the numbers are very small here, but we also find that the perception of COVID matters quite a bit. So workers who even after the vaccination are afraid of COVID are willing to sacrifice much higher share than those who think that we're done with the pandemic. All right, let me skip the robustness checks. So just to sum up, we find that clearly workers' preferences for working from home are much more pronounced than managers' preferences for hiring such people, at least in the context we're in. So we find that there is a pretty big gap. There is a group of managers, often these are like larger firms, used to have remote work even before the pandemic. There the preferences align. So the bottom line, we think that probably quite likely that working from home will be more of a benefit of a more elite firms, more elite workers, rather than widely adopted amenity in the economic context like Poland. Thanks so much for listening.
So we have about 8 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much. The assessment or beliefs of the managers on productivity losses when working from home seem striking. Do we have any information, I mean, where their beliefs are coming from? Do they have any experience from lockdown periods, how working from home worked out in their company? Any information you can exploit on that?
You mean like the striking in the sense of the
How big,
value, like
yeah,
10%?
yeah. How big they assume the productivity loss to be? I mean,
we cannot really like test that explicitly because we don't know really where it's coming from, because we just basically inferred from these valuations. But there was one study of IT workers in one of the South Asian countries, I don't remember exactly, when they basically look at the number of commits and stuff like that. They found similar numbers, that 10% might not be like a very exaggerated number. And there is a cool paper on chess players who were forced to play online, and then their productivity declined by like 8%. Productivity measured what's the like share of errors or the quality of your moves in comparison to you playing in person in the room. So, perhaps it's a specific sample in the sense that many of these firms, we find that there's 25%, well, it's not specific, it might be context. We find that there is a big difference between this 25% of managers who are often in larger firms like multinationals and used to have remote work before the pandemic, and then something which I would call like the mass of employers in a country like Poland, which haven't really had that before the pandemic. And among them, I think that they kind of dissatisfied, which is reflected here.
Sorry if I missed it. For how long did you collect the data? Well, were there at least several months that you had of data collection? Because something I was thinking about is whether those preferences converge at least a little bit over time as managers learn about work from home.
No, the data collection in each experiment took about 2 months, maybe. Well, starting from the first like trials, and it took like 6 weeks probably to collect data in each experiment. It's a specific period of time, yes. But then again, in both cases, it's like after the vaccination. So when it comes to the pandemic itself, there are no big differences happening after we started collecting the first experiment. But it's a pretty compressed exercise in that sense.
In a matching context, what matters is now for the matches formed is how much overlap there is between the willingness to pay, the two willingness to pay distributions. It would be very useful to see some of that. Given how big the gaps are, it looked like there might be very, very little overlap.
Yeah, so I think that the overlap is essentially the 25% of firms, the 25% of firms and the hybrid mode. So that's the overlap.
That's still 14 versus 7 is still a pretty big difference. And
Yeah.
you're showing us the standard error, not the distribution. It'd be nice to just show us the distribution
Yes.
of valuations and to continue there's some overlap that implies some extent of matching. You can compare that to how much work from home happens in the data for the kinds of occupations, the external data, and also what the actual implied wage willingness to pay would be if you say impose a Nash bargaining model on the data or something. So it seems like there's very little scope for trade here, but maybe
Yeah,
that's
well,
not right.
That's probably the one of the main messages. We think that these preferences diverge quite a bit. And actually, if you look at the incidence in the real-time data of working from home in Poland, it's declining for the last year. It's almost to the pre-pandemic level. So it appears that not everywhere the experimentation has gone so well. So we think that outside of the large cities, high productivity firm, it appears that it's disappearing.
So just to add to Steve's comment, I was also wondering whether the right tail of the talent distribution probably always has more outside options, and they might prefer hybrid. So whether the managerial willingness to pay would be different if you told them that this is a very, very high, talented worker, right? So whether.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really go back to change these vignettes, but yeah. But then it probably, in some of these occupations, so I mean, the sample size isn't really that large that we can do it but with very specific IT engineers. But I think that these managers would be quite aware in which occupations the recruitment costs are high, in that sense, because we actually we ask them in what kind of jobs you guys are hiring or have been hiring in the last year, and we show them the occupations from that list essentially in the experiment, so it's relevant, and that's partly reflected in the routine non-routine, because if you're an IT engineer in Poland, as I said, Poland is a big outsourcing country these days and a big startup country these days. So if you're an IT engineer, you're just basically very sought after. So yeah, so I think that's reflected partly the elite thing or being whether they want to attract is reflected in the routine non-routine distinctions here.
So really interesting. Which year was this in? Because one thought I've had in the US since the beginning of the pandemic, employers' views of work from home has just got more and more positive as they've had continuous positive experience. I can't remember, when did you run your data?
So the experiment with workers, the first one was last year, and the experiment with managers was this spring.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I was wondering, maybe give it a bit of time and see whether it changes. The other thought I had, more anecdote, is in Britain, there's been about 1 million Poles that have migrated and now living and working in the UK. And the British views the Poles are like really hard workers. They see them as much harder working than British workers. So I hate to think if this is what Polish managers think about Polish workers, what Polish managers think about British workers. We're truly terrifying how negative they're.
The other thing I think, I mean, a part of the gap that I find personally interesting is this one. So we have these managers. So we have these managers who think there's no productivity differential between working from home, working in the office, and they still very reluctant to hire people fully remotely. So they might actually be. They might perceive that there are additional work related to that. It's not really compensated for by these firms. That first, some firms may prefer to have fully remote staff to save on office costs and energy and so on. But the managers are really averse to have fully remote staff. So there might be a gap again between, let's say, the private desk gains from that and so basically the gains from that go to capital, which is firms, and the costs are incurred by these managers. That's, I think they much more inclined to hire hybrid than fully remote.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we have a half an hour break. Come back at 3 o'clock. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Got to keep me on task.
So our next speaker is please take it away.
Awesome. And this is joint work from Natalia Emanuel. So we started with the question of why remote work was relatively rare before the pandemic, and thus what factors will shape the future of remote work. We're going to address those questions with data from call center workers at a Fortune 500 firm, which was pretty unique in hiring both remote and on-site workers into comparable roles before the pandemic. We're going to be able to observe productivity of these workers before the pandemic, when the on-site workers were in the office and the remote workers were remote. And then we're going to be able to observe their productivity during the pandemic when everyone's working at home. Before I get to the empirical evidence, I just want to frame this in sort of a Econ 101 would say about the market provision of remote work. So in an equal demand and supply framework, the equilibrium quantity of remote work is going to be determined by the intersection of workers' willingness to pay for remote work, which we've seen evidence of is pretty high, and the cost to firms of providing remote work. Clearly that exists on a continuum. There are certain jobs like warehouse work that just can't be done remotely. And then on the other side of the spectrum, there's these set of jobs that are pretty autonomous, where the existing evidence suggests that remote work, if anything, improves worker productivity. And so given that evidence, the social cost of remote work would be negative. It seems to improve workers' productivity to be at home. And so we would think that the efficient equilibrium would be to have everyone have at least the option to work at home in these sorts of jobs. But yet, before the pandemic, even in call center work, remote work was the exception rather than the norm. And so what's driving that lower market provision? One possibility is that the social cost of remote work in many jobs is higher than existing evidence suggests, perhaps without really good management practices and strong performance pay, moral hazard and self-control problems make remote work less productive. Another possibility is that there's a wedge between the social cost of remote work and the cost of remote work to firms, either the true cost of remote work or the perceived cost of remote work. So that wedge might be that firms are just making mistakes, or it could be something like adverse selection, that the workers who opt into remote jobs are less productive than the workers who opt into on-site jobs. And so we're going to use our setting to differentiate between these possibilities. And to understand how we're going to do that, we can think about the key features of our particular data and setting. So a key feature that I've already mentioned is that this particular Fortune 500 firm hired both remote and on-site workers before the pandemic. We're going to observe almost 2,000 call center workers, 344 of whom were hired to be remote, and 1,621 were hired into an on-site job. Then, as you might have anticipated, our design is going to utilize the fact that COVID-19 caused this firm to shut everything down. They initially allowed their on-site hires to start working from home on March 15th, and then they shut down all of the call centers on April 6th. And so from that point forward in our sample, everyone's working at home. Then the third key feature of our data is that calls are randomly routed to those who are on the same queue of calls at the same time. There's 3 queues of calls ranging from the most routine calls, something like, when will my couch arrive, to the most complex calls like, only help my couch arrive, what are we going to do about that situation? We're going to exclude specialized workers who handle calls outside of these queues that might be for very specific types of products or for specific types of customers like businesses.
Then new to this draft, we're also going to have data on how workers spend each day. So we're going to have the number of hours that they're scheduled to be on the phone, and then also the amount of time they're scheduled to be doing other productive things for the firm. So answering customer emails, doing trainings, going to meetings, etc. This is going to allow us to define our primary outcome as calls taken per hour, where we're going to look at the number of calls handled divided by the number of hours that people were scheduled to be on the phone. We're also going to have a few metrics of call quality. We're going to be able to see how long workers keep customers waiting on hold. We're going to be able to see the number of calls where there's a callback within 2 days, which might be indicative that the initial question went unanswered. And we're also going to see average customer satisfaction ratings. These ratings, however, are imperfect. There's only an 11% participation rate, and people tend to be really polite. The average rating is 4.9 out of 5. And as a result of the limited informativeness that the firm has about quality, they have pretty limited incentive pay. So on average, just 3% of annual compensation comes from performance bonuses, with the rest coming from hourly wages. Just to give you some sense of the demographics of these workers, they're predominantly female, tend to be pretty young and with an average age of 34, and many of them report parental responsibilities on a June 2020 survey. As you might expect, the workers who initially chose to be remote are more likely to be female, tend to be a little bit older, and are more likely to have parental responsibilities. So we'll need to account for those differences in our analysis. Also, the remote workers were less likely to be on those queues that handle the most complex calls. There are also some differences in pay. So all remote workers are hired at $14 per hour, regardless of where they're drawn. And then the on-site workers are either hired at $14 an hour or $16 an hour, depending on their on-site location. Our results are pretty similar when we limit to on-site workers who are paid $14. And we can also control for those differences in pay in other ways. We also have some differences in workers outside options in customer service. We can also look at the differences in time use between these workers. So on average, in their 8-hour day, workers spent 5 hours scheduled to be on the phone with customers. They spent another couple of hours on the phone on emails, and then they spent about an hour on breaks and meetings. Those were pretty similar pre-pandemic between the remote and on-site hires, with on-site hires spending slightly longer answering customer emails. During the pandemic, there's a big switch towards emails away from calls, and that's disproportionately done by the remote hires. So having information on these workers' schedules is pretty important for us to draw the correct conclusions about the impacts of remote work on productivity. We can also see some information about investments in these workers' skills and their career trajectories. We can see how much time people are spending in one-on-one meetings with their managers and how much time they're spending on new skill training. So now for the more fun stuff, getting into the results. So here's sort of one of our core graphs. So to orient you to this, on the x-axis, we have the time, and on the y-axis, we have the average number of calls taken per hour. The on-site workers are in blue, and the remote workers are in orange. Pre-pandemic, we can see that these two groups sort of move in lockstep with one another. So there's some influx of calls around the holiday period that trickles off, but throughout they're sort of moving in parallel, consistent with a random routing of calls. However, throughout, the on-site hires are discretely more productive than the remote hires, even though they're taking calls from the same queue. Pre-pandemic, it's not clear what is driving that difference. It's possible that that difference is due to a causal effect of remote work, that on-site hires would also be less productive if they were working from home. Alternatively, it's possible that there's just different workers who have selected into these two different groups, that the workers who responded to an advertisement for an on-site job are systematically more productive than workers who responded to an advertisement for a remote job. And so these differences would persist even once everyone's working at home. So what do we actually see? We see that the differences in worker productivity between these groups narrow once everyone's working at home, but do not disappear. So the on-site hires are still systematically more productive than the remote hires, but the gap between these two groups is significantly narrower once everyone is working at home. So it seems that the initial gap in productivity was both due to a causal effect of remote work and differences in worker selection. More formally, we're going to assess the treatment effect of remote work using a difference in difference design, where we look at the change in productivity around the lockdown for initially on-site hires who are going remote compared to already remote workers. Our observation here is going to be at the worker day level, and we're going to cluster our standard errors by worker. Our identifying assumption is that remote and on-site hires face similar pandemic shocks. And we're going to relax that identifying assumption with a variety of controls. Our preferred set of controls is going to include fixed effects to capture the queue of calls that workers are answering calls from. That's going to include information about the complexity of the calls that the workers are handling, the date and time zone. And then we're also going to allow for different demographic groups, particularly different genders and ages, to have different shocks from the pandemic. We're finally going to include worker fixed effects. We're then going to consider robustness to including information on local COVID cases, as well as motherhood and fatherhood information from the June 2020 survey conducted by the firm. So here, the top panel repeats what we saw before, just zooming in a little bit more so it's easier to see the differences between these two groups. And then the bottom panel looks at the difference with our preferred set of controls relative to the last period when on-site workers were forced to be in the office. What we see when we compare the pre-period difference between these groups compared to the post-period difference, excluding that 3 weeks when the offices were sort of in the midst of shutting down, suggests that remote work reduces calls per hour by about 0.15 calls per hour, or about 4% of the initial pre-period mean. This just repeats what we saw on the previous graph, but looks at what happens when we add additional controls or take away controls. And we see a systematic productivity effect of about a 4 to 5% decline in productivity associated with the move to remote work. And that stability is more marked when we consider the change in the R-squared from about 5% to 45%. These effects are pretty similar when we limit to only the $14 an hour locations, when we also include information about worker schedules. So it doesn't seem to be that there's just fatigue when you have too many hours on the phone. That doesn't make a big difference. And we can also include additional MSA controls. We can then do a decomposition of these results into how much is coming from the amount of time that workers are spending on the phone out of the hours that they're scheduled to be answering calls, and the duration it's taking them to answer customers' questions. Both of these effects point in the direction of a reduction in productivity. Workers spend less of their time on the phone that they're scheduled to be on the phone once they're remote, and it takes them a little bit longer to answer each call. We can also look at our 3 different measures of the quality of these calls. We can look at hold time, the share of calls with callbacks, and satisfaction ratings. We don't see any movement on customer satisfaction. Customers in general got less happy during the pandemic, but that wasn't differential across people switching to remote work versus not. But we do see with the move to remote work an increase in hold times and an increase in the share of customers who are calling back to the service line within 2 days. So these provide some suggestive evidence that remote is not only reducing the quantity of calls, but also somewhat their quality. We can also consider sort of the longer term career consequences of remote work for these workers. So here we look at our 2 measures of investments in workers' long-term career trajectories and their skills. The top panel looks at the manager one-on-one time that these workers have each month. Pre-pandemic, the on-site workers were spending longer in one-on-one meetings with their managers than the remote workers were. A difference which goes away during the pandemic, but they also just stopped having these one-on-one meetings for everyone at a certain point. The bottom panel looks at time devoted to new skill training that's sort of preparing workers for the next level to handle those more complex calls. And here we see that on-site workers were spending systematically more time investing in their future skills than remote workers, and that gap also dissipates some with the pandemic. These differences in investments and sort of long-term skills on-site versus remote are also consistent with the differences in promotion probabilities that we see in our setting and that it has been found in previous work. And so here on the x-axis, we have the months in the retailer, and on the y-axis, we have the percentage of workers who have been promoted into those higher stakes roles where they're handling those harder calls. And so we see that on-site workers are much more likely to be promoted than their remote counterparts. So now we can turn to differences in worker selection. So sort of the evidence that we've seen so far suggests that there might be differences in workers who would select into a remote job than an on-site job. Really productive workers might be worried about the career consequences of being remote, whereas less productive workers might want to hide their lower productivity at home. And so we can return to that picture that we sort of started with and now just focus on the pandemic period when everyone's at home. So everyone's sort of in the same treatment, but there could still be differences in worker selection. And during that period, we tend to see that the remote hires are less productive than the on-site hires. We can sort of zoom in on that period and look at the distribution of productivity for the on-site hires in blue versus the remote hires in orange here. And with our preferred set of controls, we see an average productivity gap of 7%. So the initial productivity gap is sort of 7% percentage points due to selection and about 4 percentage points due to the negative treatment effect. That sort of result is pretty consistent when we add in additional controls or when we take away controls. Again, we can sort of limit to the $14 an hour locations to hold a constant. We can further consider how these differences in worker selection have evolved over the course of the pandemic, looking at the differences across different hiring months and focusing on people's productivity during the pandemic when everyone's working remotely. Pre-pandemic, we see systematic differences in productivity between those who are hired into remote jobs and those who are hired on-site, when the on-site jobs immediately required people to be working in the office. Once the offices shut down, the retailer continued to say that the job would eventually require to go into the office. Remote workers could work remotely in perpetuity. But as the pandemic sort of dragged on, the sort of threat to go back to the office might have seemed sort of further and further away in people's minds. And so we might expect differences in selection to disappear. And so in fact, what we see is that initially the differences in worker selection were pretty persistent, but over time they've sort of narrowed. And so this is consistent with either workers feeling that an on-site job is probably not going to actually be on-site. It's also consistent with potentially changes in stigma associated with remote work over time. So now in my last minute or so, just to wrap up, it's useful to think about what are the market implications of these findings. So we can go back to the initial picture, and our results suggest that the social cost of remote work is higher than perhaps previous studies have found. And then also there's an additional wedge that's introduced by adverse selection. So we can first think about what our results would say when we use the demand curve in Mass and Paulus's work. And our work in isolation would suggest that remote work would be much less common than one might otherwise think. However, much more common than it was pre-pandemic. And this is more so the case when you incorporate the potential savings in office real estate. So when you incorporate those savings, the treatment effect alone would be overwhelmed by the potential savings in office real estate. The selection effect, however, might not be. And so that would still make it costly for firms to have remote workers. But these costs are relatively low compared to workers' willingness to pay to work remotely. And so our estimates would still suggest that most people should be working remotely. if firms have accurate beliefs about these costs. And so we think that there's still quite a bit of scope for firms to be potentially making mistakes that the pandemic could correct. And particularly here, this difference between the equilibrium where you only have the treatment effect alone versus where you have the treatment effect and adverse selection may reflect a dead weight loss in the market. And so to conclude, we asked why remote work was rare before the pandemic, even in seemingly remotable. We find that adverse selection and a negative treatment effect made remote work less productive in our particular call center setting. And we think that going forward, the pandemic could potentially nudge us into a better equilibrium by correcting firms' mistakes, but then also potentially changing the selection of workers who choose remote jobs versus on-site jobs. However, some of these differences in selection will persist if there continue to be more opportunities for advancement on-site. Thanks.
So very interesting study. I already think many of the people in this room have already seen it. I got lots of things, but the one thing that I would really like to see to push on a little bit is to say something more about the heterogeneity of the treatment effect on productivity, because that matters a lot, or potentially could matter a lot here. The obvious way to do that is to have a heterogeneous treatment effect with observables, but maybe you can do more than that with some parametric assumptions. I'm not sure, but I think that could change not the qualitative character of some of your bottom line results, but maybe some of the quantitative results, because instead of these flat lines, you're going to get some lines that might slope. I also wondered, this is a much smaller comment, but you have this March 15th group of switchers who take it up voluntarily, and the April 6th group of switchers who were compelled to switch to remote work. So there's a selection process going on there, and you might conjecture that the group that switches on March 15th either likes it a lot more or dislikes it less, or has a sense that they might actually do okay in the remote work mode, where the people who were forced to wait or forced to do it basically say, I'm not good at working remotely.
Yeah, those are great points. Unfortunately, we don't have data on when people started working at home. We just know those 2 policy points. But the heterogeneous treatment effect point is definitely well taken, and we could definitely do more on that. We've thought a little bit about doing stuff on also pre-pandemic productivity levels. Because that might also be an interesting lens that we could look at.
One thing I think was striking in the first graph you showed is how there's this upward jump that's happening in what looks like productivity, and at the same time you estimate this negative treatment effect of remote work, and as everyone is going to remote, but it seems like overall productivity is going up. So I was wondering whether there's something in your paper that sort of speaks to, I don't know if it is a disconnect. I mean, it's a causal effect that you estimate. So but maybe you could say a little bit more about how these 2 pieces of data fit together.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I should have emphasized this more. This retailer saw a big increase in demand associated with the pandemic as people switched from brick and mortar shopping to online shopping. So they were seeing more orders, and also I think more people were calling in who had questions about their products. So I think that that's what's causing that level shift for both groups. And we see some of that in the previous holiday season, that there's also an increase that just matches consumer demand.
Great. I was thinking we needed a JEL code for academic research and call centers. Just I was going to ask one thing. A few of us were talking over lunch about the interaction between management and remote work, because when people are in the office, you can basically see them. So even if you're badly managed, you can kind of check whether they're at their desk working or goofing off. But when they're remote, it's much more like the cross derivative of management and productivity with remote, I think is important. And so I wonder whether that's a difference. So if I think of C-Trip basically there's 2 big different, well, at least one I know, maybe 2. One is that a third of their pay is performance pay. And the reason they could do that is they have extremely good accuracy measures and call volume measures. They randomly audited 2%, all kinds of stuff. And so because of that, what I wondered is whether in C-Trip folks, because what we saw is when they were at home, they tended to work more minutes, took shorter lunch breaks. They said it was quieter, a lot of positive thing. Maybe it's like Eddie Lazier's, safe like glass paper, that you have a setup whereby it rewards high performers. It's like the Roy model of migration almost. So good people select into it and then work hard and do really well. Whereas I don't know in your setting whether they weren't very well managed remotely. So no one's really checking what's going on. Therefore, low performers select in and they just goof off because there's no downsides. And I don't know whether it's that they're both correct, but one has good management of remote workers, one has bad, and that's the heterogeneity.
Yeah, I mean, the paper earlier was also consistent with that, where like remote firms are like doubling down in their investment in management. I think ours would be consistent with that. And we also see that remote teams are slightly smaller, which is also consistent with maybe them thinking that it's harder to manage people remote.
I was also struck by this increase in call volume, even for the workers that have been remote the whole time. Your demand story makes sense, but another thing I'm wondering about is maybe workers are concerned about being fired. So that, particularly in that kind of March, April period, right, when it seemed like there might be a recession, maybe workers feel like they have to put in more effort in order to avoid being fired. And just as one kind of way of checking that, you show the promotion differences across those two groups. I'm wondering if there are firing differences across those two groups as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. We could also do a little bit more on the unemployment, like local area unemployment sort of impacts. I do think that there were some, I don't remember off the top of my head the relationships, but I do think that they had some predictive power for productivity.
What are they doing now? They got back to in-person?
So they shut down 2 of their on-site call centers, but then they kept the remaining on-site call centers.
Okay, that's really interesting. That's suggesting they think they can somehow cover these, offset these negative effects.
Yeah, which I mean, our results, I think, are broadly consistent with that, like that basically the negative effects are like there but small and can be like overcome by worker preferences. So I think our predictions are broadly in line with what this firm is doing, that they're keeping some set of call centers that are on site, but
Are they changing management practices?
we should ask more about management practices.
Maybe they decide they need better management practices to do remote work.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised to have such a low performance pay, because that would make sense that you basically say you can have a much higher share of performance pay. That's kind of like well-managed remote work is, you're my manager, you say, Nick, do whatever you want as long as you meet your targets. And it's better for me because then I can, if I want to take an hour off to go to the gym or something, I can. But I think a lot of remote work works very well when you have high incentives and good monitoring, and it's horrible if no one's like watching what's going on. Well, it depends. It may be horrible for the employer more than the employee, but yeah, it'd be interesting if they, I agree with Steve, it'd be great to see if they change. A lot of firms I've talked to have changed management practices. There's been a big investment in like HR and monitoring, not surveillance as distinct, but monitoring, like evaluating outputs rather than inputs.
Yeah, that's a good question. We should also ask them what they're doing with like their sales forces, because they have much higher performance pay with their sales workers. So it'd be interesting if they're doing something different with remote work for them.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, yes.
I can see. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, this is clicker. My name is Sumit Shinde. So I'm going to present the worker sorting, work discipline and development. It's joint work with Professor David Atkin and Professor Antoinette Shore. So let me begin. So, so there are perceived differences in productivity of home and office-based productions. And so there is enough evidence documented in literature showing that there's productivity in household enterprises is lower compared to formal firms, larger ones. And often this is seen as evidence to reallocate workers into causal sector, into formal sector, and there's a causality assumed over there. But before we move in this direction with our policy, it would make sense to look at whether there's self-selection at play, and so how much of these productivity differences are driven by different abilities of workers. Also, due to pandemic, we guys have been hearing that there has been an uptake in work from home practices. And so it would be nice to know who are these workers who are actually opting to choose into these new settings and what impact that has on their eventual productivity. So in order to do this, we basically posit that there are two different sources for productivity differences. So first one is just the treatment effect of being in office. So office has a lot of productivity enhancing features, like you work with your colleagues, you have a peer effect, you have access to supervisors. And so the first thing we're going to see whether office is actually more productive compared to home. But the novel aspect, which the earlier paper touched on, which was basically, is there differential sorting of different types of workers? And so primarily, we are going to see whether there is a selection on ability, what we define as basically, there might be positive selection. For instance, high ability workers might find a strict office rule-based environments to be less onerous, whereas low effort people might find it find it easier to work in flexible home settings. Similarly, there might be negative selection on baseline ability, where low ability workers might find office as a status good, and that's why I would opt to work in office. Finally, there is this other type of negative selection that we might see, that low ability workers might expect to have a higher treatment effect of being in office, and that's why we want to go into office. And so we are going to separately think of this as selection on treatment effect. So like a good example of that would be sophisticated workers with self-control issues might use office as a disciplining device of some sort. And the final thing we are going to explore is that whether there are some constraints going on in this selection, so that might exacerbate or limit the selection that we are observing. So there might be cultural and social norms, like stigma for women to work outside home, for men to work inside homes. And so the way we are going to do that is by we did it is by implementing a randomized control trial in data entry industry in India. This was done before pandemic. And so I'm going to briefly talk about our experiment design over here, and then we'll go in depth of research, the results later. So the way we do that is that we gave newspaper ads, and then we, once applicants came, we elicited their work location preferences, where they would like to work. And then we administered them a data entry test, a speed test, to get a baseline of this baseline ability. So there is earlier work which has shown work from home, Professor Bloom's. But one way we differ is that most of these workers were already in the company, so they knew the office norms and all that, and so they might have been internalized. And so we basically are starting with people who have no experience prior. So the intervention was fairly simple, where we ran, irrespective of their work location preference, we just randomly allocate them one work location. And so that creates 4 intervention groups that we see over here on screen. 2 of them we see in data: workers who prefer home and end up working in home, and workers who prefer office end up working in office. These are the ones we usually observe. But novelty lies in basically workers who wanted to work in office but were asked to come and work in, were asked to work at home, whereas workers who wanted to work at home but were asked to come and work in office. So we could not, there was a lot of attrition initially. There's a lot of hesitation against it. But then we incentivized them by giving them bonus pays for all the workers to stick on, and then we were able to get a good observation of all these groups. And so for all these 4 groups, we are going to monitor their work effort and productivity over 8 weeks. So we developed our own proprietary software. All these aspects, like the amount of work they do, hours of work, hours they work, the type of work they do, wage structures, laptops, managers they dealt with, everything is identical. The difference lies in how they use their time. So office workers are required to work from Monday to Friday in office from 9 to 5, whereas home workers can just choose whenever they would like to work. So I'm just going to briefly summarize this paper, the results of this paper. So the first thing is that we find a positive treatment effect of office, which is slightly different than what we have been thinking about so far. So what we find is that workers who are randomly assigned to work from home are 18% slower. 2/3 of this difference manifests on first day, whereas 1/3 accrues due to learning. So there is differential learning in office that is happening. The second thing we see is that there is negative selection on baseline ability. So workers at baseline who are faster are more likely to choose to work from home. And so that sort of pushes us to the other hypothesis that we had, that, hey, it might be the case that slower workers want to work in office because they want to improve more. And so there is some sort of selection on treatment that might be happening. And no, that's not happening either. What we find is that workers who prefer to work from home experience a treatment effect of 27%, whereas workers who want to work from office experience a treatment effect of just 13%. And so partially these findings can be explained by certain subgroups that might be facing bigger constraints, such as workers with children. We have seen this and so far in the conference, workers with home care responsibilities or poorer households. So I'm gonna now get into the findings in more depth. So the first thing we are gonna look at is the treatment effect. So our main main outcome measure is going to be net speed, which is basically defined as correct number of characters typed per minute. And what we find, and then what we are regressing it on is alloc home. Basically, if the worker, it's a dummy variable taking value 1 if the worker was randomly allocated to work from home. And we find that it's 18% workers working from home are 18% slower. Part of it comes from just workers typing less. So the workers working so gross speed, like net speed is decomposed into gross speed into accuracy. And so part of it is coming from just typing less, whereas part of it is a smaller part of it is coming from just having lower accuracy in general. So at home, you're typing less faster, overall number of characters, as well as you are inaccurate. Also, what we find when we sort of restrict our attention of treatment effect to or rather our sample to just include difficult data entry tasks, we find that our treatment effect magnifies to 30%. So I'm just going to quickly show you what exactly these data entry tasks would look like in terms of difficulty levels. So let's look at the the right panel. As you can see, the easy task required them to digitize typeset data, whereas the difficult one was handwritten. And so basically these treatment effects magnify. And similarly, if we sort of include another measure of net speed, where the loss function for error rate is exponential, where the workers are basically incentivized to not make more errors. And so in that case, again, our treatment effect increases. Wow. Okay, so so now we're gonna look at the time path of the treatment effect over 8 weeks. So these are basically workers who were randomly working in office are in blue line, randomly working in home are in red line. And so 2 things. One is that the treatment effect exists across all weeks. And so these are the average speeds that we are plotting. And so office workers are more productive than home workers across all weeks. But then there is also something interesting happening, that there is learning. And so there's this introduction of hard tasks that leads to a big drop in overall speed. But ignoring that, there is learning overall across all workers again. Okay, so basically, in order to decompose this treatment effect, we have a slightly alternative specification, but the 18% treatment, treatment effect that we saw is same as this 20%, and that gets decomposed into 13%, which you see on the first day itself, whereas the remaining 7% accrues over the 8 weeks of work. So now that we see that there is learning and the treatment effect it gets exaggerated in certain contexts, let's look at how having home assigned leads to using your time. So what we find is that in terms of time, the number of hours worker worked, we mandate them to work 35 hours no matter what. And so there's no difference in how much time workers spend doing this work, but there is time differences in terms of when workers were doing work. And so 97% of the time spent by office workers was during office hours. So whereas only 46% of it was during for home workers was during regular office hours, whereas mostly workers went to work during off office hours or weekends and things like that. And finally, we also had another measure of breaks. So while typing, if the laptop did not experience an input for longer than 3 seconds, intervals were counted. And these intervals, so on an average, office workers had an interval of 15% or something, whereas home workers have an additional 2.5%. So they were more, like people were even taking more breaks while they were doing work. And so this is the average distribution of work done across a day and a week. And as you can see that a significant proportion of work is done outside regular hours and weekends by home workers, which are the few. So there is like some interesting stuff where people are working after midnight before 6 a.m. as well. And then the biggest proportion of work happens on weekends for workers working from home. Now that we see that there is there are distinct treatment effects which are related to learning and time use, we wanted to see who are these workers. Basically, we're going to explore the initial selection that we observe. And so in order to that, sorry, let me just show. So we just regress the initial performance in the test that we did for all these workers on their preference. And that preference parameter takes value 1 if the workers prefer to work from home. And I'm just going to quickly show you across all these different specifications. So we find that there's a negative selection into office, positive selection into home, and that's true across our applicant sample of around 900 applicants, our worker sample for one test, or additional measures of worker baseline ability that we have, and it's also true for the actual work that workers did. So despite controlling for the work location that they have, we see that there's a positive, a positive selection into home effect. Finally, now that we, as I said earlier, that we were trying to see if there is a positive selection on treatment effect, that low ability workers are choosing to be in office because they want to make the most of it by learning better. And so in order to do that, we explore whether there is a selection on treatment effect. And so the way we explore selection on treatment effect is by running worker performance onto the same specification as we had earlier for allocation effect, but we just interact allocation of home with preference of home. And so if there is positive selection on treatment effect, we would expect this coefficient to be positive. And so do workers who want to work from office benefit more from being in office? And what we find is that there's still negative selection on treatment. And so so again, the idea over here is that workers who were randomly allocated to work from home and prefer to work from home experience a workers who preferred working from office experience a treatment effect of 13%, but if you had a preference to work from home, you experience an additional treatment effect of 14%. And so essentially, because of all these negative constraints, it might be negative selection effects that we observe. It might be the case that there is constrained selection that is taking place. And so in order to explore these constraints, we sort of looked at different hypotheses that might explain these constraints. So for instance, it might be the case that office is a status good for low ability workers. And so we use certain observables that we have as proxy for them, like number of previous office jobs or monthly household income. Similarly, the second second hypothesis that we explore is there might be greater pressures on home workers, pressures on low ability workers at home. And so for that, if they have family care commitments, married, if they have kids and age, We explore 6 different hypotheses. So I'm just going to briefly talk about the first 2 because those like show us some interesting results. And so the first exercise that we perform is basically trying to see if the baseline selection that we observe, like at baseline, faster workers wanting to go home. So 11.6% faster workers, 11.6% faster, workers who prefer home are 11.6% faster. We see if this coefficient attenuates if we control for various hypotheses and the characteristics in those hypotheses. And what we find is that basically 2 hypotheses have the greatest explanatory power. Low ability workers face greater distractions at home, and office might be a status good for low ability workers. And when we jointly control for other variables as well, basically other hypotheses that might show that there is constrained selection happening, only from 11.6% selection, the effect just goes down to 5.1%. And so not all the selection effect is explained in its entirety. Next, we are just looking at how the treatment effect is heterogeneous. And in order to do that, we're going to run the same regression as we ran for the treatment effect, but allow heterogeneity by interacting membership for particular subgroups, which are listed over here, interacted with allocation effect. And so originally the treatment effect was of being in home is minus 18% that we saw. And so what we find is that there's limited heterogeneity. Almost all groups suffer from being at home. But like there are 3, like, so low income families don't suffer as much. Their treatment effect is just 10%, whereas workers with female care is the only, female workers with family care are the only group that seem to have a positive treatment effect at being. So yeah, and so the interesting finding that we have is in the context of heterogeneity in selection on treatment effect. And so over here again, we're going to allow parameters to be heterogeneous by interacting them with certain subgroups. And I'm just going to show you the triple interaction between the preference of home into getting home into belonging to certain subgroup. And what we find is that there are certain subgroups within which the selection on treatment effect is actually the biggest. So lower income, if you belong to a lower income family, if you have family care responsibilities, have kids at home, average, if you're older. And so in all these contexts, if you say that you want to work at home in these subgroups, you experience the biggest drop in your productivity. So for instance, female workers with family care care responsibilities experience a 92% drop in their productivity compared to female workers in the or with family care responsibilities who said they don't like, they want to work in office. So as I said, so there is like some sort of interesting heterogeneity happening. So it's not just the observable characteristics, but through observable characteristics, workers are saying there's selection happening. And so there might be expectations regarding childcare. So not just having kids matters, but like having kids and then figuring out like not having figured out how to take care of these kids seems to be the bigger thing. And so we really need to dig deeper into the constraints that various groups might be facing. So to conclude, what we find is that we have large positive treatment effect, 18% of being in office, which is a bit out there compared to whatever we have seen so far. The next thing which we see is that there's negative selection on negative selection for office-based work. We also find negative selection on treatment. So workers who prefer to be in home are the ones to benefit most from being in office, but still they are not choosing to do that. And so these effects are strongest for certain subgroups that would face bigger constraints. So we started this prior with saying that, hey, there might, like, the productivity differences might be explained by selection, but our findings go all the other way around, right? So we have find negative selection altogether. And so understanding these selection, like what sort of selection is happening and what constraints might be driving these selections or preferences would be very important before we sort of move into this policy direction. And in the same idea, to extend that idea, so if workers really value being in home, like forcing not having those jobs in the economy can restrict the labor supply that we have, and like the optimal allocation of talent to the positions that might work in the current environment. Okay, thank you.
So Sumit, I'll ask the first question, and then so very interesting study. Lots of findings. The one thing that struck me was the trend line, which almost showed. Maybe I got it incorrect, but it seemed that the point estimates were converging in week 7.
Right.
And I was thinking of two things. One, Nick's earlier point about whether some management practices were changed. The other hypothesis was whether, since you're measuring productivity using clicks per minute, I'm guessing in India, for some households, the Wi-Fi speed might have been very slow to start with, and maybe folks got a better mobile phone plan in week 6, which led to the convergence of productivity. So did you track like their Wi-Fi data plans and what management practices were changed?
Yeah, so basically the way the design was set up is that they had like all the data was stored on their laptop, and they had to report on Mondays for them to upload all the work done. So the data was locally sourced in computer, and so internet won't have an like impact on that. To the point of management practices, we ran this in waves, and so management practices would have changed over, like, because this experiment ran over 2 years, but I don't like that may not happen within a particular wave. Perhaps it is, and we do control for wave fixed effects and all that. But I mean, yeah, we don't think the management practices will have changed. Yeah.
Hi, very interesting. I was really amazed by the reallocation of work to the weekend. It's probably even stronger than among academics. But could it be the case that these people who were assigned to the working from home group, they get another job on the weekdays, because what they do from Monday to Friday, and then if you allow them to work anytime they want, maybe they get another job, work Monday to Friday, the other job, and then so do you have any information about what they do with their time? Because then you could probably, I mean, they are slower, but maybe they just working much longer hours overall. And then you kind of compare people who are those in the office, that's like a prime job for them. And then those who work on the weekends are maybe like a secondary activity. So the differences in productivity might be driven by the fact that they just work maybe a very long total hours per week.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, we had that concern, and so like the way we designed it was by mandating workers to work 35 hours no matter what. So they had to complete the like those minimum hours, and if they don't, they were fired. And so we didn't. I mean, we did give warnings for for not doing, not fulfilling those work, and also if they are actually slacking, where we see that they've just left the laptop open and the counter is going on, we could record all these things. So we did try from our side for them to take the job very seriously. There were incentivized pay structure as well, which I didn't show. So 50% of their pay was incentivized for them to actually perform as fast as they could. But having said all these things, we don't know whether workers had, like, they could have had, and like as you said, like the reason why they're working during night or during weekends might be because of that. But I mean, because of this prior, I also have a sense of that, like, work from home, I'm a bit suspicious because of that. Like, how do we know that workers are just like, this is their full-time thing, for them to, like, even in our this economy, like over here. And so, yeah, it's a legit concern that we might be actually just comparing different types of people. But I think that's the basic idea that we have. Perhaps we are selecting different types of people to begin with.
I actually kind of had the same question, but I'll ask a variation on the hours thing. Do you think that people like pushing to the night and weekends is kind of like, oh, I just didn't do any of my work during the week, so now I have to do it all on the weekend? And then some of the productivity effect might just be like because of flexibility in hours rather than working at home.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you're right. So there is, so I think like it speaks to the earlier work. Like, so there was this other data entry experiment by Kaur Mullainathan, Kramer, where they showed that Office is used as a disciplining device. And so it does speak to the fact that, like Office does offer you that. And if you feel that you won't be able to manage your time well, you should do that. Yeah, and so we do consider that as part of the, like, by design, that should get counted in.
Do you have information about how their preferences changes actually? Because I would be curious about whether they learn about their ability and then they switch their preferences toward what's more efficient for them.
Yeah, we did track over time, like we did get their preferences, but then that became very noisy, and so we don't really have good understanding of what is happening over there, and so we did not consider that further. Oh yeah, okay, I mean, because it was like everything was made up, the surveys were made up, and we had like accurate answers for each one of them, and everybody was doing the same work, not knowing that doing the same work. So yeah, we knew we used to do quality checks of the work done, and that's how they used to get paid. So if they're higher error rates, they were getting penalized for it. So we, like, quality was maintained in that context.
Why don't you follow them only for 8 weeks?
Job ended then. Then they were given, so we connected them to other data entry companies, which were just so that they could continue their job and they take these things full time as serious. But we were we realized that there's learning happening until 8 weeks, and then it's plateauing out, and so we just shortened our tracking time to it.
Gap would
Yeah.
close narrow, and because 18% is pretty large, and probably if you had followed them for a year, maybe it will drop.
It might diminish it.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Yeah, but I mean, it would be nice to see, because we have earlier waves where we have 3 months of data, and then I forgot what the treatment effect in that context is like for later periods. But yeah, we can check that. Thank you.
It was really interesting. I had a related question to Pietro's thing about, do you know who's actually doing the job? Because if I have, like, I'm looking after 2 8-year-olds, so I could just have them,
Yeah, no,
doing
you're
the
right.
data.
And we had that issue, and so I mean, this is a bit. So what we did is that our laptops had a picture ability to take pictures, and so we installed a software. Yeah, and then we got them to sign hey, we are doing this, and so there was everything. But yeah, we actually made sure that those are the people who are doing the work. We found a case of that not happening, and so that's when we implemented this.
Nick asked that question because his kids write half his papers. That's how he's so productive. So, no, you didn't, unless I missed it, you showed us very little about just the distribution and productivity in the sample. It looks like it's pretty dispersed.
Distribution of so that, no, that I think that was
did I miss it?
But
what's the distribution like?
Of product, so we don't.
How dispersed is it?
How dispersed is it? I mean, yeah, I mean, that's a good question across. I don't think we have but I mean, I would imagine there's a fair bit of.
Yeah, but that seems pretty important here, because if there's a lot of dispersion just on the ability dimension, that means that in a real world setting, there's a big payoff to screening ex ante. If you can devise a good screening device as a firm, or ex post, or figuring out how to offer compensation arrangements that attract the most productive workers. Right. So stepping outside of your experimental setting and looking at data entry firms in your markets, what do? Are they screening intensively? Are they offering compensation schemes that would attract the highly able workers? If to the extent that's what they're doing in light of a lot of heterogeneity, then your experiment isn't really speaking to what's relevant for the actual data entry firms in the market. It seems to me you need to say something about that.
True. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would. Yeah, I would agree with you that we, because we have some sort of selection that is happening in our sample itself. Like we are just selecting, or rather, no selection is happening. We are just saying that, hey, anybody who wants a job, come and have one. That I don't think the data entry firms do that. They actually do a test, and then only certain people with certain level of beyond certain threshold would get a job in their ability. So yeah, I think. Oh, sorry.
That we have Christus.
This shouldn't be covered, so it would be great if you could put it here.
I'll put it.
Yeah, because it shouldn't be, like, this should be covered by.
Oh, yeah, that's what we want to just do.
Alrighty, thank you. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mert. Thank you. And it's just such a, I mean, this is incredible how this community has developed over the past 2 years, and just huge congratulations to Nick and Steve for basically creating a market around remote work and bringing together applied microeconomists, people from like, I mean, ARPA doing so much in finance and real estate. So it's just awesome to be here and be back. So this project is joint with Hongyi, Eric, and many others. And really what we're trying to establish in this paper is some new facts around the dynamics of workers when they start out not being working from home, go to working from home, maybe stay in working from home, or maybe transition out. And so today is going to be a conversation about some new longitudinal data that we are putting together. And we're also fundraising to get a third wave of the survey out. Right now, we're just going to present two waves. Everybody kind of already knows that remote work has increased, and we've seen plenty of papers on that. But what we don't know as much about is what's happening to the actual workers, the individual workers, instead of getting a cross section where you're getting the same demographic brackets months after months. What can we say about the underlying workers themselves? And so we don't know very much about these underlying job to job transitions. And we can see that there's plenty of macroeconomists that build huge business cycle models where they want to understand those job to job transitions. And you wouldn't be able to do search and matching models without data on that. And so this paper is going to be trying to get some data on that. We are also thinking a lot about unobserved heterogeneity, and that the decision about whether to switch jobs, whether to stay remote work or not, is very much an employer decision, but also a personal preference decision. And so the firm might offer something for everybody, but the individual still has a decision at the end of the day about whether to go work for somebody else or change laterally within the firm. And so we're going to introduce the first, we're going to try to view this as, we're trying to put together the first gold standard longitudinal data on remote work, where we not only have standard demographics, but we also have information about well-being. So what do people actually feel about their lives and about their career prospects, about workplace characteristics, about the location that they're in. So we're going to see the zip code, things about the firm, and about what sort of investments that they're making, whether or not they're adopting things like Slack, or what sort of tools, whether they're retrofitting their house and buying a whole bunch of new equipment, whether they're moving locations. And so there's a bunch of data that we're going to bring here. And then we're going to characterize the composition of people that have been switching. We're going to look at the correlates of that. So this is the first time we're presenting this. This is a very descriptive paper right now. We want to move into something that maybe becomes a little bit more causal. So lots of text on this slide, and it's really just like as a placeholder to say, copy and paste everything that Hongyi said about the remote life survey that we presented on the first day. So it's a sample of nearly 7,000 people, and they completed the first wave. Gallup, so we partner with Gallup. Gallup is the premier, arguably the premier polling company. Every time that you see a survey from Pew, most of the time, I want to say maybe all the time, probably most of the time, it's actually done or fielded by Gallup. And so we launched the first wave in 2020, and then we launched a second wave in 2021, and now we want to launch a third wave shortly, but we need to scrounge up maybe another 100K in order to get the third wave off the ground. So we're still looking for that. But Gallup uses something called this kind of random digit dialing and these selection methods to try to get as nationally representative of a sample as possible. And one of the reasons why we wanted to work with Gallup was recognizing that not everybody is necessarily answering surveys online. Sometimes you have to mail like a physical survey out that they fill out and then mail back. Now, one of the things that we've learned from what Hong Yi presented yesterday was that this group of individuals isn't going to necessarily make it or break it. So when for the surveys that Nick and Steve and the broader team are doing, where it's going out, it's not really a make it or break it issue that you're not getting people that write things out by pen and paper and then mail it back in. So that's one thing that we've learned. Anyway, so yeah, basically cross apply what Hong Yi talked about the other day. So wave 2, today is going to be a focus on what do we learn when we combine wave 1 and wave 2? What are the correlates about these transitions? And so the total sample that we have is around 7,000. Let's see, I think Hong Yi, I think I'm trying to remember, we limited down the sample a little bit based off of missing values. And so I think the full sample was in the 7K range, but then you get missing values on very fundamental things like age. And so we just limit down. We had this web and mail. So the web sample is bigger. The mail sample is a little bit smaller. We worked with Gallup to figure out how much do we need to mail out so that we could have a representative sample versus just doing it web only. And then we cut down the sample as well based off of non-responses on some core questions. Now, this is where the action is going on today, is among the people that were in the first wave, how many can we actually resample? And so some people are maybe unemployed, and so you can't really learn that much about their remote work arrangements if they're not working for anyone in wave 2. And so we have a much smaller sample out of that. And so part of us, it's like, wow, we spent a lot of money and now we only have a little over 2,000 people, but it's a reliable set, it's a nationally representative set, and we're going to try to learn as much as we can about this group of people. Now, another text-heavy slide, but this is just again a filler to say there's a lot of questions in the survey that we're not going to talk about today. Namely, there's these questions around, so the obvious question around working from home that Hong Yi showed yesterday, but then there's also a question about kind of expectations. If the virus is, if the risk of transmission goes down, how is this going to influence your willingness to work from home versus come in person? Getting at consumer expectations. There's also questions around how the individual has maybe invested time and money into retrofitting their home to be a place where they can get serious work done and to have a quiet space to work. There's been so many Zooms where you can see somebody has like made a makeshift office, or they have a curtain and it's like, this used to be a living room, or it still is a living room. And so there's actual investments that are going on. Questions about moving and commute time, we're also able to get at. And so we ask them, what's one of the main reasons you work from home? Does it have to do with commute? There's also questions about kind of perceived productivity, getting at to some of these questions around expectations of productivity that we talked about yesterday. And then lastly, questions about coordination and how difficult it is. And because we see some information in occupation, we can also get at this question of coordination costs. And then lastly, there's some question. We have a question around this willingness to pay and what is the trade-off between this amenity that we now have versus the salary that you're getting. And we also observe salary information. So let me walk through a little bit about the sampling and then get to the real meat around the transitions and the correlates of transitions. So one of the first questions that we asked ourselves is our resampled population, so that's in blue, is our resampled population representative of the full sample that we had from wave 1? And so when we just benchmark the two across different categories of working from home, and remember yesterday, Hong Yi shared about how there's different categorical responses. You can have the always working from home, the mostly, the sometimes, and so we have these different breakdowns. You see that the resampling is getting approximately similar types of people. So again, this gives us some confidence. We also just looked at it a little bit differently, where we looked at post-COVID, because we have a question around prior to the pandemic, were you working from home? Now, during the pandemic, are you working from home? And we can break it down and to show statistically insignificant differences between the original sets of people. Now, okay, more interesting stuff. Some new data. So we looked at the correlation between gender and working from home. And so females were working from home more in our sample. So wave 2, that's the one fielded in 2021. Wave 1 was a 2021. And so we can see that around 32%, according to our sort of sometimes or always working from home. We didn't want to say working from home is just the people that always do it. It's also getting in the sometimes category. And you can see males around 24%. And for reference, this was the pre-COVID amount. And so I think some of the other estimates are maybe close to like 5%. So again, Gallup is kind of getting a slightly higher proportion of people. Now, here's these plots are like really interesting to look at, but they're sometimes hard to interpret. So let me pause and explain what you're looking at here. So these are transitions from pre-COVID in 2020, October to November 2020, and then in wave 2, October, November 2021. And so each line is just a different individual. And so there's a lot of persistence in working from home. If you are never working from home, there's a high probability that you're not going to be working from home. And again, high probability that you're, again, in 2021, not going to be working from home. But there's also a lot of transitions. And so what we can see here is in 2020, going into 2021, where are people going? And so you see a lot from sometimes going to either rarely, some going back to always, and then likewise to rarely never. There's a proportion of people that are then becoming sometimes in 2021. And so some of that might reflect movement to different jobs. Some of it might reflect changes in the way that the underlying employer organization is also operating. Now, to look at this more numerically, because this gives you a good visual of what's going on, but it doesn't give you actual proportions or numbers that are super interpretable. And so what we're looking at here is given working from home pre-COVID, what's the probability that you're going to be working from home post-COVID, and so and what if you weren't before, then what's the probability that you're not going to be post-COVID? And so that again captures the persistence. But within the transitioning group of people that have segued into working from home, about 70% of the adoptees that took working from home in wave 1 are continuing to work from home in wave 2. And so this just puts it a little bit more numerically. Another big question that's come up is what types of firms are adopting working from home? And so one of the questions we also ask is about employer size. This is just showing the employee size distribution in our sample, showing that a lot of people work at these larger companies, which is helpful for us because I think, Hanyi, we do ask the employer name. Yeah, we do ask employer name. Something that we want to do is connect it with Burning Glass data, and you can imagine the possibilities. You can connect it with CompuStat, et cetera, et cetera. So that's helpful for us that we have a lot of, I don't want to say a lot. I wish we had a sample of like 100,000 people, but we have upwards under 1,000 people that are in larger companies. So that just gives you the firm size distribution. But now, what about working from home and how that varies across the firm size distribution? So green is only worked in person pre-COVID, so there could be some transition. Blue is working from home, sometimes or always pre-COVID, and red is adopted working from home sometime during wave 1. And so this is kind of a characterization of working from home during wave 1 in 2020. And so you can see that a lot of people adopted that were just kind of by themselves. Maybe they're a freelancer, maybe they have an LLC with the size of just one employee themselves. And so there is this adoption curve. Oh, sorry, I should have been pointing into the red. That's what I meant to do, is that the larger companies tend to be adopting. Before COVID, the people that were heavy working from home were a lot of sole proprietors. Now, wave 2, the pattern changes a little bit. You still see you see this kind of return to in-person among individuals that are, at slightly more medium-sized companies, and we can see also the state that the person is in. So we see some regional patterns around in the South. Like I moved to Nashville, and you see a ton of in-person activity there. Whereas I guess people here could maybe say whether in San Francisco, maybe people are still doing a lot of remote work and depends on occupation and all that. But the blue one is a particularly noteworthy one, where it's the ones that stayed in a working from home arrangement, and you can see this kind of like inverse shape curve. And I forgot to take out this good old double check message, so we double checked it. And okay, so now what I want to segue into is some taxonomy around how do we think about the people that stayed working from home versus the ones that transitioned out. And so we came up with this kind of, we want to see how people like it, but this interesting terminology where we call the 011 people and the 010 people. So the Yeah, we're. No, yeah, these are not sample sizes. Yeah, sorry, yeah. These are, so 0 is you were not working from home, then you transitioned to working from home, and then you stayed working from home. So we're going to increase this in wave 3 to the 0, 1, 1, 1 people. And then we have the people that switch back to in person. These are the temporary adopters. And then for the next couple of slides, we're not going to focus as much on the kind of never adopters. They're not as much of interest here. And so we're going to show you some regression results now where we control for demographics. We do all the kind of usual things. We don't have perfect identification by a long shot, but we are tracking these transitions. And then we're going to go through a couple different hypotheses about what explains these transitions. So obviously demographics around age, gender, and so on. We also matched with the Dingle-Niemann remote ability score. We have one limitation is that our occupational measure has only about 11 bins. We don't have a 6-digit SOC code. So we have to imperfectly map Dingle-Niemann into this, but nonetheless, we find a strong correlation between the two. We also look at childcare. We look at employer size, as you can imagine from the prior plots. We look at the investments that individuals are making around working from home. And then we are going to be looking at the severity of the lockdowns, how long it was in place, how stringent it was, and so on. And we want to gather some more hypotheses, because what we think this paper can uniquely do is offer testable hypotheses and then kind of go down that list and say, hey, we find some evidence for this and not for that. So the results I'm going to show you in the next 3 slides are all going to control for demographics, and we put in state fixed effects to kind of deal with some of the changing state policies over these over the past 2 years. So result number 1 is doing a regression of an indicator for increasing working from home intensity in wave 1 and then maintaining it in wave 2. So these are the 0, 1, 1 people. It's just an indicator for that. And so what we see is that there's a strong positive correlation between the Dingle-Niemann score and this. Again, not surprising, professional services companies are very likely to continue remote work. But then we looked at college attainment and we were like, oh, that's interesting that there's not a statistically significant association with that. Age, older workers are going to be less likely to be staying in these remote work arrangements, and they might be more interested in getting back in person. It could also reflect the seniority of the role, of course, as managers were coming more into the office. And we also looked at race. We looked at income and this persistence in pre-COVID income. So again, some interesting descriptives there. We also looked at increased working from home intensity in wave 1, but then decreased in wave 2. So these are the 0, 1, 0 individuals. And again, finding a positive correlation, but not as strong as the previous one, where these are the stayers. We do find a correlation between college attainment and the kind of returning back to in-person. We don't find an association with age. We find some relationship with race, and then we have, of course, the pre-COVID income as a control for what your state was originally. Now, the 2 last results that I'm going to walk through are childcare and then with firm size. With childcare, we have a question in here that's as follows. So conditional on having children, now you're asked how many hours a week do you spend directly supervising the children? So we're trying to get at what's in the American Time Use Survey. And so this is only available for obviously the people that have children. And so one of the, so we're going to show 3 different linear probability models. This one is on the pre-COVID. Yeah, I think this is like the pre-COVID one. I forget what was it. Yeah, that's right. Okay, great. And so so first column, never working from home. Second column, again, never working from home. We just add in some controls. And then the last columns are sometimes working from home, always working from home. The thing that stands out is that there isn't a really strong association between children and working from home. Again, this is pre-COVID, so I don't want to spend too much time on it, especially as we're running down the clock. But what I do want to emphasize is kind of connected to the presentation earlier with the American Time Use Survey. We do see some statistically significant effects between children. So having some childcare, you're more likely to be sometimes working from home, always working from home. It's interesting though, that the ones with no children in wave 1 is also statistically significant, which could capture maybe selection into different types of jobs. That these are, I don't know, like millennials that are real go-getters, really ambition driven, and they don't have families, but they're also in high professional services jobs that are requiring, that are allowing remote work. Let me skip the next slide and get to the firm size. So one of the last results here is that we ran an ordered logit model where we looked at the transition from 000, no working from home to then working from home in wave 1 to then staying in working from home in wave 2. And what we found was that there is this higher coefficients on the larger companies, again, getting at this kind of recognition that the larger companies are the ones that are allowing a lot of this kind of flexibility. And these are the people that are staying in these remote work arrangements. We control for demographic factors. So it's not just capturing the fact that these people are more likely to be college educated. We're also controlling for income. And so let me skip this and I maybe come back for questions. So taking stock, what are we trying to do? We're trying to create a longitudinal data set. We want to have multiple waves. We want to do this every year. So hopefully we can get one out in the next couple of months. And then we look at the correlation between some of these demographic characteristics and these transitions. And getting at the individual level allows us to deal with a lot of the unobserved heterogeneity that's usually in the cross section. So let me pause here and really excited for questions that people might have.
So I'm very interested in the temporary versus permanent adoption. So I'm wondering if you could, instead of just merging with the Dingo Nyman, you can also merge it with the ONET occupation characteristic directly, and then see which skill, like teamwork, building relationship, those are sort of more of a permanent features, right? Like, and then the other stuff, like the Dingo Nyman stuff, is probably like more of a temporary stuff. So it'd be nice to like decompose them.
That's a great point. I mean, the biggest limitation that we have is literally that we only have 11 categories for occupation, but we can certainly do, what we just need to do is take the 6-digit SOC codes, collapse it down into our 11 categories, and then we can definitely do all of that. But no, you're totally right. There's so much in ONET. One thing that I've realized is that there's these measures of coordination costs. I mean, there's the craziest stuff in ONET. You can we sometimes focus on the cognitive non-routine and all those sort of things that have become highly popularized, but there's a ton in the ONET data. Yeah, Johannes.
I think one occupation that might be worth looking at, which I hope you have on your 11 codes, is is educators. I think quite a few of those were probably working remotely. If you're a primary or secondary school teacher in October 2020, but then switch back to in-person by wave 2. In the ACS, you see that a lot of them were working remotely in 2020.
Yep.
But not very many before. And my guess is that's going to be a non-trivial amount of the switching you'll see.
Yep. Yeah, we do see educators, and that's certainly one of the core occupations that has to be in person, but it's coming back.
I just have a clarification question. So these are all employees working for someone else. They're not self-employed, or they're not owner managers.
Good question. So actually that is a feature of the data set, and Hani, jump in if I'm wrong on any of this, but we did want to be able to get self-employed people. And so one of the early plots, and it's probably not worth going all the way back to it, but is a firm size distribution. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
So we can capture self-employed people. In our measurement paper that Hangi presented yesterday, we kind of go through one reason why our estimates might differ from some of the other ones out there, and it focuses on entrepreneurs being more likely to be remote. Now, how big is that population? It's not super big, but it does contribute to some of these differences.
Again, yeah, thinking about the millennials, and are they go-getters in high, paid jobs, or are they kind of influencers in front of Instagram?
Yeah,
TikTok.
sort of yeah.
It's something that might, I don't know, maybe the survey has an answer for it as well.
Yeah, we need to wave 3. We need to ask to have a TikTok, but no, you're right. There's been a huge rise in those types of jobs.
Hi, thanks so much. I was just wondering, have I interpreted this correctly, that we should think about these people who stayed within one firm during these 2 waves? Or because there's a potential situation where you switch firms and that's why your arrangements switch. And I feel those 2 different types of transitions might be important.
So we're looking at stayers. Am I right?
Okay.
Yeah, but our data set does enable us to distinguish between the people that are in a different job and now have a different remote versus in person versus the people that have the same employer, because we see the firm name.
Great, thanks.
I have a related question, and you sort of answered it a little bit, but I was wondering if you have any if you have data on on everybody's job roles and whether they got promotions or not. I saw that you can control for their salary, but for example, if they got a promotion and they became a manager or they had to oversee a team, did that affect their ability to work from home?
Yeah.
And could that be
I don't think
something?
we have promotion. Yeah. So we could impute it based off of an increase in your salary, conditional on the same employer potentially. But yeah, I don't think we don't see promotion.
Because another thought that I had was if they did get promoted or they did better while they were working from home, maybe they would attribute it to that and then decide, oh, I should stay at home or I should stay working
and then
from
it's
home.
kind of like learning about your ability. and
Exactly.
One thing, I mean, I don't think we'll be able to answer that, but I guarantee that there's a paper to be written there because we're all learning about our productivity and what arrangements are best and most conducive to our thriving. So definitely a phenomenon. Unfortunately, I don't think we can answer that.
Thanks.
Yeah, so this is really a comment, but so we haven't done much on firm size in the Sway in our monthly survey. But I mean, one of the figures that I thought was striking is this kind of inverse U shape in adoption or permanence of remote work somewhere. Because so we looked at it briefly a few months ago, and yeah, so it looked like kind of the biggest firms weren't the ones that had the most working from home. It was somewhere, there was a peak somewhere in the middle, and so I mean, I think at the time we didn't know what to make of those results, but I mean, they seem very consistent with this. So this is food for thought.
No, it's good. And I mean, hopefully some of the longitudinal evidence can also bound to cross-sectional estimates so that people don't need to do another expensive longitudinal survey. You can just keep doing the cross-section, and then this gives us some bounds on whatever estimates. Yeah.
Just to jump in because it's absolutely related and to make it more complicated. So it's very clearly monotonic in our data with employer size, where the larger employers are the ones that have enacted more remote work, and it's just a clear increasing. So
is that with the BRS data?
Yeah, that's with the BRS, exactly. Yeah, that's interesting. Yes, I agree. Right. So there's what BRS measures is how much telework is happening right now and not necessarily the change from before to after. And so we do construct based on a separate question, a measure of pre-pandemic. And that's the monotonic relationship is a little less clear about the the equivalent of adoption that you could capture from the business response survey. So,
yeah.
When you have willingness to pay, or you've elicited willingness to pay information on the
Yes.
survey.
Yes.
So that's something we've used extensively in our survey work. And some people are skeptical about the value of just eliciting willingness to pay in a survey.
Whether people will be truthful
Or yeah, I guess that's the concern. I'm less concerned than others perhaps, but in your context, you have an opportunity to investigate whether willingness to pay has predictive value for these transitions you talked about across working from home states, and also whether it has predictive value for changing employer as a means to to bring into effect your desired working arrangement. So I think that's something where you can play off interesting questions in your survey that speak to transitions.
Right.
It's going to be an advantage of your longitudinal data structure that most others aren't going to be in an equal position. I got another comment. This is a very rich survey. You've got a lot of stuff here. Hats off to you for executing on it. You need some simple devices for communicating the key patterns in the data. And, there's many ways to go, but one suggestion is to think about a little table where you've got hypothetical persons of different kinds. So one might be college-educated white male, married with 2 kids. Another might be single white female, graduate degree, whatever. You need to pick these hypothetical persons carefully to highlight the key patterns in the data. But then those are the rows of the table. The columns are work from home status in 2020, the first wave, work from home status, the second wave, the propensity to engage in these transitions, the 011, 010, some
What
device like
proportions in
that.
each-
So,
yeah.
so you've got a huge amount of interesting descriptive material here. Your job is to figure out first what the key patterns are, but second, to present it in a way that makes it really easy
Yeah.
to absorb. And that second part is what I'm trying to
No,
encourage
that's
you to
a-
think
it's a
more
great
about.
point. Yeah, thank you. I mean, even when we look at these slides, we're like, how do we make sense of all this? And that would be a beautiful table one. So with that, let me stop because I know we're just a little bit over. Thank you so much for the attention and sticking with me until the end, and looking forward to getting a tour of Nick's house and seeing all the renovations that have been made in his home office. Yeah.
So great. You'll walk over to